Chapter 151. An impossible matter. It was early in the morning. Perhaps it was the moment when the end of dawn and the beginning of morning met. As the sun started to rise, the training field on one side of the barracks turned orange. How many people would be out on the training field at this time? If not for the patrol guards, Encrid would likely be the only one. Therefore, seeing someone else on the training field before him at this time was a rare occurrence. No, it was almost the first time. Encrid thought to himself as he placed his right hand on his waist and saluted. It was an appropriate gesture. The person who had hosted yesterday's banquet and was now in charge of overseeing the city of Bordergar. He nodded. Battalion Commander Marcus nodded back in response to the salute. Marcus was not alone. It was rarer for him to be by himself. Behind him were two more individuals. Two figures standing in the shade at the corner of the training field. One of them, a frog, stepped forward. It was difficult to discern all the features of the frog with human eyes, but it was clear that this one was different from the others Encrid had met so far. There were no scars on the neck, nor was there a ferocious glare in its eyes. Instead, it had a curious look, and its white cheeks puffed slightly. Grrr. The frog made its signature noise, and scanned Encrid from head to toe, its gaze moving from his feet, back up to his face. It was a rare talent to so clearly show where its gaze was focused. I think an introduction is in order. Marcus spoke from behind. It was a timely suggestion. The frog stopped its growling and spoke. I'm a frog. Well, that was obvious just by looking at the face. In fact, even seeing just the 3 fingers would be enough to tell. Its appearance was completely different from other species. You're rambling. Someone else stepped forward from behind. But it wasn't just stepping forward. Encrid briefly saw a vision of his head being severed. It came first, and the reaction came after. Thud! The sound of blades meeting, metal clashing, rang across the training field. Encrid blocked the opponent's strike with his half-drawn sword. When had he drawn it? If it wasn't instinct developed from dying countless times, would he have died? Or would he have frozen in place? He wasn't sure which. Is this how you block? The opponent's voice reached his ears. It was thin and high-pitched. A woman with short hair tied tightly behind her. She had a round face that looked gentle, but the sword in her hand was anything but. Should I try again? Her voice, oozing with ease, was followed by another rush of blades. What could he say about this? There was nothing else to say. Encrid saw blades falling above his head, blades aimed at his belly, his neck almost being severed, arms getting sliced off, and even blades piercing his thighs. He saw a sword aimed at his foot. It felt like standing bare-bodied in the middle of a storm. It was like being on a small boat facing a tsunami. If I don't get out of here right now, I'll die. The fear of death clouded his mind. No matter how many times he repeated today, no matter how much growth it would bring, forgetting and cutting off the fear was an impossible thing for a human. Encrid was just a madman who knew how to fight against fear. If I retreat... In the midst of the storm of blades, Encrid realized that retreating would allow him to avoid this. As long as he retreated, it would be over. He wouldn't have to stand alone in this storm anymore. So would he retreat? Dreams are meant to be given up. Are you a little dizzy? Have you lost your mind? What? A knight? A mercenary scum? Sorry, it was my first real battle. Go back to your village. Farm. And if you don't like that, join the local watch. You'll end up as the captain in no time. With a laugh, the faces of those who had spoken to him in such a manner flashed through his mind. His heart was wildly thumping. They had told him to give up, that it was pointless. They had also asked if the path he was taking now was the right one. In the storm of blades, Encrid had died countless times, but the darkness never came, and the ferryman was nowhere to be seen. He simply died. Again and again, countless times. The light was fading. Instead of the first light of dawn, a shadow of death was looming. Everything was hitting him with pain and agony. He already knew the answer. All he had to do was retreat. One step was all it would take. One step back. The storm of blades urged him to retreat, telling him this was not the place for him to stand. All he had to do was take one step back, and he would be freed from all this pain and agony. He understood it. And yet, he couldn't retreat. He knew that retreating wouldn't affect his swordsmanship or his trained body. And yet, he couldn't retreat. He knew that everything would end the moment he retreated, but still, he couldn't do it. His torn and broken dreams asked him why. Are you really going to become a knight? The words of those who had passed through life and said too much didn't shake his heart. There was no reason for it. But this was different. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The moment Encrid decided to become a knight, he had already armed himself with the sharpest sword. That was willpower, conviction, and stubbornness. Once the heart crumbles, there would be no place to stand. Every step forward, even if it was a half step or crawling, could never be taken back. Encrid had no intention of retreating. I'm lacking. He simply realized his own inadequacies. His body's coordination, his sense of evasion. What if he had trained those? If he had fully mastered them? What about the heart of monstrous strength? Even the techniques of isolation and Valaf-style martial arts could have been of help. What if he had diligently built up the fundamentals, training them until his sword could extend straight and precisely, like the mustache man did? All of that could have formed the foundation to navigate through this situation. Encrid couldn't retreat. He would never do so. So he took a step forward. That's enough. The storm, as suddenly as it had come, ended just as quickly. When the frog intervened, it vanished as if washed away. Phew. Encrid exhaled the breath he had been holding. His heart pounded as though it would leap out of his chest. His legs wobbled. He wanted to collapse, but held it in. Instead, he looked at the opponent, a gentle-looking woman with short hair. Encrid focused on one desire. He wanted to know what trick she had just used. I've never seen someone like you. How can you endure this without knowing how to handle it? If you had stayed there a little longer, you'd have died. The one who had extended the storm from beside the frog spoke. Who? Encrid parted his lips that wouldn't open, asking, Me? Aisha. As she spoke, she took a step forward. Flap. The woman unfurled a cloak she had thrown over her shoulder and wrapped it around herself. It spread out in a flutter. The color was a crimson that cut through the orange of the morning. Crimson cloak alongside a frog and personally escorted by Marcus. Who could this opponent be? The Crimson Cloak Order? Encrid murmured, and the woman nodded. I'm Squire Knight Aisha. Her smile matched her gentle appearance, bright and innocent. And that was it. Standing tall, staring, this was the best Encrid could do. Then, his senses suddenly cut off. His vision darkened, and the ferryman appeared. Am I dead? No, it didn't feel like that. He wasn't dead. Then, is this a dream? As he pondered inwardly, it's a dream. The ferryman spoke. It was strange hearing his words, as he still had no eyes, nose, or mouth. I'm watching now. The ferryman's next words sparked another question in Encrid. Were you not watching until now? At that question, the boat on the Black River seemed to tilt slightly. Just as suddenly as it had started, the dream abruptly ended. The alternation of light and darkness. In that moment, only the ferryman's last words lingered in his ears. You skipped training today, huh? What was that? Why did it sound like he was mocking him? That could be possible. Just because he was a ferryman didn't mean he wouldn't joke. But the tone, the words, left a strange feeling. Encrid ignored it. If it was something that couldn't be understood, ignoring it was the answer. By the way, before he passed out, he thought he had heard Jackson's voice. As Encrid collapsed, the frog reached out a hand but stopped. Someone had already caught him from behind, with reddish-brown hair and calm eyes. Playing with fire, he spoke in a quiet tone. The frog, thinking about it, turned her gaze sideways. There, a man with a fierce presence was glaring at her menacingly. "What do you think you are doing so early in the morning?" Gray hair, gray eyes. Was he from the west? Behind him, a big man like a bear was present. "Good morning, sister. May I ask why you're doing this to my little and precious squad leader? What were these guys?" The frog had the thought anew. Behind the trio, a blond man with red eyes holding a sword could be seen. He was unmistakably a northern warrior, his appearance distinctive. His hair was a mess, and there were traces of drool at the corner of his mouth. His sword posture is quite something. It was very much to her liking. The frog had come here at Marcus's request. She wanted to assess someone's talent. She wanted to know if the person had the qualities to become a knight. After the battle in the front lines ended, she stopped by on her way back. The frog's eyes were different from those of humans and fairies. He could detect a talent that couldn't be fulfilled by mere training. Because of their unique perspective, people called them the talent assessor. Now the frog himself was being assessed, though it wasn't a level where he could recognize them instantly. There were times when simply seeing was enough, especially when it was a gem that shone alone, even in the mud. That was how these people were now. To the frog's eyes, they were individuals with talents found if you took 1 in 10,000, and from that 1 in 1,000 once again. These guys? Madmen squad members. Marcus answered from behind. He had a rough understanding of what was going on. He had called them all crazy, said that they only followed their squad leader, and that it was strange. A shame, though. For now there was no time to take them in or anything. What was more important was the enmity in front of them, which wasn't something to take lightly. Having such talent didn't automatically make one a knight. In reality, there was no real need to accept them. What is a knight? It was a world where every condition must align before one could even think of stepping in. A title only given to those who met those conditions. "Quite an interesting bunch," Aisha said from behind. She wasn't particularly combative. She was simply doing the test Marcus asked for. As she spoke, Aisha showed her palms, signaling that she had no intention of fighting. If Encrid had seen that, he would have been surprised. After her first strike, she had returned the sword to its sheath and never drew it again. It was all done through momentum and pressure. Momentum and pressure, that is, using force to make the opponent faint. It was something only those at the near knight level could attempt. In reality, it was a highly inefficient method. It would be more effective to just knock someone out with a single blow. Why go through all the effort, exuding pressure and all that? The mental energy spent on this wasn't insignificant. Aisha had only done it because it was Marcus's request. It was a test for those with potential. That was all. There was no danger of any threatening energy. More importantly, Marcus's comment had drawn their full attention. "How about it? Do you think he could become a knight? If there was a possibility, he could become a squire, soon to be assigned under a knight." Marcus had given a gift. Indeed, it wasn't a gift of low value. What was Encrid's dream? What did he most desire? A gift was valuable when it met what one wanted. Marcus had learned to use his knowledge of politics properly. He had prepared the thing his opponents desired most. A question arose, and Aisha spoke first. "No." Following her, the frog also spoke. "Not even close." What was a knight? A knight gathers 10,000 talented individuals. From those, they select 1,000. Then they filter those 1,000 further. Only a few reach the knightly world. This one's difficult. How about you? Interested? The frog asked, pointing directly at one person. The large, round eyes, resembling a frog's, were focused on Ragnar. Ragnar blinked, his eyes caked with sleep. Nothing to learn from you. Once he left his squad leader, he was nothing but a lazy bum. He knew that better than anyone, so it was naturally a refusal. Ah, what a shame. The frog clicked her tongue in regret. From their looks, they seemed like the type of female frog would eye, and with their talent, joining the Night Order seemed like it would be a fun thing. But they refused? Even though it was an offer from the Crimson Cloak Knights? She couldn't take them all, but surely one could have been accepted. Quite an interesting bunch. I've honored the request. Don't forget that Marcus, battalion commander of the regiment. Ah, of course. Marcus and Aisha spoke as they followed behind. Aisha gave the frog a light tap on the back. What are you doing? Let's go. Both had much to do. They needed to return to the capital, deliver the victory report, and discuss the Aspen Treaty. There was a mountain of other tasks to handle. I'll stay a few more days before heading back. Aisha tilted her head, the ponytail tied at the back swaying. What was he talking about? Go ahead first, the frog said. Aisha was about to say something, but stopped. In truth, there was no issue with going alone. Her affiliation would prove herself. She was a member of the Crimson Cloak Knights. She didn't need to say anything more. Above all, frogs were known for their hedonistic nature, unable to control their desires and interests. She assumed the frog was interested in the red-headed soldier. Well then, Aisha turned and spoke. Unknowingly, Vengeance, who had volunteered for the night watch, observed all of this. He had intended to speak with Encrid after his disgraceful behavior the previous night, but he saw everything unfold. No one paid him much attention. It wasn't a big deal that the night path was closed off for Encrid. There were plenty of people like that in the world. I'll be staying a few more days, the frog told Marcus, who nodded. Leaving behind the unconscious Encrid, the morning meeting came to an end. Chapter 152. What makes a night different? As Aisha made her way back, she couldn't help but find it peculiar. This might be a first. A man who didn't even know how to wield a knight's power, yet endured with his bare body. He hadn't overcome the oppression. He had simply endured it. Now, looking back on it all, he had even managed to extend his foot forward by about a finger's length. She was a squire knight, and her sharp gaze caught even the slightest movements of her opponent. He had been trying to move forward. It was an advance. How many soldiers could do that? Were there any at all? Probably not. Well, if he manages to acquire it, he'll turn into some kind of monster. But that was no easy feat. Forget it. That frog bastard was still there. She could handle it. She had received a request, and she had done her part. That was the end of it. Aisha forgot about Encrid just like that. There was no need to remember him. Though she did like that spirit of his, that stubbornness. And, well, she did like his face, too. Not like I'll ever see him again. Talent was cruel, after all. The goddess of fortune was never fair. Clip-clop, dot. The horse carrying her struck the ground with its hooves and surged forward. It was time to return. Why? Vengeance felt an inexplicable sense of unease and restlessness. A squire knight had come and evaluated Encrid. His skill had been assessed, and even a talent appraiser, Frog, had been brought in. As a result, harsh words had been exchanged. Why go that far? Did they want to crush his motivation? Did they dislike how dedicated he was to training? Vengeance had no idea what was going through Battalion Commander Marcus's mind. Why did he have to provoke Encrid, who was just staying quiet, saying he couldn't become a knight, that his limits were clear, so he should quit? Why? What was the point? Vengeance didn't know Encrid's dream. He also didn't know about the conversation between Encrid and Marcus. So it was only natural for these questions to arise. Encrid had never hidden his fated dream, but he also didn't go around shouting it into people's ears. That bastard battalion commander has a nasty personality. Grumbling, Vengeance headed to Encrid's quarters. Knock, knock. It's me, Vengeance. Oh, it's the ugly platoon leader. What do you want? At the sound of his knock, Rem answered, immediately getting under his skin. He had to ignore him. If he engaged in conversation, it would only lead to a fight. And the result of that? If it were Encrid, a single knee strike to the thigh would settle it. But Rem, he couldn't even begin to imagine. In short, fighting was not an option. Where's Enki? Sleeping. Wasn't he unconscious rather than sleeping? And why the hell was this guy acting so casual? He had expected Rem to be sharpening his axe, ready to split Marcus's head open for trying to crush his platoon leader's spirit. Well, if he were the type to lose his temper and rage around the barracks, he would have already swung that axe long ago. That's the kind of guy he was. Inside, Ragnar was asleep again. Vengeance watched him for a moment, wondering if he was truly asleep. Yes, he was. He wasn't snoring, but his steady breaths and the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest confirmed it. Jackson sat in one corner, rolling up some tobacco leaves. A dedicated effort. He had heard that a woman named Finn had joined, but she wasn't present. Chryse was also nowhere to be seen. Only the frog, whom he had seen standing guard in the morning, was still there. It was almost noon. Was she planning to settle in here permanently? They seemed surprisingly at ease. It was strange. Shouldn't they be comforting Encrid when he woke up? Or at least pretending that conversation had never happened? As Vengeance glanced around, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Right on cue, Encrid stirred awake. Slowly, he sat up, rubbing his face. Oh, you're up. Vengeance was the first to react. Then, they said you can't become a knight. Not even a sliver of a chance. Not even as much as a ghoul's brain. Rem spat out the words with a smirk. Brother, you're awake? Here, have this. Beside him, a man named Odin held out a piece of bread. It looked soft and fresh, as if it had been bought from one of the new bakeries that had recently opened in the city. No, wait. This wasn't the time to be thinking about that. Ragnar kept sleeping. Jackson carefully packed his rolled tobacco into a leather pouch. All right. Encrid's response was calm. He answered nonchalantly, took the bread, and headed outside. Frog, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. They said you can't become a knight. Are you okay with that? Encrid turned his head slightly, lowered his chin, then raised it again. A nod. Yeah, sure. He didn't know the frog's exact status, but if she had come with a squire knight, she had to be at least at that level herself. And since she had been brought in as a talent appraiser, she probably held a rank equivalent to a noble. Encrid thought for a moment before answering. There was no sign of shock on his face. Vengeance, standing in the doorway, blinked as he stared at him. Still looking for payback for last night's match? Encrid asked. Nah, not that. He had come out of concern, but for some reason, those words wouldn't leave his mouth. What's this? Ugly platoon leader. Have you sharpened the blade of vengeance? Then come at me. Rem egged him on for no reason, but Vengeance didn't take the bait. Hadn't he already tried? The bruise on his thigh hadn't even faded yet. Encrid stepped outside. Vengeance stared blankly at his back for a moment before turning away. Aren't you going to, I don't know, console him or something? Vengeance asked, still looking at Encrid's back. Not necessarily comfort, but at least some concern. What if he let go of his sword? What if he gave up? What if he quit? What if he despaired because someone poked at his lack of talent? Vengeance knew this was a ridiculous situation. Who was he to interfere? Why should he care whether Encrid quit or not? It was just that the scene he had witnessed weighed on his mind. No one had ordered him to do anything. He wasn't moving with any calculation. It was just how he felt. He simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. At Vengeance's words, Rem chuckled. That laugh! It was the same as always. Not one of pretense. Who are you trying to console? The captain? MP. Ha, 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 brother, you really don't understand our squad leader. Audin, thought she. The squad leader is the squad leader. Even Jackson added. The squad leader? Ragnar, who had just woken up, asked nonchalantly. Vengeance reflexively pointed outside. He left. Training? Azi, Naragolan? Pajsaw Biun, Doye. Who knew? But Ragnar didn't even wait for an answer. He cracked his neck left and right, grabbed his sword and moved. Vengeance instinctively stepped aside. Without so much as a greeting, Ragnar walked out. What was this? Vengeance couldn't shake the feeling that he was being subtly ignored. The squad leader will be fine. Rem finished his thought. Hearing that, Frog reacted. How can you be so sure? Experience. A brief exchange, and Frog soon got up. Experience, so she'd understand if she saw it for herself. Then all she had to do was go and see. See for herself how Encrid acted. Ragnar left, and Frog immediately followed. Vengeance's thoughts were a mess. How could they be so indifferent after hearing something like that? What do you think our squad leader's original skill level was? Does his current level even make sense? What do you think, ugly platoon leader? Rem's voice kept coming. As he rolled around on his bunk, he reached out to poke Esther for no reason. Esther bared her claws and slashed at him, but Rem swiftly pulled his finger away, dodging the attack. Her blue eyes locked onto him. Rem grinned and held up his palm, as if to say he'd stop messing around. Vengeance, who had been watching, muttered something offhand and turned away. Must be nice being handsome, you little shit. Something like that. Why did Rem keep harping on about him being ugly? Looking at that bastard made his blood boil. How was it fair that someone that skilled also had a face like that? Ah, at least there was one good thing. His personality was a real piece of work. No wonder they were called the Madmen Squad. At least Vengeance had a better personality. The world just didn't see it. As he walked back to his quarters, thoughts swirled in Vengeance's head, especially Rem's last words. What do you think our squad leader's original skill level was? Does his current level even make sense? What do you think, ugly platoon leader? Step by step. It didn't make sense. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. Especially his rate of growth. What had Encrid been like originally? A pitiful fool, flailing in place no matter how much he swung his sword. If it were me, I'd have quit ages ago. Even the bystanders watching would mutter things like that. Vengeance remembered those words. There had been plenty who didn't hesitate to mock Encrid back then. And how the hell did that idiot become a squad leader in the first place? Must be some serious fucking favoritism. Some even spat words filled with disgust. Back then, Vengeance hadn't liked Encrid either. But look at these idiots, criticizing someone when they don't even have the guts to swing a sword every day. What a bunch of crazy bastards. What had he done to that guy back then? Yeah, I completely wrecked it. A soldier approached at the call. Yes, platoon leader. Do you think platoon leader Encrid's skills make any sense right now? What? His skills? What do you think? Well, they've improved. Now there was a different emotion mixed in the soldier's eyes, admiration and determination. Why do you think he improved? Excuse me, what the hell, is this guy an idiot? Vengeance read that very thought in the soldier's expression, and shook his head. Dismissing him, Vengeance mulled over the reason. Ultimately, there was only one. That unwavering perseverance. And what makes that perseverance possible? He doesn't know how to give up. He doesn't succumb to despair or hopelessness. That was why, Even though he disliked Encrid, he couldn't bring himself to hate him. It was the same reason for both his dislike and his admiration. He never turns back. He never retreats. He keeps moving forward, envisioning the future. He dreams. A man who advances for the sake of his own life. A man who, because of that, shines. A man who, because of that, draws light toward him. Damn it. Vengeance suddenly felt the urge to swing his sword. The next time they sparred, he wanted to last a few more bouts. He decided to make that his goal. With that thought, Vengeance cast aside his worries and swung his sword. It was time for training. He joined in the intense training fervor sweeping through the unit. Aisha. The first thought Encrid had upon waking up was this: training. He had completely missed the morning drills. And today, of all days, he had a lot to do. Starting with the isolation technique, followed by sense of evasion, heart of the beast, single-point focus, heart of monstrous strength, blade sensation, Valaf-style martial arts, and basic sword training. Since I missed the morning training, I'll have to push everything to the afternoon. He would have to cut down his rest time. He knew how important recovery was, but this was a special situation. Losing time by passing out in the morning wasn't something he could ignore. Any suspicions about what kind of trick that Squire Knight Aisha had pulled were shoved to the back of his mind. First, he had to focus on what needed to be done. The daily repetition. The start of training that must never be neglected. And just as he opened his eyes, he overheard some strange talk. Something about how he could never become a knight. What was Vengeance even doing here? Biting into the bread Odin had handed him, he made his way to the training grounds and started repeating his techniques. It didn't take long for sweat to soak his clothes. His undergarments were drenched in no time. Despite having collapsed earlier, his head wasn't heavy, nor did he feel any pain anywhere. At that moment he had felt like he was on the verge of death. Even as he focused on training, his thoughts continued. Handling two swords had made him accustomed to multitasking. But what was that? He had now grasped how to raise his aura. He had once even locked a cat in place just by glaring at it. But making someone see an illusion that wasn't even there, that was impossible. And yet, Encrid had seen it. A storm of countless blades. A storm of blades so fierce he couldn't take a single step forward. A force that warned, no, commanded, that if he didn't retreat, he would die. It was both an enticement and an ultimatum. It was as if Aisha's blade itself had been speaking to him. Had she even drawn her sword at that moment? He didn't think so. Exhaling deeply, he steadied his breathing. Then, once more. Training, training, training. By the time he had caught up on his missed morning drills, she said you couldn't become a knight. You're not shaken by that? It was the frog. He strode over and asked, Shaken? Shaken? Why would he be shaken? With that exact thought, he asked back, Geez. The frog scratched her nose with a thick finger. You're a funny one. Right after the frog spoke, Ragnar approached from behind. What did you see? Encrid turned to look at Ragnar. Ragnar walked up, raising his sword vertically in front of his face. The blade covered half of his face, revealing only the other half. His reflection, slightly blurred, was mirrored in the steel. It wasn't quite evening yet. The sun cast a warm glow over everything, a moment bathed in tranquil light. Between the slowly setting sun, Ragnar stood. As Encrid paused his swings to look at him, Ragnar spoke again. What makes a knight different? The words he uttered didn't sound like a question. Encrid adjusted his stance, prepared to listen. Whether the frog listened or not didn't matter. What had a knight shown him? What Ragnar was speaking of, he wanted to know that as well. He had planned to ask after training anyway, but Ragnar brought it up first. Now was the time to listen. Chapter 153, Still Unchanged. How do you see it, brother? This was after Ragnar, the frog, and Vengeance had left. Audun spoke into the air. It was a question, but his tone and demeanor made it seem more like a prayer. Rem picked his nose and replied, "Damn it, he'll figure it out somehow." As he answered, Rem recalled telling their squad leader, who had once said his dream was to become a knight, that it was something he could never achieve. He had told Vengeance there was no need to worry, and he genuinely believed that. Yet, a lingering unease still remained. If he had been the one to hear such words, how would he have reacted? I have no idea. He had never faced such a situation. Back in the West, there were few who could compare to his talent, and among them he was always at the top. So it was a meaningless question. He'll do fine. What was the point of worrying? What good was anxiety? Instead of fretting over it, Ram decided to think about ways to further refine his heart of the beast. When he returns, I'll put him through the ringer. With that newfound resolve, he let go of his concerns. It was easier on his mind. Scrape, scrape, yeah. Jackson absent-mindedly moved his dagger along the grain of the wood. He was carving, shaping it into something sharp and pointed. As his hands worked, he repeated Odin's question in his head. You will never become a knight. Depending on who said it, the weight of those words could change entirely. If the one speaking was the frog, someone with the ability to evaluate talent, would it be shocking? By normal standards, yes, it would be. Such a statement could upend someone's entire life. If someone told him that the thing he wanted the most, the goal he had devoted himself to, was utterly unattainable, I'd probably carve their throat open. But what if it was Encrid? What if it was the squad leader? Would it shake him? Scrape. Jackson continued carving, letting his thoughts flow. What if the squad leader returned only to say he was leaving? Might be a relief. If that happened, he could simply go his own way. Scrape. Jackson steadied himself through his carving. He'd feel relieved, but perhaps a little disappointed as well. Could he truly become a knight? A small part of him was curious to see it through, to witness the result of all of that effort. Lick, bite. Esther licked her front paw and groomed her fur, imagining someone telling her she wouldn't be able to cast a spell tomorrow. I'd set their mouth on fire. The younger version of herself certainly would have. She had lived with the whispers of being called a witch. Worry. Anxiety? Instead of wasting time on those things, she would simply recite another spell. Such concerns were pointless. Even if Encrid were to abandon everything and leave, it had little to do with her. What mattered to her was the strange dispelling effect that occurred when she was near him. Not his sword, not his strength, certainly not his dreams. But still, it would be a shame. She had never seen someone burn with such passion before. It left a small sense of regret. That didn't mean she would try to stop him. She wouldn't visit his dreams to convince him, nor waste her magic on something foolish. Even so, just for tonight, she thought she might step into his dreams. Perhaps she'd hum him a lullaby from long ago, the kind that brought peace of mind. The bear-like squad member who had asked the question, Audun, was fairly certain that their squad leader was undergoing a change. Is that an inevitable truth, my lord? Perhaps it would have been better if he had remained ignorant, swinging his sword without thinking. The same trials came for those who sought to become holy knights, and Audun had witnessed them before. It happened when they started to understand things, when they began to feel the changes in themselves. That was when the most terrifying trials began. What did it feel like to be a mediocre talent, watching someone surpass you? What about when a so-called late-blooming genius suddenly awakened? Some, consumed by jealousy and resentment, had turned their backs on the Lord. My lord, you say trials are given to those who need them. Then, is this also a necessary trial? It must be, right? His words became a silent prayer. A strange silence lingered in the barracks. No one openly expressed their unease. If only vengeance were here to blurt something out. Then at least he could refute it. Tell him he didn't understand their squad leader. Ragnar had probably followed out of concern as well. Sunlight streamed through the square window, and as time passed, the light dimmed. Dust floated in the air, illuminated in the fading glow. If Craze were here, he'd probably say they ought to clean the place up. By the time the evening set in and hunger began to creep in, they were all considering grabbing a meal. The squad members and Esther kept to themselves, maintaining the silence. Rem threw his axe up and caught it in place. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the axe spinning in the air and the dull noise of it being caught broke the silence. Odin remained kneeling, motionless. Jackson continued carving, the soft scrapes of his blade filling the room. Esther licked her paw. It was around this time, training or not, eating was important. Their squad leader should be returning soon. Funk, bite, creak. The door opened, and everyone's gaze turned forward. The sound of the axe spinning and the blade carving ceased, bringing about complete silence. What the hell? Were you waiting for me? Finn paused halfway through the door, her foot just inside the barracks. Something about the atmosphere felt odd, as everyone stared blankly at her. Don't block the way. Move aside. Encrid's voice came from behind. Finn stepped inside, making way. Naturally, everyone's gaze turned to Encrid. Sword, night dream. What he had seen and experienced from Aisha. Once again, a burning desire flared in Encrid's eyes. That heat and yearning reached Ragnar as well. It was something he could feel just by looking. As expected. If he was someone who wavered and gave up easily, he wouldn't be able to inspire Ragnar at all. A sword that radiates light. A single strike cutting down hundreds. Such feats are impossible even for a knight. However, if one receives a knight's rank or attains an equivalent enlightenment, no matter what weapon they hold, they can systematically cut down and pierce through hundreds. Ragnar was surprised at how fluently the words flowed from his mouth. But it made sense. He had once declared that knighthood was his dream, so he had long anticipated saying these words someday. He had prepared for this moment. Once he had told Encrid to wait. Not yet. Was it after seeing the Squire Knight perform well on the battlefield? Back then, he had asked them to be patient. Now it was time to fulfill that promise. It was time to give those who waited an answer, something close to one, at least. How is that possible? It was a question Ragnar himself had once asked. Of course, he had found the answer rather quickly. There had been no need for hesitation. The path was already laid out. He simply had to walk it. But for others, reaching that path required blood and sweat. That difference, and the burning ambition born from that gap, ignited a fire within Ragnar's chest, as it always did. To become a knight, pick the most talented one out of 10,000 people. From there, 1 out of 1,000 of the most talented is chosen, and from those, only 1 in 100 makes it further. Then, from that 100, only 10 are selected to truly stand out. There are many who can wield a sword well. Quite a few surpass their limits. But those who awaken to will are rare. That was why the Knight Orders had so few members. Wow, wouldn't knowing that just make people even more discouraged? From the back, the frog added her unsolicited comment. At some point she had settled onto the floor, resting her arms on her knees as if watching a show. Ragnar ignored her. Encrid ignored her as well. Encrid was focused entirely on Ragnar's words, listening intently, engraving them into his mind. This was a moment when a new milestone was being carved into his path. Will is the collective term for all the power that allows a knight to transcend human limits. In other words, will is the determination, and determination is will. The first step to understanding will is reaching the limits of humanity's potential. Only a select few, after refining their talents to the utmost, experience surpassing their limits. And of those select few, an even smaller number awaken to will. That number could be 1 in 10,000, or sometimes not even that. Will, some call it sheer willpower, others call it an unknown force. It was an enigma, but it was the power knights obtained after surpassing human boundaries. Simply put, without will, one could never become a knight. That was the essence of Ragnar's words. What happens when you reach your limit? Desire and ambition intertwined, moving Encrid's lips. That's when it begins. As for what comes after awakening the will, well, Ragnar stopped mid-sentence. Was his method even correct? He wasn't sure. Did that mean he should share everything he knew? Ragnar believed his understanding was too limited. Would this be enough? As doubt crept in, he fell silent. Surprisingly, it was Frog who filled the gap. Some people realize it after swinging their sword 10,000 times alone. Others find it through repeated meditation. And some awaken the moment they encounter will. But anyway, how was it? Aisha's pressure, Frog explained, then asked. Encrid turned toward her, his gaze landing on those bulging, frog-like eyes. I saw an illusion of blades rushing toward me. How should he describe it? Putting it into words felt childish. A storm of blades? A tidal wave of swords? You've got a good sense. Frog chuckled, letting out a gurgling sound. Her way of laughing. Whatever you call it, my opinion is firm. You won't make it. Still seated, the frog propped her chin up on one hand. Was there ever a time Frog's judgment of talent was wrong? Yes, there were times. Nothing in the world was absolute. Neither was a frog. They were neither perfect nor infallible. They were not gods. Even so, there were things they could see. Potential. Dice. If there was even the slightest glimpse of it, then it was possible. But in Encrid there was nothing. Not the faintest trace. Honestly, it was astonishing that he had even reached his current level. He must have survived countless near-death experiences. Frog's keen instincts told him that Encrid's skills had been forged through at least hundreds of brushes with death. His strength was the result of narrowly clinging to life. And yet, standing before her, this man with black hair and blue eyes, with his strikingly handsome yet slightly peculiar appearance, his gaze was unwavering. How? Grurk. Frog's cheeks puffed up before settling again. This time, it was admiration. A frog's emotions always showed through its cheeks. Of course, humans couldn't tell whether it was anger, joy, admiration, or sorrow. Encrid suddenly recalled past memories. All those who had told him, "You won't make it." It had always been the same. People said the path he walked was the wrong one, that the entire world was against it. Yes, always. So, this time was no different. I see. His response was dull, merely a polite acknowledgement of the other's standing. And that was it. No matter what Frog's intentions were, Encrid would walk his own path. That was his duty. The journey toward the dream he could never forget. He was a wanderer in search of his dream, a traveler following the milestones on his path. In that case, may I ask the next question? How does one reach their limit? Encrid turned back to Ragnar, speaking once more. Once again, Ragnar found himself admiring his unchanging nature. Even knowing it, he was impressed. Because he knew he was impressed. You refine all your skills to their utmost. Only you can recognize when you've reached your own limit. And once you reach that limit, Ragnar's words started to tangle. As usual, Encrid nodded and cut him off. Oh, got it. In other words, just do as he always did. That was how Encrid understood it. Ragnar had given a plausible explanation, only to end with another string of difficult words. Why make something so simple sound so complicated? Hey, isn't this the part where you're supposed to kneel and lament? Is this all my talent amounts to? The frog asked. Encrid answered plainly and swung his sword, looking back on what he had, reviewing it, and moving forward. That was what he always did. So he did it again. That guy's definitely crazy. The frog's cheeks puffed up even more. A loud gurgling sound followed. This time, a sign of intense curiosity. Ragnar watched Encrid. The frog, all the same, observed the man who had given her a reason to stay. A man with black hair and blue eyes. Her goal was never Ragnar. From the start, it had been Encrid. This wasn't talent assessment. It was pure intuition, shaped by experience. That kind of guy is bound to cause trouble. He couldn't become a knight. Then what would he become? That question piqued a frog's curiosity. Might as well watch a little longer. With that, the frog decided to stay. Encrid swung his sword. Again and again, as always. Whether the frog was watching or Ragnar was watching, he honed his fundamentals. The signpost came into view once more. A faded dream began to take on color. While others feared his despair and ruin, Encrid alone saw hope. They called it will. Some described it as sheer determination, but others spoke of it as something mystical. All he had to do was learn it, to reach the limit and break past it. Was that such a big deal? He had done it countless times before. That was all there was to it. Chapter 154. This guy is the craziest. It happened the moment they entered the barracks. The squad leader definitely isn't normal. Hearing those words from Rem's mouth, Encrid felt something strange. Why did this guy always say things like that to him without considering his own state of mind? And you think you're in a position to say that? He said it jokingly, but even with the reprimand, Rem just grinned. What was he so pleased about this time? That smile was extremely irritating. But what was he supposed to do about it? Complain that his grin was annoying? That it was getting on his nerves? It would all just sound like meaningless grumbling. Encrid simply shrugged. So, have you finished your training, brother? Auden, well, looked like he was glowing. He approached like a bear radiating light. In other words, he seemed to be in a very good mood. But why was he coming with his back to the lamp's glow? That gentle smile of his was the same one he had when he increased the weight during isolation training. Yeah. I have. Technically, he had added the afternoon training on top of the already insufficient morning session. Even so, his legs weren't shaking. Now that he thought about it, when did it start? Even after finishing all his training, he no longer felt like he was going to die. It was bearable, unless he recklessly pushed through using Heart of the Beast. As he stood there lost in thought, I have things to do. Jackson brushed past him and disappeared. That guy seemed to spend more time outside wandering around than in the barracks ever since returning to the unit. Though today, he seemed to be heading out a little later than usual. Grr, doit. Esther had claimed Encrid's bed and was waving a front paw at him. It looked like a gesture telling him to come over. Yeah, I'm here. Would anyone seeing him now think he was a lunatic talking to a panther? Well, who cared? Struggling desperately to become a knight probably looks crazier anyway. He hadn't given up on his dream. Just because he held firm in his beliefs and was stubborn beyond reason didn't mean he shut his eyes and ears to the world. Not completely, at least. Encrid had a rough idea of how people, especially those meeting him for the first time, perceived him. Probably like a half-crazed guy. He looked normal on the outside, but his actions were incomprehensible. A madman of sorts. At least he wasn't as bad as Rem. It wasn't much comfort, but surely he wasn't as insane as that. He wasn't swinging an axe at his superior's head after all. That had to be 100 times worse. As if sensing something, Rem spoke. Why do you have that weird look in your eyes? Rem had an annoyingly sharp intuition. It's nothing. Encrid averted his gaze from those gray eyes and suggested they get something to eat. To eat and drink. Resting when one should rest was important. I suppose so. I'll go ahead and secure seats at the mess hall. Crace moved first. Meanwhile, Encrid quickly washed himself in the barracks bathhouse. No one dawdled. They all headed to the mess hall. Encrid also finished freshening up, picked up Esther, and went out. It wasn't a special meal, but the mess hall at Border Guard wasn't bad. Though, picky eaters might disagree. Is there no bread? Ragnar asked. You look like you'd eat dirt, need be, yet you're always so picky. The group sat around a table, taking up a central spot in the mess hall. People were casting glances their way. It wasn't unusual for the so-called madmen to draw attention, but this time there was a frog among them. Gurgle. It seemed like the frog was watching as Rem scolded Ragnar. Its large, bulging eyes, reminiscent of a toad's, were fixed on the two. I don't want to speak to a lowly barbarian tonight, huh? You want me to feed you directly? Too lazy to chew and digest on your own. Should I just shove the food straight into your gut? Rem made a chopping motion across his stomach as he spoke. These guys were consistent, at least. The lamb is pretty good. Nicely seasoned. Encrid interjected at just the right moment. Right before Rem and Ragnar could start a conversation with their axe and sword. Is that so? The two broke their staring contest. Lately, Encrid had noticed they were listening to him more. It was a bit surprising every time. In fact, he had been feeling something odd for a while. Why me? Why did fights end when he stepped in? Why was he able to act as the squad leader here? All he had done was treat them honestly and straightforwardly. He spoke his mind, asked when he was curious, and was blunt yet respectful. That was it. No, rather than listening to me, maybe they've just gotten closer. It was something only he seemed to notice, but lately, their fights didn't feel like real fights. They stopped at merely testing each other's skills. Even before, they spoke harshly but respected each other's boundaries. But now, it was as if they had erased those boundaries entirely, yet still didn't actually fight. Like predators bonding on the plains. As Encrid was musing to himself, gulp, dot. Beside him, the frog was munching on some salad and spoke. Fresh vegetables, this city must be quite prosperous. Trade comes before farming here, so we actually get fresh produce more often. Crace responded. The frog nodded and then added, There were empty spots in the barracks. I'll stay for a few days. Other than salad, there wasn't much a frog could eat, since they only consumed insects and plants. Yet no one reacted to what she just said. Encrid, for one, wasn't sure what he was hearing. Starting with Encrid, doubts were already forming. This guy was a frog, a noble being coming from the main unit. And yet, where did she say she would stay? Everyone cast curious glances. It was the frog who spoke, not even sparing them a glance as she ate. Encrid asked, Where do you plan to stay? The frog answered, Next to you will do. No matter how others treated him, Encrid at least maintained basic courtesy. Wasn't he the captain? To a stranger he might seem half insane, but those who knew him well understood. He was probably the only sane person in this mad squad. That was why formal speech naturally came out. Encrid assumed the frogman before him would be leaving soon. The frog wasn't originally part of this unit, after all. If she had stayed just to say he couldn't become Encrid's knight, she was wasting an unnecessary amount of time. A whole day had passed already. She should have left by now. The junior knight who had accompanied her was already gone, yet she remained alone. Wasn't that odd? Of course, everyone had their suspicions. That Ragnar. The frog's interest lay with him. That was why no one asked about his whereabouts. Rem and the other squad members weren't even interested from the start. If he wanted to stay, well, whatever. Really? Encrid, having no need to hide his thoughts, asked bluntly. A strange silence settled over the mess hall. Only the sounds of conversation from other tables filled the space, talks of gambling, battles, and women. Encrid let the noise wash over him and focused on the frog. The frog shrugged and said nothing more. Encrid observed him for a moment before setting his doubts aside. Or rather, he let them be. It was just a feeling, but the frog didn't seem hostile toward him. More importantly, she was a frog. If anything, having her around would be beneficial, not a hindrance. It was odd that she insisted on staying in their quarters, but there was no real reason to stop her. I want to stay in the quarters too. Finn raised her hand as she spoke, her mouth smeared with lamb sauce. She wasn't the type to eat gracefully. She was a ranger, someone who lived with the moon as her companion and the night sky as her blanket. Expecting proper table manners from her would be laughable, especially in the barracks, where no one bothered with etiquette when filling their stomachs. Only the frog showed some refinement. Encrid didn't know for sure, but if he had to guess, perhaps nobles ate like that. She carefully moved the greens to her plate, finely chopped them, and placed them in her mouth. Of course, her eating style remained uniquely frog-like, flicking out her tongue to snatch her food. Do as you like. Encrid permitted it. They hadn't officially joined the squad, but simply staying in the quarters wouldn't be an issue. Should I report this? Probably. If they wanted to stay, then they could stay. Encrid mused on the matter while chewing. The lamb sauce was quite good. A subtle herbal aroma, the right amount of fat, and a balance of spiciness and sweetness filled his mouth. The seasoning was excellent. Compared to usual, the meal was surprisingly pleasant. Brother, today's lamb is excellent. Odin chuckled. Does that suit your taste, you directionally challenged bastard? Mind your own business and keep eating. That thing next to you is called a fork. If you don't know how to use it, just leave it. Rem and Ragnar bickered, but there was no real hostility, considering that this was rather peaceful. When he first entered the quarters, the atmosphere had felt suffocating. They're all insane, every single one of them. Finn muttered. She was an experienced ranger. She had met all kinds of people through various experiences, but never had she encountered a group as peculiar as this madman squad. Their skills, their personalities, none of them fit the definition of normal. Finn kept chewing her meat. The lamb, marinated to perfection, was exquisite today. By the way, what about Andrew and Mac? Crace asked as he chewed his lamb. He sure noticed quickly. Encrid recalled his spar with Andrew the previous night and answered, They're discharging, huh? Andrew was originally the heir of House Gardner. He had a duty to restore his family. Just before leaving, he had said, I've learned how to never give up by watching you. I will do the same. One day, I will see you again under the name of Gardner. His tone had been confident, his eyes filled with ambition, his stance overflowing with certainty. Encrid had let him go. That night, Andrew and Mac had left the unit. Reporting it had been Encrid's job. The ferry company commander had readily accepted it. If you're sad about losing numbers, I'll fill in the gaps. Independent platoon leader. At those words, Encrid had shaken his head. An independent platoon sounded nice in name, but if they took in just anyone, they wouldn't last. Only someone of Andrew's caliber could even hope to survive here. I heard all the previous squad leaders died too. Rather than increasing numbers recklessly, maintaining their current state was better if it worked. We're fine as we are. When he declined politely, the ferry company commander had joked, Then, should I join you myself? To which Encrid had flatly refused and quickly left. Shoving away memories of last night, he continued, They're not coming back. We'll keep the current structure for now. Ah, got it. Christ, seemingly aware of the situation, let it go without further questioning. What? One of my toys left without even telling me? At those words, Ram shot up from his seat. I'll go ahead. With that, Ram dashed out. I'm sleepy, so I'm off. Ragnar stood up as soon as he finished eating. It is time for prayer. Odin also left. Having finished off the remaining food, Encrid rinsed his mouth with the cheap tea in the mess hall and stepped outside. Instead of heading toward the barracks, he made his way toward the training ground. Behind him, the frog spoke up. Where are you going? Encrid answered indifferently. I still have training left. It was now time for the evening drills. For the first time, the frog stopped in her tracks upon hearing that. You're training again? It was the first time since meeting Encrid that the frog sounded even remotely surprised. Oros. Oh. Encrid remained indifferent. Whether Frog stayed or left, whether something happened or not, whether everyone said he could never become a knight, it didn't matter. There was work to do. So he would do it. Postponing today's work until tomorrow? Encrid wasn't capable of that. If anything, he was the kind of madman who would pull in tomorrow's tasks and finish them today. This guy is the craziest of them all. Frog thought to herself. A unit of madmen? It seemed this man was the craziest of them all. Encrid believed himself to be the most sane among them. But that was merely his own perception. The eyes of others saw things very, very differently. Chapter 155. Luigarn. The frog Luigarn silently observed the man swinging his sword. The blade fell, from top to bottom. Whoosh! The air-shattering sound rang out, and the scent of metal tickled the frog's nose. Luigarn's talent for discerning potential locked onto the man's sword. Utterly focused, utterly meticulous. How could he pour his absolute best effort into every single swing, every single day, every single hour, without fail? Man ate breakfast, then swung his sword. When he set the sword down, he threw his body into training. He repeatedly lifted and lowered heavy stones. After lunch, he swung his sword again. Even when he went to relieve himself, he carried his sword. Sometimes, he incorporated dodging exercises with stones. He also frequently sparred. His opponents were members of his unit. Each and every one of them was far superior to him. Are they beyond limits? No, they have already surpassed them. How did Luigarn's talent for discernment work? Observation and insight, posture and attitude, the speed at which someone improved. It was about reading these foundational aspects. Simply put, it was instinct, sixth sense, intuition, the realm of the subconscious. How was judgment formed in that realm? By having seen countless others walk that path. In other words, it required experience. And in that regard, Luigarn was one of the rarest and most gifted among the frog, possessing the eye for potential. In other words, she had seen much. She had witnessed countless warriors swing their swords and surpass their limits. Watching them over and over, she had come to understand it at a glance. And her instincts whispered the same thing, over and over again. That man can never become a knight. To become a knight, one had to first reach the limits of human capability. Even this required a rare level of talent. Perhaps one in dozens or even hundreds could achieve it. The next step was to go beyond those limits. This was a level of talent that might emerge in one among thousands. After reaching their limits and surpassing them, they must awaken their will. Most people faltered at this stage. It was not a path one could tread with talent alone. Ironically, those most gifted in talent often set their limits too low. The word best itself became something to doubt. To put it simply, very few persist with true dedication. That was why Luigarn assessed two things when evaluating talent. First, whether someone possessed an aptitude for wielding a sword, fighting, or using their body. Second, whether they had the will to move forward. And what did that will entail? The strength to believe in their talent without arrogance, to persist through the monotonous and grueling journey ahead. The second factor couldn't be judged at a glance. It had to be observed over time. But if someone lacked the first, there was no need to consider the second. Yet, for some reason, Luigarn found her gaze drawn to this man, who trained tirelessly from morning to night, swinging his sword, sparring, getting beaten down, and refining himself. Of course, his appearance played a role as well. The frogs had a peculiar aesthetic sense. They judged beauty and ugliness in humans. By that standard, everyone in the unit, including Encrid, passed with flying colors. Naturally, Encrid had black hair and blue eyes, standing tall and upright. If Luigarn were to describe him, she'd say he had an impressive back. And what about that man named Rem? Judging by talent alone, Rem and the others were all qualified. Except they didn't awaken Will yet. Well, Will had an element of luck to it. That was something beyond control. The frog's talent for discernment saw possibilities, not prophecies. Regardless of talent, though, he was quite something to look at. Rem's gray hair and unpredictable nature were like a blade without a hilt. If she were to introduce Rem to other frogs, she would put it like this. He possessed a dangerous allure. Jackson was similar in some ways, yet different. Reddish-brown hair and those dull eyes. He reminds me of a poisonous flower. Beautiful on the outside, but the moment you touched it, the poison seeped in. A so-called poison flower. And what about Odin? Setting aside his skill, I should call you sister then. Despite his massive build, his eye for detail was sharp. A delicate bear. Yes, that was the impression he gave. The entire unit had likely picked up on the fact that Luigarn was a female frog, but this giant among them had realized it immediately. They were all exceptionally perceptive. Golden hair and red eyes are quite appealing too. Then there was Ragnar, a man from the north reminiscent of the warm glow of a lazy afternoon sun. At times he burned intensely, but overall he had that kind of presence. As for talent, among them, Luigarn judged Ragnar to be the most gifted, but talent and skill did not always go hand in hand. She knew that from experience. How had such individuals all gathered here? A few of them seemed to have brushed against the edge of will, but simply brushing against it did not mean they had grasped it. The path to knighthood was treacherous, steep, and daunting. Many reached that threshold, only to stagnate and remain there forever. Yet still, Luigarn's gaze remained fixed on Encrid. Her eyes followed his every movement, capturing everything. And despite all her thoughts, what fascinated her the most was still the man before her. Hop! Encrid inhaled and moved. Sweat scattered into the air with his motion. It was a mid-range horizontal slash of the heavy sword stance, also known as the spinning slash. Maintaining his central axis, he pivoted on his left foot and struck with all his might. Chapter 156. Learning, practicing, teaching, and understanding a bird chirp. The wind blew. The summer sky, basking in the radiant sun, quickly gave rise to the heat. Encrid felt the heat boiling both inside and out. For the past 3 months, rumors had spread. On the surface, peace remained. Yet behind the scenes, another war was brewing. In the end, Aspen stepped back. No war. No battles. So, what did those left in the barracks do? Training and rest, that was all. Many took on mercenary commissions through the military's soldier-for-hire system. But Encrid never found himself lacking in Krona. His 2 swords remained intact. Crace diligently handed over the Krona he earned through the guild. So, most of Encrid's time was spent training. And yet, progress was slow, at least, to the eyes of others. The word stagnation was frequently spoken. Stagnation meant stopping. Most believed Encrid was at a standstill. But he thought otherwise. Why wouldn't he? Well, until now. What had Encrid's dream been? A spectre he could never grasp, a darkness he could never see. It was an unreachable sky because he could neither grasp it nor see it. But now, he saw the steps leading to that sky. He heard them, and they took shape. They were what people called milestones. For Encrid, will was exactly that, a staircase, a milestone. The same went for breaking past his limits. Stagnation? No. He was nothing like his past self. How could that be stagnation? Even if others saw him as unmoving, Encrid could see his own growth. How had he come this far? It was thanks to everything he had ingrained into his body. The heart of the beast, the sense of the blade, the focused point, the isolation technique. If there is a foundation for swordsmanship, could there also be a foundation for creating talent? He didn't know. But wasn't that exactly what was happening within his own body? Through the focus point, at times with the heart of the beast, and other times by sharpening his senses, he constantly revisited and refined his experiences. For 3 months, that had been Encrid's sole focus. And in that time, soldiers had come seeking him. He realized firsthand what it meant to improve through teaching. Let's have a match. The first company and the frontier defenders. These 2 units were considered elite among Border Guard standing forces. At first, even regular soldiers came to challenge him. But now, only those from these units sought him out. Sparring was always welcome. Good. Encrid greeted them calmly. Soon, 2 men faced each other, sweat pouring as they tested their skills. Encrid won every time. The difference now was that he no longer needed to rely on grappling techniques. He put aside the Valen-style mercenary swordplay and focused on fundamentals. That was enough. When sparring with Rem and the other squad members, he used everything he had. But with these men, he didn't need to. Through teaching and learning, they overreach. Some soldiers stood out. Those who attempted to learn too much at once, disrupting their own fundamentals. Isn't this more efficient? They often responded this way when he pointed out their flaws. He had thought the same way before. Efficiency and rational combat techniques. Even now, he used them extensively. But that was a combat strategy, not a training method. He had once tried to absorb as much as possible in a single day. Had it ever worked? Even now, he couldn't fully grasp the sense of evasion. The heart of the beast still required preparation time. The focused point only activated when his life was on the line. After countless hours of contemplation, he had finally come to a realization. Do what I can, step by step. And so, he advanced. And advanced again. With that mindset, he endlessly repeated his training. Sometimes a boatman appeared in his dreams asking, "What kind of man are you?" But for 3 months, all he had done was train. As always, 1 week was lived like today. 1 month was lived like today. Through this repetition, he gained a new realization. Rhythm, a necessary element when swinging a sword. For geniuses like Ragnar, such things came naturally. But for Encrid, every step was carefully chewed over and climbed. When he realized something in the morning, his entire day felt light and joyous. When he realized something in the evening, he went to sleep with excitement. Kia, Esther followed him everywhere as if cheering him on. She clung to him at night, and now even during the day. You sure are popular with beasts. Even the frog commented on it. Esther responded by flashing her claws at her, but the 2 never actually fought. Every other day the ferry company commander came by. Would autumn be a good time for the engagement ceremony? She would joke. Or how about a duel? She would spar with him before leaving. The ferry's swords were sharp and light. Even from them, there was much to learn. Teaching while learning. Learning through duels. All right, block this. Rem's axe swings were still brutal and rough, but something had changed. Sometimes, a faint smile played on his lips. Whoa! At times, Encrid even surprised him. An upward strike from below, followed by an offbeat thrust with the left-hand sword. The timing of slashes and thrusts became subtly different, creating a discordant rhythm. His right and left hands moved in separate tempos. The Valen-style mercenary sword technique, crossing blades. A phantom swordplay often called dishonorable, yet this was one of its rare, truly refined techniques. It made it seem like the right and left swords moved independently. That was pretty decent. Rem acknowledged him. Recognition? It brought joy. You neglect martial arts, and the gods will be displeased. As if practicing Valaf-style martial arts would invoke divine wrath. Nonsense. But Encrid simply trained with Odin without protest. Valaf-style martial arts combined striking and grappling techniques. Hadn't he used grappling in the middle of a Balin-style mercenary brawl to kill Mitch Hurrier? He learned and absorbed. The joy of learning. He was acknowledged, learned, and in turn, taught others. And so, he grew. The thrill of growth drove him forward. How could wielding his sword not be enjoyable? One step at a time, even if crawling. A return to his original mindset. The determination he started with. For Encrid, this was simple. For others, it was astonishing. Especially for Frok, who watched him closely. Of course, Encrid was more focused on observing his own growth than worrying about others' gazes. He even trained his dynamic vision and sensory awareness in between everything else, leading a busier life than anyone. Of the soldiers who had once followed his training, only a few remained committed. Was it due to the relaxed discipline after the battle ended? Or was that simply human nature? As more soldiers indulged in leisure, fewer dedicated themselves to training. But there were still those who remained. Some stood out. Among them, the best sparring partners were the border guards. Sometimes, he sought them out directly for matches. You're always welcome. The guard captain always welcomed him. He sparred with him and others. But an old acquaintance, Torres, shook his head. I'm not fighting you anymore. Why? Look, there's no point in a fight I know I'll lose. This was the talk of those discussing elite soldiers. Some reignited their competitive spirit, but Encrid went one step further. 3 months. Time was always an arrow that had already been shot. For Encrid, it was a single day. It was today. It was a process of moving toward tomorrow. The rhythm isn't just one. You already knew that, didn't you? Perhaps they thought watching alone wouldn't be enough to understand. Or maybe they were simply getting bored of staying here. Even the frog, Luigarn, began to teach Encrid. I was just about to say that, Ragnar murmured as he watched, though it was precisely the words needed at that moment. Rhythm. Tempo. That's right. It doesn't have to be just one. Hadn't he already learned that through Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship? Clashing blades utilized offbeat timing for double attacks. There were extended, drawn-out rhythms. There were short and firm beats. There were tempos sustained with core strength, enduring through the motion. And so, he continued learning. If you shift the beat from the standard rhythm, then in a single step, no, right there, move your left foot half a step forward. Then you'll be able to execute a mid-sword spinning slash. Luigarn was quite proactive. Why was this frog staying by his side? Why was she eating and sleeping at the barracks, lingering here? Why was she teaching him? Encrid pushed aside all these questions. No, He decided to forget them. When someone teaches, he learns, always craving knowledge. Encrid followed through. Then what if I step my right foot back here? Instead, do it like this. Ragnar also stepped in. Somehow, things had turned out like this, and everyone seemed more engaged than before. No, you can do it this way too. Rem joined in. It was a step where balance was maintained on the toes while twisting the body. A sword wielded according to various situations, feet adjusting accordingly, eyes reacting in sync. Broaden your senses. You've already learned this. Jackson's advice slipped in. That's right. He had already learned. Hadn't he expanded his senses while fighting? Instead of only looking ahead, he had learned to see everything, to spread his awareness outward from himself. Squad leader, every movement has a center. It's the same for both martial arts and swordsmanship. Establish a center line and connect it to your opponent. That's the key. Audin added his teachings. Everyone was more passionate than before. For Encrid, it was pure exhilaration. There's an advantage, I see. That was the frog's conclusion after watching everything unfold. What advantage? Ram, standing beside him, asked. They were still in the training yard. The sun was still blazing hot. Sweat was still pouring, and the air was thick with exertion. He doesn't let go of what he learns. Ram nodded. It was true. Encrid was not naturally talented. He was slow to grasp things, slow to learn. People called him a late-blooming genius. Well, I don't know about that, but one thing was certain. He never forgot what he learned. He constantly pondered over it, endlessly seeking ways to learn. How could he apply what he learned? How should he execute it? In what way should it be used? He constantly questioned, and it showed. That was a strength in itself. Rem thought so. Meanwhile, the frog finally realized what he had been doing all this time. Was it his face that captivated me? Or was it his nature? Teaching someone without visible talent, paving a path for them with such passion? Wasn't it terribly inefficient? Well, not that she minded. Frogs like her were beings driven by desire and instinct. Luigarn knew he was no exception. There was something beyond mere desire. More precisely, to avoid being ruled entirely by instinct, she had forged a pact. A promise, a vow. Something a frog must uphold. I'll have to return eventually. Even as she thought that, Luigarn continued to teach Encrid. Considering he had been learning and training for 3 months straight, progress was slow. At least from Luigarn's perspective. Between the frog's gaze and the squad's teachings, Encrid revived the rhythm and ingrained techniques into his body once more. Mastery, so close that he felt like he was touching the limits. Of course, in reality, he was nowhere near them. But he didn't even have a grasp of what reaching the limits truly meant. Then, you're being summoned. The ferry company commander had come looking for him. Yes. Dripping with sweat, Encrid followed behind her. Even the ferry commander's forehead was damp with sweat. That's how hot it was. The humidity was oppressive. It felt like it would rain soon. It would probably rain within a day or two. He knew from experience. You're here? The place he was summoned to, the battalion commander's office. A request has come in. What do you think? The mercenary soldier system allowed soldiers to accept requests at will. But sometimes, orders came from above. Though rare, if the mission was beyond the capabilities of regular soldiers, squad or company-level forces were deployed. According to Craze, recently, monsters and beasts had been running rampant within the kingdom. It was common for such things to happen as summer approached, but this year seemed particularly severe. The heat of summer fuels the proliferation of monsters and beasts. A well-known saying across the continent. This case was no different. There's a frontier village nearby. I'll grant you temporary command there. I'd like you to handle the situation. The battalion commander explained. Since the battlefield of spring had ended early, this summer was unusually spent in the city rather than in battle. All this time, Encrid had remained in the training yard and barracks. He hadn't even gone to the market once. He had been too engrossed in the joy of wielding his sword and moving forward. If you don't want to go, you can refuse. If you need time to think, you can take it. The battalion commander looked fatigued. Was it from dealing with too much work? Or was it a lack of sleep? Probably the former, considering the pile of documents surrounding him. Yes. Encrid saluted and turned to leave. As he stepped outside, the ferry company commander gave him a peculiar look. Why are you looking at me like that? If he asked, she'd probably say something ridiculous again. I'm just thinking I really picked the right man. Of course, it was a typical ferry-style joke. Is that so? Ending the trivial conversation, he returned to the barracks. Inside, he found Craze, who had been especially busy lately. As he skimmed through the command document and explained the situation, "We're going. We have to. It's an order." Craze's eyes sparkled as he spoke. That meant this involved Krona. That was what Craze's reaction signified. The document listed the village's location and the approximate size of the colony. The issue was a rampaging beast horde. Seeing the location, Craze's eyes widened. Chapter 157. A treasure beside the request monsters? You said being knight was your dream, right? Then we have to go. That's only natural. Isn't cutting down monsters what knights do? Craze believed that slaying monsters was the essence of being a knight. But to those who heard him, it sounded quite different. Wasn't that belittling knights? Reducing a one-man army, capable of turning the tide of battle, to nothing more than a monster hunter. Besides, it's a village built by commoners. Shouldn't we save them? My sense of justice is boiling over. His tone should have been filled with concern, yet it brimmed with greed instead. It was as if his eyes had turned into gold coins. Everyone shared similar thoughts as they looked at Cray. He, however, paid no mind to their gazes. His focus was solely on Encrid. The decision-maker was what mattered, not the opinions of others. What is it? Encrid, arms crossed, asked. This big-eyed brat. Always trying to drag us somewhere, Rem muttered, half reclining on his bed, watching idly. Sharp as ever. Craze thought as he turned his secret weapon, his big, sparkling eyes, toward his commander. See? My eyes are big, aren't they? Look at my eyes. Now you want to take on this mission. His gaze was so clear and innocent that it almost seemed hypnotic. Encrid pursed his lips before speaking. Want me to spit in your face? Where'd you get those damn eyes from? Craze read the message in Encrid's stare. Ah, this isn't working. It's not getting through. Then, what's next? Craze pondered, but quickly abandoned the thought. He was sharp-witted, quick-thinking, and perceptive. He credited his keen instincts to the hardships of his childhood. Those struggles had taught him well. This kind of trick won't work on the commander. He knew it instinctively. This wouldn't do. So what was left? A frontal assault. Always direct and straightforward. The captain had always treated him and the others that way, so he should do the same. His situational awareness was outstanding. Craze adjusted his approach with astonishing speed. Like a meteor falling from the sky, swift and decisive. About 100 years ago, there was a merchant named Dolph, one of the most renowned traders on the continent. He started his story from the past. Hooking the audience came first. Call it the eccentric hobby of a wealthy man, or perhaps an obsession. One of Dolph's pastimes was hiding portions of his fortune and creating treasure maps. It was a tale found in the annals of history. But did this story end as just a legend? Of course not. If that were the case, why would I bring it up? Kreis's tone gained weight in key moments. He had the persuasion of a skilled storyteller. His words carried passion. Dolph was once the owner of a famous trading company, but just before his death, he siphoned off all his wealth and hid it away. Naturally, those meant to inherit his fortune lost their minds. Dolph never answered. He simply endured their accusations in silence. All he said was, "If you want my wealth, find the maps." That was the last recorded statement in the old texts. A historian once asked Dolph before his death, "Why create treasure maps?" Dolph's answer was legendary. "Because it's fun." Over 20 maps filled with cryptic codes. The first person to uncover one found treasure. Dolph's coachman. That man became rich and later formed a trading company, only to run it into the ground. The second person to decode a map was Dolph's first wife. She was greedy. She even kept the discovery from her own son, venturing alone to claim her husband's hidden wealth, only to fall into a trap and die. That's right. The coachman was bait. He was Dolph's final contingency. Contrary to the legend, Dolph had no intention of passing his fortune to anyone. The very idea of his family receiving anything disgusted him. The truth is, he was barren, a bee that couldn't make honey. By now, everyone was listening intently. Kreis's storytelling could put most bards to shame. Yes, Dolph was incapable of fathering children. Yet he had 6 wives and over 20 supposed offspring. It didn't add up, so he plotted his revenge, and he hid all his wealth across the continent. Some of the maps had already been uncovered by a man named Kurgun. The creature is real. It was a hidden chapter of history. Kreis was well versed in such matters. Why wouldn't he be? It was related to Krona. Rumors had long circulated that anyone who found and deciphered these maps would uncover true riches. Kurgun had verified that truth. And now, well, could luck really be this generous? It was as if the goddess of fortune had kissed him on the cheek while she slept. Back in the previous battle, while scouring the enemy's stronghold, Kreis had picked up a few items. One of them, retrieved from beneath a tree. A map. Reeking as if it had been stored between someone's thighs. The stench alone made him want to throw it away, but Kreis instinctively knew it was no ordinary item. Treasure maps were common. Fakes were even more common. The Gilpin Guild had someone who specialized in identifying such things, a so-called appraiser, or in street terms, after all, knowing how to recognize treasure. That was all it took. The map was over a century old. The language had changed so much that even the appraiser couldn't read it. Kreis himself had no knowledge of ancient scripts. He struggled to decode it until, unexpectedly, help came from a frog. Lagarn had once said, "I'm a scholar." A frog. Though skeptical, Kreis didn't show it. Instead, he simply asked Lagarn to decipher a few characters. Using that, he pieced together the solution. It was Dolph's 6th map. There's treasure. A massive one. Kreis stood in the middle of their quarters, passionately delivering his speech. His face flushed from lack of oxygen, having talked non-stop. The traps are probably too old to function properly. This is basically like picking up a gemstone lying in the street. Someone just covered it in dirt. You just dust it off and take it. The story was fascinating, but Encrid remained unmoved by Kreis's excitement. He gave no clear answer about going to the location on the treasure map. He simply said, "We'll take the request." Kreis was thrilled. But stopping by that place is undecided as of now. Kreis instantly looked crushed. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if thinking, "How could you?" Beside him, Ram snickered. Encrid had no idea, but the moment Kreis realized the map was real, he started scheming to snatch the treasure up. Going alone to search for treasure? That was no different from telling the monsters to feast on his flesh and blood like bread and wine. Then what about going with the guild members? That would just turn the whole expedition into a banquet where both he and his guildmates served as the main course. He needed a group with exceptional skill, one that wouldn't flinch at the threats of monsters, beasts, or bandits. But hiring mercenaries? That would require at least a squad-sized force. The costs would outweigh the gains. So, his first target was Rem. How about taking on a request? I only take assassination jobs. 3 targets max. A scheming stray cat, a lazy glutton, and a lump obsessed with God. Rem wouldn't even entertain the idea. Would Ragnar or Jackson be any different? He didn't even bother trying with Auden. That guy barely stepped onto battlefields as it was. Treasure hunting was out of the question. If Big Eyes swore to dedicate everything as an offering to God, that was the kind of nonsense Auden would spout. Asking the squad leader? That was tough. The guy had been swinging his sword like a lunatic for the past 3 months. Getting close enough to even talk was a challenge. I'd even take your help. Asking Esther was a mistake. Yeah. Esther radiated pure displeasure. Any closer, she'd claw him again. Ever since the day Craze had tried to sneak a touch to figure out Esther's gender, the panther had loathed him. No, outright despised him. For a mystical beast, it was fascinating how clearly she expressed emotions. Just when he was about to give up halfway, he liked Krona, sure, but not enough to risk his life. That was Crace's philosophy. His dream was to run a salon, living the rest of his life without worrying about money. A comfortable spot in the heart of a safe city, enjoying the nightlife at his leisure. Of course, running a salon wasn't without its risks, but that was just the right amount of thrill to keep life exciting. Anyway, he had half given up on the idea. But then, what if the squad leader was going? What was Encrid's current skill level? He's out of my league. That was the official statement from the Frontier Defense Commander. If you gave me 5 sharpshooters and 2 mages, I might stand a chance. That was the verdict from Taurus, another platoon leader. If it took 5 sharpshooters and 2 mages just to challenge Encrid, then even without him, the rest of them should be more than enough. This is getting interesting. Even Ram acknowledged him. I want in. That was the ferry company commander's signature phrase. What did all this mean? It meant that even a swarm of ghouls wouldn't be able to touch the hem of their leader's clothes. Honestly, wasn't their platoon leader a real genius? There was no doubt. He had seen him fight a frog with his own eyes. It was... Let's go. Let's just go. Christ pestered him. Encrid ignored him. I'll go too. In the meantime, the frog had joined in. Good, good. Chris was thrilled. Should I come along too? Finn raised her hand. She was a ranger, a highly skilled one at that. She wasn't quite at the level of a walking mapmaker, the kind of pathfinder who could chart untraveled terrain, but she could navigate well and fight even better. Excellent, Crace chimed in again. Encrid smirked as he watched. There was no need to stop them. If the battalion commander had personally assigned the request to him, that meant a dangerous mission. That was precisely why his heart raced, why he had accepted it. But danger should be minimized, so the more people, the better. A monster colony, a frontier village's protection, temporary command authority. Plus the frog was already part of the team. Wouldn't it be good to bring Rem or another squad member along? "Wanna come?" Encrid asked without much thought. No. Honestly, he had some expectation that Rem might agree. Don't you see I'm busy? Rem, already wrapped up in a blanket on his bed, dismissed him lazily. Busy? The guy was busy lazing around. Then how about Ragnar? Not interested. Not interested? Did he want to slack off? Was he feeling short on laziness lately? Ragnar was just as glued to his bed. He didn't even turn his head when he answered. The Lord has not given me a sign. Auden refused too. Jackson was nowhere to be seen. He was reportedly on duty, with no time to drop by his quarters. In the end, no one else was coming. Encrid didn't mind. If the threat were truly massive, they would have sent a full unit. They wouldn't have singled him out. The mission was to confirm the presence of a monster colony near the frontier village, and eliminate them if possible. The orders even granted him command over the village's defense forces. If the village has a militia, that should be enough. The numbers shouldn't be lacking too much. That meant he just had to prepare thoroughly before setting out. This world was not kind to travelers. Heading out without thorough preparation was reckless. Ordinarily, even a group of 4 setting off would be questionable. But they had a ranger and a frog. And by Norelia's military standards, he was an elite grade swordsman. Even in a world crawling with bandits and monsters, this was more than enough. So it didn't matter if none of the other squad members wanted to join. We leave in 15 days, Encrid announced. Kryes hesitated, still trying to read his expression before speaking up. Really not taking me? We'll see. Encrid always meant what he said. He didn't know how things would play out, so he had to assess the situation on the way. But for Cray, this was his golden chance. The treasure cave he had discovered was right near their destination, a mere day's journey from the frontier village. Good. Good. Crace knew pestering further wouldn't help. And so, the group began preparing. Travel in this world was never easy. The bare minimum requirement for a traveling merchant was combatability. Even traders moving between cities traveled in groups of at least 10 for protection. This was why mercenaries and Norelia's soldier-for-hire system were so popular. Yet here they were, setting out with just 4 people. There was no concern, but that didn't mean they could afford to be careless in their preparations. Encrid decided to head into town for the first time in a while. There were a few things he needed to pick up at the market. Chapter 158. Gratitude from a mother, raising her son. Alone, Aspen had been defeated. But it had not collapsed. Winning and losing were things that repeated. No matter how thorough the preparation, problems would arise. Defeat was simply a problem to endure. Losing can happen. That was how he saw it. But to lose like this? To have everything he had prepared shatter one after another? The strategy he had carefully laid out seemed to be working at first, only to be completely overturned. Even if the battlefield had shifted, did it make sense for everything to be invalidated so thoroughly? Aspen's genius strategist, Abnire, had been confident. He hadn't expected a perfect victory, but he also hadn't thought they would be so easily pushed back. He had put numerous measures in place. They had brought in giants. They had concealed their forces. They had even lured the enemy into complacency and fed them misleading strategies. The core of the plan had been simple: win the flanking battle and split Norelia's main force. Dividing their main force was the fundamental goal, but it had gone wrong from the very start. A defeat in a battle that should not have been lost. This was the beginning of everything unraveling. Like a single falling bookshelf causing a chain reaction, everything had come crashing down. This is absurd. The ridiculousness of it all made him mutter aloud. Abnire ran a hand through his green hair. Through the bright sunlight, he saw a child playing outside the window. A few attendants were chasing after the child. The child suddenly turned and waved toward the window. Abnire opened the window, resting his elbows on the sill. After returning the wave, he basked in the warmth of the sunlight. It was a pleasant day. The season was warming. The child climbed onto a swing, hanging outside. While his eyes followed the child, his mind was retracing the start of the operation. That was how Abnire worked. Why? Why had they lost? The entire defeat had begun with the flanking maneuver. A few reports flashed through his mind, tracing back the cause of the failure. The beginning of the beginning of the beginning. The duel between the soldiers. That was the first crack. Then Mitch Hurrier had died. And in the end, unexpected forces had displayed overwhelming strength in the flanking battle. At the center of it all, who had been there? Abnaya had seen the name in a report. It was sent just before one of their commanders had died. The Madmen platoon. Platoon leader Encrid. The name wasn't unfamiliar. As he recalled, he was the one the Hurrier family had sent assassins after. Just a mere platoon leader. Had such a man been the origin of this entire battle? He didn't know. At this point it was just a gut feeling. The intuition of a strategist. The instinct of a commander. It won't be a loss. When the Hurrier family had sent assassins, it had seemed like a useless act. But perhaps they had been right. For the sake of the future, more precisely the next war after this peace, Abnaya decided to employ assassins. Once again, he targeted a mere platoon leader. Aspen had an ancient assassination guild. Using them would ensure there were no traces left behind. With that decision made, he moved. He stepped away from the window and immediately sent orders to summon the assassination guild under the name of the royal palace. If they cross the border, the pay triples. Any unreasonable request will be refused. The guild's reply was swift, and Abnaya responded with a simple note, marked with the name, Krona. A single platoon leader? You're spending this much krona on just one man? The amount was enough to purchase a mansion in Aspen's capital. The assassination guild had no reason to refuse. It wasn't like they were being asked to kill a noble of high standing or a key military official. Just a platoon leader. The only risk was crossing the border, but otherwise, it was an easy job. The assassination guild accepted and sent 3 assassins. Failure? The guild master realized he had underestimated the job. Send in mid-level assassins. After all, hadn't the half-blood fairy failed before? She had been mid-level as well. That's why 3 were sent this time. Send 2 more. Nai Hrun. More assassins were dispatched. Boss. Another failure? No, this was getting strange. Why did every assassin they sent keep dying? 2 mid-level assassins? Yes. What was going on? Would they have to send a high-level assassin? At this point, it was time to start considering the losses. Send a high-level assassin. They always completed the jobs they accepted. More importantly, this was a direct order from the royal palace. While the assassins operated under the guise of an independent guild, the Swamp of Montes was, in reality, owned by the royal family. The guild master knew this well. If they turned against the palace, their business of killing for profit would be finished. Thus, the high-level assassin was dispatched. What the hell? One of the top 10 assassins in Swamp of Montes had failed. They had lost contact entirely. Unless a kind mage had conveniently appeared and removed the tracking magic, engraved into their body, they were dead. Sure enough, 2 days later, the assassin's severed head was delivered. It arrived at one of Swamp of Montes' secret hideouts. Send word to the palace. If they continued, the losses would be too great. The enemy had something. A high-level assassin hadn't just failed to escape, they had been cut down. And their location had been exposed? A superior force was involved. That's my conclusion. The guildmaster personally entered the royal palace. He explained everything that had happened. He declared that they could not continue the operation. Abnaya let out a quiet laugh. The assassination guild failed? Even he was baffled. There was no more room or reason to push further. Let's leave it be. Abnaya gave up. There were too many pressing matters within Aspen. If that man truly had something, if he truly was something, we'll meet again. And with that, Abnaya put the name Encrid behind him. If they were fated to meet on the battlefield, then he would simply accept that fate. A man like that would not be ended by mere assassination. A shadow had been lurking around the barracks for days. Their movements were skilled, disguises so well crafted that a casual observer wouldn't recognize them as the same person. Jackson muted his steps and held his breath. He erased his presence completely to disrupt his opponent's senses. What's this? An assassin. He recognized it instantly. They were from the same trade. From Jackson's hand, a thin thread unraveled. A thick, blackened wire coated in special ink and oil to prevent light reflection. It wrapped around the assassin's neck. Before they could react, Jackson pulled. His elbows slammed into their back, adding force to the pull. Crack. Dot. Their neck twisted unnaturally to the side. A broken neck meant death. That was a fact. Jackson examined the corpse. If it hadn't been him, would they have been difficult to handle? The people stationed at border guard weren't fighters. They were intelligence agents. Not defenseless, but not soldiers either. The third one. 3 assassination attempts in the past 3 months since the battle ended. This one had spent 3 days lingering near the barracks wall, disguising themselves as a beggar, an old man, a merchant. A capable one. People like this entering his city, their target was inside the barracks. If they had been after a company commander, a battalion commander, or a noble, their approach would have been different. The first ones had disguised themselves as new recruits. Their target had been obvious. The madmen platoon. Following the trail, the answer became clear. They were after the platoon leader. They were after Encrid. Since Encrid hadn't left the barracks or training grounds for 3 whole months, they had decided to go in instead. Crazy bastards. All of this firepower just to take down a mere platoon leader? Jackson moved carefully to avoid drawing attention, carrying a corpse slung over his shoulder as he made his way toward an alley near where vagrants gathered. He set the body down, arranged it in a sleeping position, and then went to buy a bottle of alcohol. After pouring some around the corpse and leaving the bottle beside it, he stepped back. This way, no one would bother to check the cause of death. They'd just assume it was another vagrant who drank himself to death. After taking care of the body, Jackson headed into the red light district. He was a frequent visitor there. A few prostitutes glanced at him as he entered. His appearance wasn't exactly common, after all. Ignoring all the stares, Jackson made his way to a familiar room. Inside, a young blonde beauty welcomed him, clad in only a thin robe. Jackson curled and uncurled a few fingers in sign language, conveying his message. "No one's listening," the woman replied. And the problem? No problem anymore. Previously, they had failed to detect a half-elf assassin entering the city. Even if they didn't have eyes everywhere, it was still an unacceptable failure. Jackson couldn't let it go. It had wounded his pride. After that, more assassins had started slipping in, so he simply killed them as they came. As long as he remained at border guard, no assassins or anyone up to similar business would be allowed to enter. It wasn't necessarily because someone was specifically targeting the platoon leader. Absolutely not. Leaning against the door, Jackson maintained his usual expressionless face. Watching him closely, the woman spoke again. "They're from the Swamp of Monsters. What do you want to do?" Swamp of Monsters was an assassin guild rooted in Aspen. "Let them know this is my turf. Our way. In other words, kill them the moment they crossed the line." The woman nodded. It might turn into a full-blown guild war. But if it did, it would be a war fought in the shadows. One no one would ever know about. That was simply the nature of the world they belonged to. After that, Jackson spent the night with her. Though their relationship was primarily professional, they also desired each other physically. They were as close as lovers. At dawn, the woman awoke and ordered her subordinates to behead the corpse Jackson had left behind. She sent the severed head straight to one of Swamp of Monsters' strongholds. A warning. If they ignored it and kept pushing, They would only have themselves to blame for what followed. Monter's swamp never tried again. It made sense. While they operated in Aspen, the people on this side moved across the entire continent. Are you sure this is the place? Chris eyed the dark alley suspiciously. The air was foul, and the ground was covered in filth he had no desire to step on. They were near the alleys where vagrants gathered. His question was directed at Jackson. Encrid also cast a glance around. While gathering various supplies, he had asked if it was possible to procure a whistle dagger. It is. That was Jackson's response before telling them to follow him. Lately, things had been so busy that Encrid hadn't expected to have time for something like this. Jackson barely even returned to the barracks, always making rounds through the red light district and other places. Jackson didn't respond to Chris's question. If something wasn't worth answering, he simply ignored it. That was just how he was. His silence meant they were in the right place. Sometimes, silence was its own answer. Chris didn't press further. A little filth wasn't going to stop him. This way. Jackson spoke flatly and stepped inside. Encrid followed behind. Finding a good blacksmith, one skilled enough for their needs, was proving impossible. They had already exhausted their search through Craze. Frog followed after Encrid. For some reason, Esther had come along as well. As they entered the alley, Esther climbed the walls and started walking along the rooftops. That thing really is a monster, Luigarn muttered. Encrid half agreed. She really did seem more beast than person. Luigarn wore boots made specifically for frogs. They had 8 straps securing them tightly over the feet, with a sturdy wooden base for support. With every step she took, the boots made a sharp clacking sound against the stone pavement. "We're here!" Jackson came to a halt. Before setting out on a mission, there were a lot of things to prepare. Among them, Encrid wanted to secure a stock of whistled daggers. "Quite a lot of customers today," an old woman sitting at a makeshift stall in front of an open doorway commented. A crystal ball, faded blonde curls, wrinkled hands. She was a fortune teller. "She has them." Encrid had been through a lot in his time. Black markets? He had been to plenty. He had even seen illegal slave markets, quietly operating among mercenaries. But a fortune teller? Whistled daggers were rare. Even in black markets, they were not easy to come by. And she had them? Yes. Jackson answered and made a hand gesture, sign language. Encrid didn't understand what it meant, but it must have been the right signal because the old woman exhaled sharply through her nose. That little snort felt like an approval. "What's your order?" the old woman asked. "As many whistle daggers as possible." Encrid answered. "And payment?" "He's paying." Encrid gestured toward Craze. "Yeah, I figured," Craze said, stepping forward reluctantly. He didn't want to, but he made it seem like he was doing so enthusiastically. If he had to spend money, he might as well go all in. "You have to invest to profit, after all. I'll have them delivered to the barracks. You know who I am?" Encrid asked. The old woman chuckled. "There's probably not a single person in this city who doesn't know your name, even if they don't know the battalion commanders." What was that supposed to mean? Before he could ask further, the old woman swiftly packed up her stall, gathering her crystal ball and tools. "Well then, I'll be going." Should he stop her and press for more information? But judging by how swiftly she packed up, this wasn't her first time doing this. In just a few breaths, the stall was gone. Sometimes Encrid wondered, how did Jackson know about places like this? Even Cray had given up on finding these weapons. Still, it wasn't worth asking. They needed whistle daggers. Not Jackson's past. Will she really get them? Cray muttered. He was naturally suspicious of everything. If she doesn't, then that's that. Encrid shrugged and started walking. Since they were out, he planned to stop by the market and pick up a few things. Like some jerky from that one stall with amazing seasoning. And maybe visit the blacksmith to check on their armor. It was too hot to keep wearing a gambeson, But going without any protection wasn't an option either. Maybe a loose-fitting leather cuirass would work. He had thrown out his old leather armor. He had planned to keep using it, but one day, Esther had torn it to shreds with her claws. I should sell your claws to pay for a new one. He turned toward the rooftops where Esther was walking, about to say something. Here. The leopard let out a low growl. It sounded like a warning not to joke. Encrid had only said it casually, a joke in itself. Then he went to the dried meat shop to place some orders. Thank you. The shopkeeper greeted him first. What for? Encrid tilted his head, and the shopkeeper bowed twice more. From the top of his head, a few white strands of hair were visible. I'm thankful. As a foolish mother of a dull son, how could I take Krona from the one who saved my son? Please, take whatever you want, huh? Encrid didn't understand. He had only fought his hardest, putting his life on the line. He had struggled simply to move forward. But because of that struggle, and the fight he had taken up, so many had their lives saved. Thank you. If I didn't have my son, I wouldn't have a reason to live. He was thanked by a mother who raised her son alone. The battlefield, that was where it all happened. Many lives had been saved because of Encrid, and they were all people rooted in border guard. Armor? Just give me half the price. If you want a leather water pouch, this one seems better. Are the boots still in good shape? I've got new ones too. If you bring that squad member, I can take their measurements and make everything for you. There's nothing but flowers I can give you. Take this with you. Would you like to try an apple? It's dried fruit I've been gathering. Would you like some charcoal too? The market vendors, who hadn't seen Encrid for 3 months, treated him like a hero. It was something Encrid never expected. Change. Why am I feeling so good? Cray said beside him. And Encrid felt the same. He hadn't been fighting just to save someone, but he had kept in mind to protect those around him. It was a thought that came to him now. What is a knight? A protector. Someone who guards their people's smiles and moves forward, building their beliefs. For Encrid, it had been a satisfying day out. Chapter 159. You see, as much as you know, there were 10 whistle daggers, and the wide leather armor wasn't scratchy because it had a thin fabric lining inside. The armor was fine, but I quite liked it. It wasn't like the armor that blocked magic like the previous one, but if it blocked physical attacks, this one would be good enough, though it might be uncomfortable to wear when it's hot. But if needed, I'd have to wear it. What else could I do? The leather had countless thin chains hammered into it in a lattice pattern. It had weight, but its defensive capability seemed superior. It's my masterpiece, said the blacksmith. He would say something like that. He said he would charge half price, but the armor was naturally expensive. There were costs for repairing the leather and for making the thin chains individually. He said it took nearly a year to make the armor. Use it well. The blacksmith, with a red face, handed it over. It was a gift from him. I couldn't just accept it, so I had to beg Cray to pay for it. The blacksmith silently accepted the Krona coin pouch. Anyway, with the armor I got and 2 daggers that would fit around my ankles, a guard sword behind my waist, and 8 throwing knives tucked into my thighs and sides. The whistling daggers were strapped across my chest in an X pattern. It wasn't uncomfortable when I drew them. I knew the angle from experience. It was an angle I used often. I thought it would be good to have a knife for random use on the road, so I packed that as well. Should I bring a short sword too? If my sword breaks, it would make a good backup. As I was packing various things, it was becoming quite a load. I'd need a thick blanket for sleeping outside, and I'd probably need a pot too. I could ask Craze to bring the pot, but there were plenty of other things to prepare. I'd need charcoal to get me through the night, a thick cloth, wooden spoons and forks, and a thin iron plate mixed with copper. It would be perfect for grilling food. I'd need to carry a backpack for the journey, and it was going to be heavy. If I had to name the number one factor that kept me alive so far, despite my lack of skill with a sword, it would be my thorough preparation. Once it becomes a habit, it sticks with you. Even if there are only 4 of us, and those 4 are quite formidable fighters. The frog, for instance, travels alone usually. I know the dangers of traveling better than anyone for some reason, so I can't afford to be careless in my preparations. This gave me peace of mind. Are you really bringing all that? From the side, Luigarn made a remark that sounded like a scolding. It might have been admiration, but I didn't pay much attention to it. My own peace of mind was the priority, after all. Yes, it's a pity I couldn't bring more. I added on my gauntlets, shin guards, and other thorough gear. Each knife had been sharpened, and the blades were oiled and carefully wiped clean. The blades gleamed with a polished shine. Are you planning to reflect the sunlight during the day? Yes. Frock, watching from the side, commented, and I answered indifferently. It felt like a casual banter. Why aren't you answering me? Ram, on the side, grumbled. I knew this couldn't be ignored. If I let it slide, he'd probably start acting up, so I spoke up. I already did. When? With no answer. What was this nonsense? Rem's face scrunched up. I accepted his reaction without any issue. It meant I ignored him. Rem didn't pursue it further. If we argued, he'd end up losing. That was something he had learned over time. Whether we had a mission or not, it was part of everyday life. I continued, as usual, waking up in the morning, diving into training, and preparing for the departure in the evening. It was all part of equipment management and packing various tools. Seeing me like this, the frog became half exasperated. Is he really a tough guy? Or maybe he was just slow. He did all of this without hesitation. Training, preparation, none of it was easy work. No hesitation, no frustration. Though sometimes, when rolling through isolation techniques, a bit of discomfort could be seen. But after that discomfort, there was always a strange smile. Maybe he's just a pervert. That could be true. He didn't seem to care about being unable to become a knight, and he wasn't discouraged or frustrated by it. Having watched him for 3 months, I could tell his actions were sincere, which meant he was strange. No, really strange. Her face lit up with curiosity. His appearance was striking, and watching him was entertaining. Where did this guy come from? He's mine. Luigarn was sitting in the shade of the training area, watching. The ferry commander approached her without her noticing and spoke. The shadow of the ferry slightly crept into the shade, making it look slightly bloated. Who said that? Luigarn responded nonchalantly. Ah. Across from him, in another shadow, Esther bared her fangs. She did that often. I didn't care. It wasn't my problem. Luigarn was driven by desires, interests, and stimulation. The stimulation was right in front of her, so even if someone lightly poked her heart, she wouldn't kill them instantly. She was in a good mood. Of course, since her heart was touched, she'd still kill them halfway. In between training sessions, Encrid never forgot his duties. Are you leaving for a mission? 4 people, including the frog? I reported to the battalion commander, and after some questioning, his approval came quickly. Nothing special. That was all he added. So, how is it, not being able to become a knight? As Encrid was about to leave, the battalion commander asked him. Before giving a military salute, Encrid answered casually, Yes. Thank you for the gift. Was there any malice in his gesture? No, it wasn't. Even if there was malice, it had become a good opportunity for him. The unfulfilled dream he had, or was it? That didn't apply to Encrid. He had come this far chasing a broken and torn dream. Thank you? Yes, I see. After a brief exchange, I stepped back outside. The ferry company commander had followed me, I had seen her a lot recently. Was she bored? She looked at me with those eyes. Falling for me all over again? She was saying something ridiculous. I turned away and said no. If she wasn't going to train, she shouldn't have come with me. She had stayed behind, sulking for no reason. The season was slowly shifting towards summer, and Encrid felt the change in the air. He could sense the subtle wind direction. The air changed in an instant, and in the brief moment he adjusted the distance between himself and his opponent. In that fleeting moment, everything learned from repeated experiences surfaced, settling within him. He could see the future a moment ahead. It wasn't something that happened by itself. Focus was needed to support that moment. I'm no genius. Just a frog trapped in today's well, climbing out and rushing toward tomorrow's world. And so I struggled. And so I crawled forward. Encrid was unchanged. He was as consistent as ever. The traveler chasing a faded dream. The traveler walked on and on. And so I sharpened my skills, gathered my mind, and sharpened them again, understanding rhythm and adding strength to my swordsmanship, getting more used to the heart of monstrous strength. And that was the night before departure. They say there's been a real ruckus with the beast packs lately. Before, merchants used to travel in groups of 10, but now they won't even travel unless there's at least 20 of them. Do you think we can head out like this? Well, I suppose we could. A sense of unease lingered, but it was quickly dismissed. Craze, who had been watching Encrid's face, let out a strange comment, almost as if testing something. Hearing Craze's words, Encrid went out for a sparring session as usual. His opponent was Rem, and they stood a good distance apart. Encrid drew his sword and aimed it at Rem, who spun his axes, flexing his wrists. How many sparring matches had they had by now? They had been fighting each other quite frequently lately. Today, you're going to make this more fun for me, Rem said, sounding like someone who was sulking for some reason. Encrid, half in the mood to help lift Rem's spirits, decided to engage. If he was going to act like that, he might as well join in, rather than stand back. But why was Rem staying so sulky? Now the season was transitioning into late spring, almost summer. Encrid felt the change in temperature, the subtle shift in the direction of the wind. The air was different, and so were the brief moments it took to measure the distance between him and his opponent. In that instant, a gap opened up. At the same time, everything Encrid had learned from the repeated sparring and training moments flooded his mind and settled into his body. The things he had gradually picked up over time, the connecting lines between points, the circle he drew around himself as his sword's domain. Rhythm or tempo, timing of attacks, defenses, and counters. By following his opponent's gestures and breath, the future, just a fraction of a second ahead, became clear to him. Encrid lowered his hand slightly. It was instinct, driven by the ability to see the future, and it felt like something he had to do. The tip of his sword tilted forward. 2 axes froze in the sunlight. He could see Rem's nose, his eyes, the sweat running down his forehead. Encrid lost himself in the moment, meeting his opponent's eyes, and instinctively found the most rational and quickest path to take. Point where their domains met, the tempo and timing that were favorable to him. His foot, in rhythm, lifted off the ground. The sword cut through the sunlight, falling from above. The axes moved. The person wielding the axes moved as well. A vague, blurry figure appeared. To Encrid's eyes, it seemed like a dark spirit or a ghost. Nevertheless, the axe came flying toward him. Screech! A vision of his neck being severed flashed before him. Just before the illusion touched him, his sword descended. A heavy, thunderous blow, carrying the weight of his sword form, slashing down. Whoosh! Did it hit? No. Was his neck cut? No, it was unharmed. The axe's strike was an illusion. It should be on fire. Huh? Did you actually master this, making people take things seriously? Did you dodge it? As Encrid turned around while speaking, he noticed a faint trace of blood on Rem's cheek. He hadn't cut Rem, but it was a scratch, barely noticeable. A strange feeling spread throughout his body, like the deep, resonating growl of a beast spreading from within. Thinking back, this was the first time. Not even Rem, Ragnar, Odin, or Jackson had ever gotten a scratch from his sword. Luigarn, watching from the sidelines, jumped up and clapped her hands together. The sound of her smooth palm meeting sounded dull, but there was a distinct look of satisfaction on his face. Encrid couldn't easily continue speaking. Was this a new experience for him? No, he'd had similar moments before. Mustache. When he first faced him, when he was deeply immersed in Mitch Hurrier's teachings and had a moment of sharp focus, a certain limit to concentration was shattered. Of course now, it felt even stronger. He had learned more and practiced more. As they say, the more you know, the more you see. And so it seemed. The more he knew, the more he could see. Chapter 160. A stepping stone for small goals. That's all you have to do about a dozen more times. Rem said indifferently. Encrid looked at him silently at those words. You do that, your hands will reach the wall, and you'll get over it. Something was still bothering him, wasn't it? Encrid noticed it instinctively but was too busy replaying what had just happened in his mind. One exchange. There was so much to gain from it. He knew it immediately. You did well. Encrid spoke and turned away. He wanted to reflect and analyze. That single spar, the one exchange, what was contained within it. Brother, you took a hit, huh? Behind him, Odin teased Rem. How about you grab lunch with the Lord today, you crazy brute? Rem and Odin's bickering continued, but Encrid ignored them. These days, even when they fought, they stopped at the right time. Their relationship hadn't necessarily improved, but they had found an odd balance. How did I cut him? He had left a scratch on Rem's cheek. The fact alone was surprising, but the process fascinated him even more. This wasn't the first time he had an experience like this, so he knew how to analyze and reflect. Like a frog trapped in a well, leaping up and catching a glimpse of the outside world. What could he gain from this? Once a frog has jumped high once, it knows it can do it again. Beyond the well, Encrid wanted to see a new world. Even though his mission departure was just 2 days away, his training remained relentless. Excluding the standard drills, he spent all his time contemplating and analyzing. Following the saying, you see as much as you know, Encrid realized his shortcomings. Precision, balance, speed, control. Among the 5 sword forms, the foundation was the heavy blade style. Was that really enough? Whenever he used dual blade techniques, another thought arose. The desire to wield different weapons. It was said that knights could proficiently handle 10 different types of weapons. But that wasn't something he could do. To be proficient meant to master one and understand 10 not. That required talent. For him, it was difficult, immensely so. So what was the answer? If I can't master one to understand 10, what if he learned each one individually? They said repetition led to improvement. But if there was a way to walk forward instead of just crawling, I have to do it. The resolution escaped his lips. It was only natural. At some point, evening had fallen, but he had been too absorbed to notice. Even during meals, no matter what he was doing, one part of his mind was always analyzing and reflecting. Since the moment he had scratched Rem's cheek, but instead of satisfaction, Encrid felt hunger. He examined the path forward, and that was the result. Muttering to himself, Encrid rose from his cot and moved. The quarters weren't spacious. All eyes turned to him. Encrid stopped in front of the frog, Luigarn's bed. The frog, who had been preparing to sleep, lifted her gaze, looking at Encrid from where she lay. "Do you know precision sword techniques?" Tomorrow was the day of their departure. The lantern behind them cast long shadows. Everyone had returned from washing up. Finn was the last, water dripping from her damp hair. Esther, who had been grooming her claws at Encrid's spot, stopped and raised her head. The lake panther's deep blue eyes locked onto Encrid's back. "It's my specialty. I'll been due," Luigarn answered, without moving. "Teach me." Encrid craved knowledge. He wasn't the type to wait for someone to teach him. To him, this frog was an excellent instructor. Aside from wielding a whip, she was proficient with other weapons as well. Precision sword techniques in particular, that would be theirs. Through occasional lessons and spars, Encrid had already learned that much. Observing and mimicking over someone's shoulder wasn't enough anymore. Ragnar's northern heavy blade style was excellent. The other techniques he taught weren't bad either. But even Ragnar had only learned by observing. "I just copy what I see once or twice." That was something he often said. Learning the way a genius did was no longer enough. As always, what he felt was thirst. There was something he could learn from the frog that he couldn't from the other squad members. Rem? His fighting style wasn't something formed into a fixed shape. It was a battle of instinct and intuition, an axe strike born from pure senses. During a spar, he managed to scratch Rem's cheek. Beneath the thrilling sensation, Encrid saw it. That appearance, the one that resembled a specter. Was that Rem's true nature? Or was it just an illusion born from his own mind and eyes? He didn't know. But if he could wish for something, to see it again. He wanted to push Rem into that situation once more. That was his desire. It wasn't about breaking his limits immediately or awakening will just yet. Encrid wasn't like that. Years and days spent holding on to fragments of dreams. If he had learned anything, it was simply this. One step at a time, even if crawling was the only way forward. Even if progress was slow, as long as he moved forward, he saw, felt, and eventually reached his goal. A single step forward, he decided to set a small goal. To witness that genuine look on Rem's face, whether it was a ghost or something else. While he was at it, he wanted to see the same on Odin, Ragnar, and Jackson as well. So be it. Without hesitation, Luigarn nodded. Encrid bowed his head slightly before settling down to sleep. Tomorrow, as promised, they had to head to the frontier village and carry out a request. They would have to embark on a journey. Leaving behind lingering fatigue wouldn't be good. He needed to sleep early. By the way, I just realized something. Do you even know that being excessively calm makes you seem insane? Rem mumbled from his bed. Encrid didn't respond. If he did, the conversation would drag on endlessly. Thankfully, Rem closed his mouth as well. It was just a pointless observation. Brother, may the Lord's grace be upon you. Please, I pray, keep your mind intact. It sounded suspiciously like he was calling him a lunatic, but a prayer was still a prayer, and a blessing was still a blessing. The others remained silent. The night passed. The next day arrived. Encrid set off with his usual composed demeanor. As they left the city, Luigarn and Cray followed behind him. Ahead of him was Finn. In his arms, Esther was nestled. Even when he tried to push her away, she dug her claws into his chest, as if refusing to be separated. What could he do? He had to bring her along. We're going. With Finn leading the way, the group followed the road. And soon, they encountered ghouls. So soon. It was an early encounter. Considering the known territories where monsters usually appeared, they were rather close to the city. Of course, that wasn't the problem. 2 ghouls, gray-skinned creatures. Monsters that craved human flesh and blood. Encrid drew his sword. His swings remained as composed as they had been when they set out in the morning. Thud. Crack, dot. The heavy sword style relied on brute strength. With a single strike, he severed a neck and crushed a skull. Black blood and grey brain matter splattered across the ground. A few drops of ghoul blood landed on Encrid's body. The foundation of the orthodox sword style is patience. From behind, Luigarn spoke. A journey was also a path of training, a continuous cycle of discipline. The lesson had begun. A scab formed on his cheek. As he brushed against it, Rem recalled the first day he met Encrid. Or rather, the first day he teased him. A spar? With me? He had wondered what this guy was up to. The new squad leader swung his sword around like a madman every day, and now wanted to test himself. At a glance, he was third-rate. Or looking at it from another perspective, maybe second-rate. If judged by the military ranking system, he was somewhere between low and mid-tier. An utterly talentless man. I feel like I can learn something. When he first faced Encrid, what weapon had he used? He usually grabbed whatever was within reach, but back then he used swords. A sword in each hand, swinging them, just like he did with his axes. It had been an easy fight. Thud. Encrid tripped over his foot and tumbled to the ground. A bad fall left a scratch on his face. Some of it was intentional. Where did they find such a delicate-looking guy to be a squad leader? If his face got messed up, there should be some kind of reaction. He was curious about his identity. A noble? Or someone's bloodline? Did he have backing in the military? None of that was the case. Even as blood trickled down his scratched face, Encrid didn't bother tending to his wound. Instead, he got up and spoke. "Can you do it one more time?" Again. A nod. Was he half insane? To be honest, Rem had never met someone more reckless than himself before. He beat him, cut him, left marks on his neck to scare him, even sliced the skin on his forehead to make the blood flow. The blood ran down from his forehead, covering the area above his eyes. Unless someone had experienced it, they wouldn't understand. The way everything turned red. A different kind of fear. And yet, the new squad leader didn't back down, even as his blood-covered face made him look like a damn blood ghoul. "I have a question. What are you going to do if you end up dead?" They were still in the middle of a spar. Rem had the leisure to talk, but Encrid didn't. Through an entire changing season, this crazy bastard had been charging at him. Now he took a deep breath and answered, "Well, then that'll be the end." Was he completely insane? That's the end? Shouldn't it not end like that? "You're in bad shape," Rem muttered before deciding to teach him the heart of the beast that day. If he was willing to risk death, then sure, maybe he'd gain something from it. It was pointless. His temperament wasn't suited for it. Whenever things got rough, his eyes would close. He lacked the boldness required. Even when his eyes were open, he didn't truly see. His body froze in moments of danger. The words came out naturally. Even so, the squad leader position, which had been replaced time and time again, did not change. He survived. Stubbornly. If someone asked if Rem enjoyed sparring with him, well, it was just something to do. It wasn't like the guy was some grand figure in his life. Rem liked women, so it wasn't anything weird like that either. He just felt good watching him. Like gazing at bright sunlight, a dry prairie, or a beast running across it. Just something pleasant to look at. He'll die like that. Watching him struggle desperately on the battlefield, Rem found himself stepping in. At the very least, he didn't want to watch him die right in front of him. The spars continued. Time passed. "How did you do that?" Encrid had grasped the heart of the beast. After that day, he began to change. His skills improved, sometimes at a pace visible to the eye. Other times, so slowly that Rem doubted if he was improving at all. Had he truly changed amidst it all? No. He remained the same. Exactly the same as when they first met. Sparring. His sentences grew shorter than before. By now, Rem had learned just how incredibly frustrating his words could be. And yet, the sparring continued. A scratch formed on his cheek. The blood dried into a scab. Ha! Ha! On Encrid? On that squad leader? Rem had to get serious. He almost pulled out the skills he had buried away. No, this wasn't right. How should he put it? It was a personal wish. Not yet. Rem still wanted to play around above him. If that was the case, this wouldn't do. He couldn't let himself be caught up. He couldn't get serious. That wouldn't be any fun. If he wanted to tease him while sparring, he couldn't afford to fall behind. Not even for a moment. That scratch on his cheek, in that instant, even if just by a toe's length, he had been caught up to. And he didn't like that one bit. It even made him feel a little anxious, especially since Crace's question on the battlefield still lingered in his mind. Can you handle a semi-knight? If they charge at me, I can kill them. He was serious, so Rem answered seriously. There was something about this big-eyed guy, a strange pressure. A strange kid. That unusually sharp-minded guy nodded. He understood what Rem meant, even without a detailed explanation. Killing them was possible. But not if he hesitated. If he put his life on the line, maybe 50-50. To be honest, his odds were probably around 30 or 40%. After that question, Crace seemed to have made up his mind to evade enemy forces. That's how the battlefield flowed. So maybe he was right. That was probably it. Yet, it still stung his pride a little. You lazy, directionally challenged bastard. That's why. He didn't follow along Encrid. He had things to do here. Maybe that idiot felt the same way. Rem muttered, and Ragnar lifted his head slightly. He was half leaning against the barracks wall. "Wanna bet half a life and fight?" His usual playful tone, yet there was seriousness in it. "Let's do it." Ragnar stood up. Even without Encrid around, there was something in his eyes, a flicker, like a flame. Without a trace of laughter, Rem stepped into the training grounds. "Hey, big guy, you coming too?" On the way, he called for Odin. "Ho ho, the Lord calls upon us." Odin rose with a smile. He left the cunning stray cat alone. That guy wasn't suited for direct combat anyway. He'll come if he feels it's necessary. That bastard wasn't the type to show up just because he was called. More than that, he was truly a sly one. Wasn't Rem a hunter himself? That guy was like a relentless night predator, or even a manhunter. At one side of the training ground, Rayem picked up his axe. Ting. He clashed the two axe blades together and took his stance. "Don't blame me if you die." Facing him, Ragnar spoke. "Look who's talking." Soon the two of them began moving their feet. The soldiers who had been training nearby all stopped and became spectators. Kang, Buck, Jejong. The heavy sounds of impact echoed. A three-way sparring match. The sheer intensity left everyone speechless. "I want in, too." The ferry company commander stepped in. "We're fighting with half a life on the line, though." When Ram questioned her, the commander simply smiled and drew her sword. The leaf-shaped blades reflected the light. It was a declaration of intent. Soon after, she proved that her skills were on par with theirs. Without needing to say it, they all understood. They were of the same mind. When blades crossed and fists collided, something became clear. Not yet. Not just yet. Even if it was the childish desire of an 8-year-old troublemaker to keep their place above Encrid, they had decided to focus on the present. Fighting with half a life on the line, it was the beginning of change, the acceleration of growth. All four of them had been called prodigies at some point. Each was honing their skills. But it wouldn't end with mere refinement. Rem sharpened Ragnar. Ragnar sharpened Rem. Odin joined in between. Occasionally Jackson would jump in too. The ferry company commander sparred with them in rotation. Whenever things got too serious, the others would jump in to break the tension, maintaining a balance. Their talents were igniting. Each passing day, they had more to show Encrid when he returned. Meanwhile, Encrid was traveling rougher roads than expected. Kah! Beasts surged at him in waves. Well, at least it was entertaining. For Encrid it was both an opportunity for training and a proving ground. Chapter 161. Facing beasts, there was no lack of force to deal with the beasts. The foundation of the heavy sword style was weight and power. Over with strength. Break through with power. Close the distance and strike with force. Put weight into your attacks. Make it so the enemy can't even think of dodging. These were phrases Ragnar often repeated, whether facing spears or shields. In most situations, his answers followed this pattern. The orthodox sword style, however, was different. Refine your form and force your opponent into your intended path. Luigarn taught the fundamentals first, adding details afterward, a highly efficient method. It was often said that frogs made excellent sword instructors. The difference is clear. There was a gap between his squad members' teaching and Luigarn's. Not that his squad members were bad. If anything, their methods suited Encrid better. Rolling in the dirt and enduring hardship was painful but easier for him. Rough but straightforward. He had grown accustomed to learning through hardship and brutality. Luigarn, however, truly understood how to teach, and Encrid knew how to learn. So he absorbed everything with full focus. The difference now was, I can keep up. There was a time when he couldn't, no matter how desperately he struggled. That time was now just the past. The isolation technique allowed complete control over one's body, down to a single muscle fiber. It was a skill that demanded mastery over oneself. To that, he added the sensitivity to a blade's edge, the singularity of focus, and the boldness and composure granted by the heart of the beast. And he realized, these four elements formed the core of my talent, what he had gained through effort, what had been nurtured by those around him. He had chewed, tasted, dissected, and explored that nourishment. That was why he had reached this day, because he had lived through countless toe days. And now he could follow a frog's teachings. Not that it meant he had become a genius. It simply meant he had improved. Luigarn, already aware of Encrid's lackluster talent, showed no surprise. Unshaken and steady, he simply continued to teach. Amidst it all, knowledge and stories of the sword surfaced often. Luigarn knew a great deal. They say quick sword styles are best for beginners, while orthodox styles are the best against beginners. Speed-focused techniques were easier to learn. Against weaker opponents, orthodox techniques boasted a 98% win rate. So what about when facing a stronger opponent? Heavy and flexible sword styles are best. Against an overconfident fool, quick techniques are effective. Against a cautious and suspicious opponent, orthodox techniques work well. But if I had to pick the most advantageous, I'd say illusionary swordsmanship. A technique that deceived and mesmerized the opponent. Luigarn's words implied that all 5 sword styles had their advantages, but no absolute answer. After all, in this world, nothing had a fixed solution. It was a statement born of his experience, philosophy, and temperament. It meant that the swordsman mattered more than the swordsmanship. To sum it up, against someone stronger, the fastest and most perceptive fighter has the advantage. Gurgle, gurgle! Luigarn laughed as he spoke. Encrid was slowly getting used to the frog's laughter. Knowing that Luigarn used throat vibrations to express emotion was one thing. Experiencing it firsthand for extended periods was another. The heavy sword style was originally designed to fight beasts and monsters. Seems fitting, doesn't it? Orthodox styles pair well with flexible techniques, while heavy styles work with quick ones. Only illusionary swordsmanship stands apart. Once you master one style, the others follow naturally. But ideally, you should round yourself out by learning all of them. Your exceptional traits will naturally shine. But since that's not your case, you'd best train even harder. Luigarn gave her subjective insights freely. When you cut that wolf beast earlier, you should have struck horizontally, not vertically. That way, you wouldn't have that wound on your left arm. You should have shifted your weight onto your right foot and deflected with the flexible sword technique. More specifically, like this. She constantly offered post-battle advice and demonstrations. All right, now try again. Block this. The training repeated. Luigarn personally wielded her sword, recreating the same scenario. Yet she never slowed her pace. Lessons continued during meals, at dawn, while standing night watch, and even before sleeping. Every moment, Encrid focused, dug deeper, and learned. Your reactions are too slow. You saw it, didn't you? Then you should have dodged, or at least blocked first. Snap! It was when he faced 3 hyena beasts. Though they were among the most dangerous creatures when in a pack, 3 of them alone weren't a problem. The fight ended with only a scratch on his side. Yet, Luigarn pointed out an issue. Encrid accepted it. As he did, a thought formed in his mind, more precisely, a thought triggered by her words. When the same flaw is pointed out repeatedly, one is bound to confront the problem eventually. Sense of evasion. Jackson had taught him, but he had yet to fully integrate it into his body. Coordination, was it? The more he learned, the more there was to master, to train, and to refine. Among them, this was one he had yet to internalize. Sense of evasion. His trained dynamic vision allowed him to perceive enemy movements several times better than before. For instance, with a whoosh, a ghoul swung its arm. Encrid could now predict its trajectory and impact point in advance. A precise sword technique shines when one anticipates the opponent's movements. Because he could see, he could predict. He swung his sword accordingly. Just as he had envisioned, he brought the blade down toward the lower right, then arced it upward in a sweeping motion. The edge caught the ghoul's forearm, splitting it open with a sickening crack. Without pause, he raised the sword above its crown, twisted his wrist, and pulled the blade forward into a vertical slash. The ghoul's head split diagonally, cleaved clean through its clavicle. And there, Encrid stopped his blade. He had deliberately exerted control to halt his strike. It was a matter of courtesy not to slice all the way down to the heart in front of a frog. Thud-dot. He kicked the ghoul's corpse away and withdrew his sword. The battle had ended in just 2 strikes. Not bad. That was Luigarn's assessment. From that moment on, Encrid became fully immersed in honing his sense of evasion and the fundamentals of precise swordsmanship. Yet, regarding the sense of evasion, I can't quite grasp it. He understood the concept and had learned the training methods. But simply learning something didn't mean it naturally became part of him. Wasn't that something he had long understood through experience? Was it similar to when he first learned Heart of the Beast? Or perhaps like when he first grasped one-point focus? How had he learned back then? 1, he had awakened through the experience of death. The other had required not a genius's approach, but that of a dullard, slow, steady, deliberate. Would he need a similar environment this time as well? When one's desire burns, one naturally seeks a wall to overcome. He might wish for the ferryman to guide him, but Encrid never factored such things into his calculations. As always, he simply did his best with the environment given to him. That was Encrid, and since the endless stream of monsters and beasts served as excellent examiners, he welcomed them, drawing his sword every time. Again? As they climbed a thorn-filled hill, Finn spoke in frustration. It was right after they had spotted another horde of beasts ahead. This isn't even some land tainted by a demonic realm's influence. So why the hell do these freaks keep popping up? Fury. Dutchly. Pure, undeniable fury. Monsters and beasts, of course, could not understand speech, which meant there had to be a more justifiable reason for her outburst. In what situations does one unleash such rage upon creatures that can't even comprehend words? The conclusion was simple. This wasn't anger directed at the monsters. At first, Encrid wondered why she was acting this way, but he soon realized the things he had been ignoring in his focus on training. He had thought it fortunate that monsters and beasts kept appearing as they made excellent practice targets. I figured she was reaching her limit. Crace muttered from the side. Gurgle. The frog puffed out its cheeks in agreement. Crunk. Esther sneezed. Finn was a ranger. And what was a ranger's duty? A pathfinder finds the way. A map maker draws the map. And a ranger ensures the party's safety along the path. Why had the Glacier Rangers, sworn to protect the glaciers, become renowned across the continent? Why were they considered extraordinary? Because they survived in deep forests, in landscapes as perilous as demonic realms, amid freezing cold and prowling monsters. They detected danger and safeguarded their companions with unmatched expertise. There were those who hired glacier rangers to gather rare herbs or precious metals from the frozen lands. Finn was not a glacier ranger, but she still took pride in her work. Wherever they went, monsters and beasts kept appearing. It was enough to make one doubt their own abilities. How many days has it been since we left? Encrid glanced at Finn, who was fuming before speaking. 3 days. Crace, quick on the uptake, answered. If they walked diligently, it would take 20 days to reach the pioneer village. If they took a carriage along the main road, it would be 6 to 7 days. There were risky paths here and there, but since they had a ranger with them, the journey could be both fast and relatively safe. Before they departed, Finn had nudged Encrid's side. But having a ranger like me with you is honestly a stroke of luck, isn't it? Now, the image of Finn smiling while saying that overlapped with the Finn who was now completely furious. It was understandable. This isn't your fault. At Encrid's words, Finn let out a deep sigh. Ah, seriously, this makes no sense. I've got nothing to say. Finn felt just as wronged now as before. Why had they chosen the Thornbush Hill in the first place? Monsters and beasts generally avoided inconvenient routes, so logically, this place should have been safe as well. The path ahead was blocked by thorny bushes at every turn. It was not a place one could enter easily unless they had an exceptional knack for finding trails. Without cutting through with a hand axe, it was tough to make any progress. But now, look at the beasts before them. No matter how thick their hides were, they had still charged through the thorns to get here. The creatures in question were the spotted hyena beasts commonly found in this region. One of them was even limping, though it was unclear how it had ended up like that. Another was dripping blood in small droplets. This isn't normal, Luigarn muttered. But to Finn, it sounded like an empty attempt at comfort. Encrid didn't bother responding. Instead, he focused on the beast's movements. Rather than immediately attacking in a frenzy, the beasts were showing signs of caution first. Since they were raising their guard and preparing for a fight, Encrid did the same. He lowered the backpack strapped to his back and drew his sword. I'll handle this alone. Stay back. Encrid stepped forward. 8 hyena beasts in total. Not a small number, even with one of them limping. It was a lot, more than enough to be considered dangerous. Typically, dealing with multiple beasts was a serious threat. But no one was worried. After all, they had seen how many monsters and beasts Encrid had slain in the past 3 days. This wasn't anything remarkable. Once again, Encrid sustained a scratch on his shoulder and nearly had his thigh bitten, but with a flash of quick thinking, he used his shin guard to kick one hyena square in the head. easily escaping danger. 2 of the 8 had managed to charge toward the group. One was sliced open by Esther's claws, its head splitting into 3. The other was sent soaring through the air as Luigarn kicked its body, gifting it a momentary bird-like experience. It was an impressive technique, not just stomping on the creature's belly to burst it open, but launching it skyward. It required a delicate balance of power and control. Encrid finished off the remaining hyenas, and so they continued their journey. Ah, damn it. Finn's irritation only grew. This time, it was a pack of striped hyenas. They just won't stop coming. Seriously. Grace clicked his tongue. They had encountered far too many. I do win. Once more, Encrid drew his sword. It had now been 20 days since they left the city. The group had stopped by a stream to wash when another pack of 13 hyena beasts suddenly emerged. But this wasn't a crisis. They had survived being surrounded by werewolves before, and compared to werewolves, these hyenas were no threat at all. Crack! And they had Luigarn's support as well. Her whip snapped loudly against the ground. Gotta keep myself from getting rusty, Luigarn remarked. She was right. This much was just a light warm-up. Thud! Esther also slammed the ground with her front paws, as if declaring she was ready as well. Of course, no one had forgotten. She was a lake panther, a cunning creature that could understand human speech. Against beasts, their forces lacked nothing. Chapter 162. It doesn't matter if we're not welcomed after dealing with the pack of hyena beasts. The group found a stream where they washed up and took out some jerky to eat. Eating, drinking, and washing were crucial, especially on long journeys. Catching a cold for no reason would only make the journey significantly harder. This taste is seriously... Finn seemed to be in a slightly better mood. The power of seasoned jerky was undeniable. Luigarn ate dried fruits and the edible larvae she had prepared herself. She also caught and ate a few cicada-like insects. It wasn't repulsive. He already knew that was just how frogs ate. Insects make the body strong. She spoke while chewing on dried larvae. Border Guard didn't have any facilities catering to frogs, which meant that packed meal was something Luigarn had personally prepared. As long as she was satisfied with her food, that was enough. In that sense, Esther also enjoyed the jerky. She chewed a few times before swallowing and nodded in satisfaction. Was she really a panther? At this point, she might as well be considered human. Everyone filled their water skins and drank. The water from the stream was clear and cool. As they followed the road and crossed a small rise, Encrid caught an unpleasant scent. Blood? The stench of death. The battlefield. The scent of blood and metal. The stench of war. As they crossed the rise, the source of the scent came into view. Scattered all around were the corpses of beasts. Wolf beasts, snake beasts, and even some that had transformed from goats. There were quite a few of them. The wounds on their bodies indicated they had been cut, struck, and torn apart. Among them were corpses that had been completely shredded to pieces. There were also traces of wild dogs feeding on them. What were beasts? They were animals transformed by the influence of demonic energy or the demonic realm. Carnivorous and highly aggressive creatures were the most susceptible to transformation. Even so, there's too many, just as Finn had angrily pointed out earlier. This land wasn't even a demonic realm, so how could there be so many beasts? Just counting the corpses strewn around, there were over 30. A demonic realm was a land no human could set foot in. It was the origin of both monsters and beasts. Several kingdoms had attempted to subjugate them time and again, but instead of conquering it, their nations weakened and were eventually devoured by neighboring countries. At the heart of a demonic realm, there was believed to be something that continuously spawned monsters. Naturally, if they were near a demonic realm, a horde like this would be considered insignificant. After that, they didn't encounter any more beasts. I'd like to say this is normal, Finn muttered. She had seen the numerous fallen corpses of beasts along the way. There had been a few ghouls, but most of them were beasts. The number of beasts far outnumbered monsters. After spending nearly 20 days traveling, they finally confirmed the existence of the pioneer village. Due to the frequent encounters with monsters and beasts, they arrived 2 days late. 22 days in total. It was their destination. A tall wooden palisade. A solid wall designed to repel enemy attacks. There were even 2 or so watchtowers built on top. It wasn't a small settlement. If the country had put effort into supporting this village, then yes, it could be of this scale. It was a village large enough to resemble a fortress. It's big. Kreis gave his impression. Yeah, Finn replied casually as she scanned the surroundings. As a ranger, she had been irritated along the way, but they had arrived. That was enough. Not everything could go perfectly. Encrid didn't concern himself with such matters. He simply walked toward the palisade. It was a well-constructed defensive structure, a sign that this pioneer village had received serious military investment. As Encrid stepped forward and identified himself, the gate of the palisade soon opened. A sharp-eyed man in the watchtower twitched his eyebrows. His expression was extremely unpleasant. He looks like he needs a beating. That was the kind of face he had. Even though Encrid rarely concerned himself with others, that face made him want to start throwing punches. Once inside, it was clear that both the barriers and the gates were made of thick logs. It was a sturdy palisade. Not quite at the level of city walls, but large and tall enough to be comparable. In the center of the village stood a tall flagpole and a platform, making it obvious that it was the village square. As they stepped inside, the village chief came out to greet them. The chief was a young man, roughly the same age as Encrid. His face was unremarkable, but his eyes shone with confidence. "Welcome, Aisha." The chief spoke. However, from his tone, attitude, and gaze, Encrid could tell they weren't truly welcome. Perhaps thanks to his honed intuition and instincts. Even with a frog in their group, the chief showed no real hospitality. This village is doing just fine on its own. We even drove away a large bandit gang nearby. Ever heard of the Black Blade? Even they wouldn't dare approach us. We appreciate the frog's presence, and it's nice that a platoon leader has come, but as you can see, this isn't some small village. So, you're a platoon leader? You must be good with a sword then. There's someone in our group who used to lead a mercenary band. You might have heard of him, One-Eyed Glaive. He's now the village's security captain. To summarize how they were being treated, we don't need any interference. We can handle things ourselves. Just look around and leave, and we'll say good things about you. The request? We'll say you did well. The colony? We already took care of it. This was what they meant. The ones led by the village chief, likely the core authority and backbone of the village. There were no extremely old people among them. Most were either middle-aged or young adults. It was their decision, the unspoken command to stay out of it. Most of the village workforce seemed to support their stance as well, especially the village guards or militia, who were showing something close to outright hostility. Let's do that then. Encrid didn't bother forcing them into anything just to secure his command. It would have been pointless. A request was a request, work was work, and people were people. If they wanted to handle it themselves, he would let them. However, he decided to stay in the village. At most, a week. At least 5 days. Just enough to confirm whether the village was truly safe and report back. In any case, it was their decision, so Encrid didn't make a big deal out of it. They had given him a hastily built hut to use as lodging. Kreis had gone out saying he wanted to look around the village. Luigarn, meanwhile, asked, "We're just going to stay like this? Just looking around. I'll spend the time training." Even here? Well, I suppose that makes sense. By now, Luigarn was adapting to the kind of person Encrid was. This guy would swing his sword anywhere. There were plenty of empty spaces near the hut. Many areas were still under construction. In one of those open spaces, Encrid swung his sword. Whether anyone was watching or not, since when had he ever cared about that? The fundamentals of swordsmanship, coupled with the sense of evasion, the things he had been most engrossed in lately. Everything he had learned flowed naturally through his body. He swung and swung again, stepping willingly into a world where only the sword remained, forgetting himself entirely. In that state, Encrid revisited everything he had learned from Luigarn on the way here. As Encrid's sword cut through the air, Craze busied himself exploring the village. He had expected to be treated like an outsider, but surprisingly, he blended in rather well. That's a skill in itself. That was what Luigarn thought. Craze had a knack for reading people and scratching where they itched. Want a smoke? With a single rolled cigarette, he won favor. Before long, he was chatting up a burly, bearded man near the quarry. You guys are something else. Taking the risk to come all the way here? A frontier village? Now that's a real man's feat. Just a few words, and he had won them over. He's got a silver tongue, too. There were plenty like him in the kingdom. Politicians, nobles living off the nation's resources, bureaucrats. He'd fit right in. By common sense, this journey should have been brutal and perilous. Of course, considering the strength of their group, the danger hadn't been that great. Even so, seeing Craze move so naturally in a new environment was somewhat impressive. Luigarn turned her gaze to the rest of their group. Esther the panther was perched on the hut's window frame, staring intently at her master. Finn was inside, catching up on much-needed sleep. Luigarn had nothing to do. If she had free time, she might as well help Encrid with his training. As she did, old memories surfaced. Specifically, the so-called geniuses she had mentored. Every single one of them had been, well, like the offspring of dogs. Yes, that was exactly right. Like dogs. I've trained enough, don't you think? I still have more to learn. I have an appointment at the salon this evening. No, do you like me or something? I'm not into having some kind of spiritual romance with a frog, so I'd really appreciate it if you'd let me be. This is my limit. I can't go any further. Geniuses were all the same. They mastered techniques so quickly that true, grueling training was rare for them. They never had to push themselves to the brink. They simply went through the motions, filling training hours. With bodies that absorbed skills effortlessly, their mental endurance withered away. A dried-up well. A sword was ultimately about controlling the body and moving it as one willed. That was the fundamental requirement. And these were the ones who had been born with it. Geniuses who grasped techniques after only a few attempts. People unfamiliar with struggle. Brr. Nine. Thinking about it made her puff out her cheeks involuntarily. Then, if the fundamentals were already in place, what was next? What else but relentless practice? They needed to swing, run, and roll endlessly. But how many actually did? Truly rare. Most of them were damn useless, but there had been exceptions. Gods aren't fair. She wasn't exactly upset, but the memories weren't pleasant. Her first lover, a man who never thought about tomorrow and always gave his all to the present. Training is fun. His words came back to her. Luigarn indulged in nostalgia. Back then, she had been younger and far more passionate. Of course, a frog's desires never wane with age. They were hedonists, a warrior race that lived by their instincts and cravings. Her thoughts blurred, and before her stood another man. Seeing him, she spoke without thinking. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Snapped out of her reverie, Luigarn asked the question. Encrid glanced at her and nodded. "Yes, I am." Luigarn saw the man, dripping with sweat, Black hair, blue eyes. Different from her former lover. And yet his talent was unmistakably different. Perhaps if he had lived, if the unfairness of the gods had not lingered upon him, he might have become a knight. But the man before her was not that person. And yet, why did they overlap? Just memories, faded past recollections. Not pleasure, but pain. Luigarn, being a frog, discarded unpleasant memories. Living for the present, surrendering to desires, upholding agreements, that was enough. Boss. For a brief moment, as Luigarn indulged in sentimentality, Crais approached, calling for Encrid. Once near, Crais spoke. This is quite serious, isn't it? A quarry, a training ground, even a barracks in the plans. There's talk of some noble backing it all. It hadn't even been half a day, yet Crais had already gathered quite a bit of information. Raising his index finger, he pointed to the sky, signifying that power was involved in this village. Well, without that, such a scale would be difficult to achieve. What about defense? Encrid nodded and asked, what would happen if a large horde of magical beasts attacked? The original request was to deal with a colony of such beasts. The command was granted to utilize the village militia. But if that was no longer the case, could the village handle a colony on its own? Would they be safe if another incident occurred? Since he had taken the job, he might as well assess things properly. A request was a request, work was work, and people were people. He needed to know what was necessary. Crais hadn't been aimlessly wandering about. In fact, he was quite in sync with Encrid. With just a glance from Encrid, Crais had gathered everything he needed. They're quite solid. That former mercenary captain seems to have trained them well. I don't claim to be an expert, but at least their discipline is in place. And disciplined troops don't collapse easily. Even the ones up in the watchtower. Those eyes of theirs, while their tongues are polite, their gaze is downright murderous. The watchtower, those eyes, that look, it wasn't to his liking, just a gut feeling. But were they mercenaries who dabbled in banditry as well? It was possible. Regardless, there didn't seem to be any major concerns. That was odd. Well, since things are like this, boss, how about we go treasure? Before Crais could finish, Encrid called for the frog. Snapping out of her reverie, Luigarn rolled her bulging eyes. Let's spar. Dueling, training, sticking to the usual routine. Already, people had started gathering to watch Encrid. An odd one among odd ones. Even here, he looked like he would swing his sword all day. Shall we use wooden sword? The frog asked. Crais, you? Instead of answering, Encrid called out to his quick-witted subordinate. Even if they weren't the most welcome guests, acquiring 2 wooden swords shouldn't be an issue. You're not actually going treasure hunting, are you? Crais countered Encrid's request, his tone full of genuine concern. Understandable. This involved Krona, after all. I'm leaning towards it. I'll fetch the wooden swords. Encrid had a surprisingly devious side, and Crais was well aware of it. But he's someone who keeps his word once he says it. If Encrid said he was considering it, then he was already halfway there. As Crais darted off, a chittering sound came from behind. Turning, Encrid saw Esther, the panther, laughing. Her laughter was quite unique. Did you always laugh like that? Curious, Encrid asked. Feigning dignity, pretending she hadn't been laughing, Esther stretched her neck and turned sideways, resting her head on her front paws. No answer then. Soon Crais returned with the wooden swords, and the spar began. There was a reason Luigarn had suggested wooden swords. This is a game of strategy. It was the same method she had once used to train her exceptionally talented lover. Of course, Encrid had no idea. He was too focused on enjoying it. A new training method, a different swordplay style. It was fun. Instead of relying on raw physical ability, it was a refinement of basic techniques. Where to block and deflect the opponent's strike. Every move laid the groundwork for the next. A game of setting traps for victory. As they slowly clashed wooden swords, building strategies. What's that? Are they playing around? What? Royal reinforcements? Isn't this supposed to be work, not a vacation? People started talking as they watched. A rumor spread that someone had come here to play sword-fighting games with a frog. Despite the size of the settlement, it was still a pioneer village. Apart from the militia, the population barely reached 200. Word spread that the platoon leader sent from border guard was just a good-for-nothing, bringing along a woman and a frog. The frog was supposedly his bodyguard, the woman his guide, and he even had a big-eyed attendant and a pet. Encrid didn't care. As the troublemaker's squad leader, he had endured worse rumors before and never paid them any mind. Even here you're still swinging that sword? Finn, having just woken from a nap, groaned as she saw Encrid drenched in sweat. Chapter 163. Standing at the edge on the first day. As they were immersed in training, the village chief provided dinner. He brought various kinds of food to their hut. "Please, eat." The one delivering the food was a red-haired woman. She seemed a couple of years younger than Encrid. "He doesn't mean anything bad." She was speaking in defense of the village chief. "It's fine." When Encrid responded indifferently, the woman's expression brightened. "I'm shy." "Okay." After a brief introduction, Shy blushed and left. Behind her, Cray muttered, as expected of a natural charmer. "Just open a salon with me already." Should he tell Craze that if his salon ever became a knightly order, it would probably be called something ridiculous like Swallow Knights or Host Knights? Encrid held his tongue. It was best not to react to the word's natural charm. The meal wasn't extravagant, but it was enough. White bread, watery stew, roasted beans and corn. Expecting meat would be too much of a luxury. As for the frog's meal, they couldn't ask for anything special, so Luigarn ate raw vegetables. Crunch. Vegetables with bug holes are the best. They come with a little extra flavor. Luigarn spoke while chewing on a dandelion leaf full of holes. She always seemed to enjoy it when she found bugs in her greens. Encrid wasn't disgusted. This was nothing. Finn and Cray felt the same. One was a former ranger. She believed that anything that grew from the earth or moved was edible. Craze had also been through his share of hardships. A few bugs? So what? Encrid wasn't any different. After finishing their meal, they trained again, then trained some more until bedtime. "You really never get tired of this, huh?" Craze remarked, but Encrid simply continued training. Since there was no separate bathhouse, they had to wash at the well. With the temperature rising, the cold water was refreshing. After washing up, Encrid checked the equipment that had worn out on the way here. He had swung his sword countless times, so he only needed to sharpen the blade. Using a pre-prepared amount of animal fat, he wiped the blade, rubbed it down with leather, and finished it off with a clean cloth. The smell was a bit strong, but it was better than letting the blade degrade. There were no chipped edges. Everything was intact. Impressive. Encrid was once again impressed by the skill of the blacksmith from the border guard's forge. Even if Valerian steel and Demph iron were involved, not just anyone could craft a sword like this. And it probably didn't even use that much of the expensive materials. The next day came. As usual, Encrid woke up at dawn and continued his isolation technique and training. Finn, unable to sleep due to an excessive nap, went out to scout the surroundings. The moon was still visible, but she said she was just going to take a look around. It was probably her ranger instincts, mapping out the terrain in her mind. Deutsch Pullman. As Encrid continued training, a man approached at daybreak. He had rough-looking short hair and an eye patch over one eye. In one hand, he carried a broad-bladed glaive. A scar ran across his face, giving him a rugged, intimidating appearance. "You're from Audiobook, aren't you?" Deutsch stared at him as he spoke. "Audiobook. Where was that again? Somewhere near the central region, probably. Encrid of the border guard, platoon leader. A brief introduction. Then Encrid resumed his training. Whatever business Deutsch had, it wasn't enough reason to stop. Deutsch silently watched before finally speaking. I heard you are in command. That's right. Encrid responded simply, still swinging his sword. Deutsch kept staring. What the hell is he doing? He was holding a wooden sword and slowly cutting through the air. One strike here, another strike there. Does that even help? Are you busy? Not really. Is he messing with me? Deutsch frowned. A man comes up to talk to you, and this is how you respond. He had come to gauge Encrid, whether this so-called commander was here to challenge his position as the village's defense captain. But his attitude was odd. Deutsch didn't want to start unnecessary trouble, nor give Encrid any reason to exploit weaknesses. Stay calm. So he endured. The palisade here is reinforced with resin, making it sturdy. It can easily hold against most beasts and monsters. I see. We regularly form strike teams to clear out threats, and we've had no major issues so far. I see. I brought over 30 men, and we've expanded the local militia through training. I see. We also manage the quarry, more or less. I see. We built watchtowers, and my men take shifts guarding them day and night. I see. Is this guy broken? At this point, it was natural to start thinking that. Deutsch wanted to confirm whether the border guard was trying to exert pressure on the village, but Encrid showed no interest whatsoever. Shouldn't he at least ask about the village's defenses? Most commanders would poke around, find weaknesses, and use that as leverage to secure control. Yet, Encrid didn't even seem to care. Deutsch could feel his carefully planned discussion unraveling. Something's off about him. Even his eyes weren't normal. He was just staring into space with a blank look, swinging his sword, lost in thought. They said he was playing with the frog and a wooden sword earlier. Was that true? Or what the hell was he actually here for? Thoughts tangled in Deutsch's mind before he finally asked, Did you come here just to train? Half-half, maybe? For the first time, Encrid slightly turned his head to answer. Deutsch had asked the question on a whim. But this guy really came here just to train? We've already taken care of the monsters forming colonies. I see. Forget it. This guy is not normal. At least one thing was clear. He wasn't here to seize command. Whatever he was up to, time would reveal it. Captain, monsters sighted. Just then, one of Deutsch's subordinates called for him. It was a recent recruit, but a sharp one, quick-witted and reliable. All right. And with that, Deutsch turned away. Encrid simply resumed his training. Deutsch returned to his duties, ensuring the village's defenses remained strong, keeping watch over the surroundings. After all, they had already cleared out the monster colonies before Encrid's arrival. Just a bunch of stray mutts. What was the big deal about 20 hyenas gathering? They didn't know. They had no idea how many monsters Encrid had slain on his way here, nor the number of beast corpses strewn along the road to the village. Not even that an entire Black Blade unit stationed nearby had been wiped out. They simply thought, so the thieves were supposed to come and cause trouble. Deutsch had been receiving daily reports, waiting for the thieves to show up. Normally, a pioneering village would be like a hidden treasure chest, making greedy thugs drool. But there had been no signs of them. Silence. Everything was progressing smoothly, without a hitch. Is luck on our side? Is luck on our side? It was as if the goddess of fortune had winked at him, and he simply hadn't noticed. And so, the third day after they arrived at the pioneer village, clang, 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 clang. The bell rang, piercing through the early morning mist with its alarm of an enemy invasion. Bandits. Deutsch sprang to his feet, grabbing his weapon. He was known as the One-Eyed Glaive, and he would demonstrate why. He kicked open the door. Everyone, "Ah!" Before he could finish his shout, he instinctively raised his weapon to block. Clang! Steel rang against steel. A battle axe struck the blade of his glaive, sending vibrations through the walnut wood shaft and rattling his hands. Ha! With a fierce shout, he swung the glaive shaft at his axe-wielding foe. Thunk! The monster was sent flying to the side. What the hell is this? Dutch was caught off guard. He hadn't even donned his armor yet, and the area was already swarming with monsters. Cool! The one he struck groaned in pain. A strange cry. A creature with an elongated torso and spotted markings all over its body. A null. If a single one had broken into the village, it wouldn't have been a major issue. He would have just crushed its skull and reported it afterward. No need for panic. But if about half a dozen nulls and hyena beasts had invaded, a bell could be rung for alarm, but seeing them right before his eyes would still be infuriating. Are you telling me a former mercenary corps can't even handle this? But now, fight! Don't back down! Shoot! Shoot them down! Help! Please! Help me! Ga! Screams of desperation and death blended into a grim symphony. In the midst of the chaos, he glimpsed his subordinates, but there was no time to confirm their state. There were too many. Nulls and hyena beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. Goo! 5 more nulls now stood before Dutch. Nulls hunted in packs. That cry had been a call for more allies to join the fight against him. Dutch fought back fiercely. He faced 4 axe-wielding nulls and 1 with a spear. By the time his glaive split open the heads of 2 nulls. Goo! Another cry rang out, and even more enemies appeared. This is insane. No, this can't be happening. Dutch felt it. No, he was certain. This was the edge of a cliff. There was no way out. Waking up at dawn had been a long-standing habit for Encrid. Time is never enough. A genius? No, compared to those with ordinary talent, he had to swing his sword 10 times when they did it once. If that wasn't enough, he'd swing 100 times. If that still fell short, then 1,000 times. And yet, no matter how much he swung, he never saw immediate results. But now, a series of small realizations. The lingering traces of consideration embedded in Luigarn's teachings. He found them, consumed them, and chewed on them. And through that process, he rediscovered their essence. His sword moved. Each day felt new for Encrid. It had always been that way. But recently, even more so. Most importantly, even while practicing the isolation technique, sudden insights would strike him. Coordination. It was the ability to react in the instant one saw and felt something. A difference in reaction speed. And the sense of evasion relied on that foundation. Ordinary training couldn't instill it. Then what did he need? If I must, do it even if it kills me. A simple resolution. To push through, even at the cost of his life. When the heart of the beast gave not composure, but boldness, Encrid understood something. All he needed was a small trigger. Just as he reached that conclusion. Goo! A wave of foul air spread. As the dawn's blue light faded, screams erupted ahead. Clang! 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 The emergency bell rang. Invasion! Monsters! Monsters! Encrid had focused solely on training these past few days, but Crace had been scouting the village in his spare time. The palisades are quite sturdy. Even if something happens, the village should hold up decently well. There aren't any siege weapons like trebuchets or mangonels, but the defenses are solid. It looks like they built them with a prolonged siege in mind. Bottom line is this, in response to whether the village could be in danger, Kreyas had said. It's fine. If trouble breaks out, reinforcements from another city will arrive. If they hunker down, they can last over a month. A monster colony shouldn't have been able to overrun the village. That's not right, Big Eyes, Encrid muttered. Hi, ta, pababak. Go. The sound of pounding feet. Dust clouds rising. The monstrous horde surging forward. He could see them, charging relentlessly, not even stopping to breathe. There were so many that counting was meaningless. Goo! Ha! Ha! Their cries echoed as they trampled the roads built by humans. A gnoll's axe crashed into a market stall. Crash! Splinters flew. Hi-ya! And human screams overlapped the destruction. Gnolls and hyenas. The dangers of gnolls. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. First, they moved in packs. Even a single gnoll would bring along hyena beasts. That made them a nuisance. Second, each individual was far from weak. Third, gnolls tended to form pairs, at least with hyena beasts. Thoughts were thoughts. The body was the body. Encrid grabbed his sword and stepped forward. Behind the hut where he had been staying, the village's laborers were still at work. The militia, including that guy Dutch, were stationed near the village center. That meant there weren't many fighters in this area. Huh? Huh? Behind him, a quarry worker who had stepped out to relieve himself collapsed in terror. Lua! In his urgency, Encrid only managed to shout half of the frog's name as he swung his sword. Chapter 164. Swinging the sword. The moment the gnoll lunged forward with its crude spear, Encrid's sword traced an arc, slicing through both the spear shaft and the creature's chest in one motion. Crack! Thud! Two sounds rang out at once as the gnoll's chest split open. Dark, viscous blood seeped out from between its yellow fur. Thick, black ichor unique to monsters. Encrid flicked his sword, scattering the blood across the gnoll's spotted hide. The mortally wounded creature gurgled, black foam bubbling from its mouth. Snap! A whip cracked through the air. A hyena beast, which had been lunging at a fallen worker, had its neck snatched mid-pounce. The creature was yanked into the air with a whoosh before crashing down among its kin. One unfortunate beast landed atop a nearby rooftop, let out a shriek, then rolled off the edge. Lua is a name lovers use, you know. The frog reacted to the name, her voice casual. She was now clad in a chestplate. When had she put it on? Her gaze briefly flickered over the corpse of the gnoll. She hadn't aimed for it, but she had split its heart. She looked away, unconcerned. Her seasoned experience as a frog warrior was evident even here. After all, she was no ordinary frog. She was the mentor of the refined sword style, and a warrior with an extensive history. Hey, I'm heading out. Where to? Even for her, leaving now, in the middle of battle, seemed absurd. And so, suddenly, cultists. Cultists? Encrid didn't even have time to ask further. Rumble. Luigarn's cheeks swelled, a physical expression of emotion, rage, regret, or something similar. But Encrid had no way of knowing. Luigarn bolted. With a powerful stomp, she vanished forward, sending dirt spraying up like a fountain from where she had stood. Her body left after images as she sped ahead. Several hyena beasts moved to block her path, but it was meaningless. Luigarn became a green streak. Boom! The hyena beasts at the end of her charge were sent flying in all directions. Seeing them soar through the air made the entire situation feel unreal. It was a feat of brute strength, something only a frog warrior like her, who could shrug off minor wounds, could accomplish. Encrid focused his gaze in the direction she was heading. There was something there. No, someone familiar. A figure he had seen over the past 3 days. The one who had always stuck close, that so-called Captain Deutsch. Clang! Before a fallen worker, Esther stood, claws raised. Encrid snapped his attention back to his own battle. The nulls and hyenas were swarming. There was no time to watch from afar, nor to ask about the cultists. What is all this? Behind him, Craze muttered. There wasn't even time to answer. The nulls were already charging. Ha! Exhaling, Encrid dug his left foot into the ground, twisting his ankle, knee, and waist in unison as he swung his sword. A refined sword-style spinning slash carved through the incoming null. Thud! The blade cleaved through its torso, severing it in two. Black blood and entrails splattered to the ground. The bisected corpse was flung aside, momentarily halting the null's charge, but only for a second. One of them leaped over the corpse, swinging a battle hammer. More followed, tongues lolling, saliva flying. Encrid had no armor, only his sword. The situation was dire. They just keep coming, Craze shouted. Encrid exhaled sharply, raising his sword once more. There was no time for words. The chaos had begun. There were things in this world that could not be yielded, things that could not be ignored, and things that could never be forgiven. For Luigarn, cultists were one such thing. A group of mad zealots who believed their god resided in the demonic realms. They were an enemy she could never overlook. So the moment she spotted one, Luigarn lost control. She was indeed an experienced warrior, one who had spoken the word heart with knowing weight. But she was also a frog, a species that acted upon the primal desires that boiled in their chests. And the cultists had taken her second lover. She had sworn on her heart that day, sworn to kill every cultist she ever laid eyes on. This was more important to her than anything else. Her only thought was to kill and return. But her movements had been checked. The cultist brat was craftier than expected. "You crazy frog bitch," the cultist sneered, lips curling into a sharp grin. To him, it must have looked like he had successfully lured her into a trap. No matter. It was time to shatter their arrogance, though it meant she wouldn't be able to return to Encrid right away. Don't die. That was all she could hope for. The moment Luigarn left, the monsters surged forward like floodwaters from a burst dam. Encrid had stepped up to buy time, but it was futile. There were too many of them. Ooh! With an eerie cry, a short battle hammer came crashing down toward his head. A weapon tipped with an iron spike. If it hit, the damage would be more than just painful. Encrid stepped back and swung his sword upward from below. A reverse vertical slash. Thud! Encrid split his opponent's jaw, and half of his skull vertically with his blade. Then he used the pommel of his sword as a blunt weapon to strike the head of a hyena charging from the left. Thwack! A hyena that had leaped up, aiming for an opening, crashed to the ground with a dull thud. The sensation in his hands was like cracking a walnut. Its skull must have been shattered. There was no time to confirm how cleanly he had split it. Now the attack came from the right. 3 glinting blades. They flew at Encrid, eager to prove their effectiveness against his body. These nulls. They had impressive coordination. Encrid swung his sword 3 times in quick succession, relying on instinct. If he couldn't block them, he would simply strike them away. His focused eyes gleamed. 2 of the slashes were deflected. Clang! The third, however, left no room for a counter. He twisted his body to dodge. But a spear blade suddenly thrust forward, stabbing into his stomach. Encrid immediately brought his sword down, striking the middle of the spear shaft. The spear aiming for his gut was stopped. Thud! But at that moment, a hammer crashed down onto his shoulder. This was another enemy entirely. There was no way to block that in time. Even with his heightened senses, it was impossible to detect every attack in such chaos. The strike had come from his blind spot. Stopping meant death. His instinct screamed, his gut and his intuition roared. Encrid let himself fall backward, shifting his weight as if collapsing. Then he reversed his grip on his sword and slammed the pommel onto his left shoulder. Thud! A heavy impact. The enemy behind him let out a pained, gurgling groan. Using the momentum of his fall, Encrid suddenly sprang back up, swinging his sword to the right. A hyena beast was lunging at him. The first one had aimed for his throat with reckless aggression. The ones attacking after were persistent. This time the beast targeted his wrist. Just as Encrid split the creature's skull, his heart pounded from the imminent danger surrounding him. Calmness, boldness. The heart of the beast anchored his mind. The moment he regained full awareness of his surroundings, his sense of evasion went beyond his 5 senses, into his 6th. Time slowed. The nulls' weapons advanced toward him in sequence. A spear, a gladius, a battle axe, and a hammer. A thin line connected them, the line between life and death. Encrid followed that line with his sword. Thud! Slash! Crack! Thud! A well-honed blade performing its craft. The null at the front had its skull split with a clean downward cut. The second had its nape slashed as the sword smoothly transitioned downward. The third was struck in the collarbone, the blade cutting deep into its heart. The fourth, after piercing its heart, Encrid ripped the sword out and swung diagonally, carving through ribs and stomach, exposing entrails. It was a fatal wound. Death was certain. The other 3 had suffered the same fate, all struck with lethal blows. 4 dead in an instant. The ground was soaked in the dark blood of beasts. Nulls were the embodiment of persistence. They used their fallen comrades as an opportunity, thrusting spears from behind. Meanwhile, the hyena beasts remained relentless. Failing to strike his wrist, they targeted his thigh. When that failed, they aimed for his shin. It wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. There were so many that counting them was meaningless. There was no time to worry about others. Encrid focused his entire mind on what he had to do. Cut the dot-dot-t. Cut again. Huh? Stab. Dot-y. Stab again. His heavy sword techniques flowed effortlessly, splitting heads and bodies of the beasts. Even after battling over a dozen creatures in this chaotic melee, the number of nulls and hyena beasts remained the same. Even with his calm mindset, his breath grew ragged. His heart pounded in his chest. And now something new emerged among the nulls. Taller than the others, by an entire head. Naturally, they were stronger and more formidable. Most of his enemies were smaller than Encrid. But these exceptions towered over him. One of them advanced, raising a massive wooden club high above his head. Grew. No time to dodge. A split-second decision. The best possible choice. Meet. Jump. Boom. He had prepared for this, but held back until now. Now, he unleashed it. Revealing the heart of monstrous strength, Encrid swung his sword upward without hesitation. Crash! A deafening explosion. It was as if a bomb had gone off. The mutated null's club was sent soaring into the sky. The moment it lost its weapon, Encrid propelled himself forward, thrusting his hand like a flash of light toward its throat. Squelch! A single thrust, swift as lightning, pierced through its neck. It was one motion. In and out. It had to be. Losing his sword meant losing his only weapon. Now, 2 more of the large nulls rushed in from the side. No. Every null's yellow eyes gleamed. Murderous intent. Malice. Greedy hunger. What could be done against eyes like those? What was possible now? I don't know. The only thing I can do now is swing my sword. That was all there was to it. Esther knew something was wrong. Too many, A large-scale colony. The term indicated the sheer difference in scale. It was too late to run. The panther's eyes scanned behind her. What she saw was humans dying, monsters committing a massacre. "Save me!" One couldn't even finish his plea before a gladius pierced his throat. Hua! Another was torn apart alive by a hyena beast's fangs. Thud, thud. Nulls repeatedly thrust their spears into fallen corpses. Gook! Gook! Monsters exuding base pleasure. Everything happened in an instant. Humans couldn't escape. The palisade was tall. The moment the monsters breached it, this place ceased to be a human village and became nothing more than a platter for the monsters. There was nowhere to run. Some humans sprinted toward the watchtower, hoping to buy some time by climbing to higher ground. But it was futile. The monsters aren't the only problem. Esther's eyes narrowed. Atop the watchtower, some supposed former mercenary grinned as he fired arrows. Aiming at those trying to climb up the walls in search of safety, twang, thud. The struck man plummeted to the ground. His skull shattered, and the hyena beasts devoured him. Everyone who attempted to climb met the same fate. A foreboding sensation filled Esther's mind. Kia! Katia. And so, she revealed a portion of her power. With monstrous strength, she kicked and crushed a gnoll's skull. Then, leaping forward, she clawed, slashed, and stabbed at the hyena beasts. Thud! Squish! Crack! Her claws split skulls apart. Esther rampaged. Even after killing over a dozen, the wave did not end. This was no colony that a small group could handle. A catastrophe-level colony. A monstrous gathering that would cause massive problems within the kingdom. Someone orchestrated this. Esther, a mage who possessed a spell world, had an instinctive understanding. This wasn't natural. But there was nothing she could do at the moment. Even as she pondered, she moved ceaselessly and soon reached her limit. There were simply too many. If they held their ground, they would die. Escape was the only option. That was her judgment. An escape route. We have to break through the front, Captain. Crace! Big Eyes shouted. At some point he had drawn a short sword. A talented one indeed. How had he survived with just a single short sword? He had been staying near his captain, the Eye of the Storm, holding his ground right at the boundary. The surrounding nulls prioritized the most dangerous enemy. And that was Encrid, a man Esther needed. He fought like a hero out of legend. Against the approaching nulls, he slashed, stabbed, and killed with a single sword, wielding it madly. Gripping near the ricasso, he fought in a half-swording style, crushing a gnoll's skull purely with brute strength. A breathtaking sight, a sheer display of overwhelming martial prowess. If there had been time, if the situation had been less dire, it would have been a scene worth marveling at. This isn't good. If she were in her human form, possessing her spell world, things might be different. But what could she do with a panther's body? Fighting alongside him? That would just mean dying alongside him. Esther leaped onto the roof of a nearby hut. She erased her presence and watched the man. She had decided to observe for now. I will avenge you. And in that moment, she made a fresh resolve. She had never harbored such feelings for anyone before in her life. But without even realizing it, Esther committed herself to vengeance. Chapter 165. Before the surging wave of monsters, Encrid didn't bother counting the enemy numbers. He simply swung his sword, again and again. The monsters charged endlessly, and human screams burst out one after another. No, at some point, the screams had disappeared, leaving only the stench of blood and the howls of beasts and monsters. The battle had begun at dawn, and before he knew it, it was noon. The sun had passed overhead. Encrid couldn't block every attack. A hyena-like beast's head, detached from its body, was lodged in his left thigh. His left arm hung limp. His right hand was intact, but his right foot was not. Smashed by a hammer, all his toes were broken. His body wobbled left and right, and his vision blurred slightly. Yet, the monsters kept coming. Gurk! The pleas for help that had echoed around him. The screams from somewhere in the distance. They were gone. Dragging his feet, Encrid swung his sword. His entire body screamed in agony from the reckless use of his heart of the beast. From morning until past midday, for nearly half a day he had fought alone, cutting down nulls and hyena beasts. The number surpassed 100. If someone had seen it, if someone had known, they would have been horrified. But the only left here was himself. Ah, craze. As he took a step back, his foot caught on something. A corpse. Its belly had been torn open, spilling its guts, yet it could no longer groan even when stepped on. A familiar face. Kreis, whose cheek bore the bite marks of a beast. His face was ruined, and to think he always boasted that his face was his greatest asset. At least Finn had gone out on patrol. She had left to check the surrounding terrain. Thankfully so. If she had seen this, she would have run. At least she wouldn't die. The others, were they all dead? Probably. Today was another wall, a repetition of yesterday. The certainty of it was almost a premonition. He didn't need the boatman to tell him. No, he could almost hear the boatman's mocking voice already. You think you can overcome the wall just by training with your sword? Try it. Drown in the monsters and beasts. Suffocate in their midst. Then you'll realize your limits. Exhaling, Encrid gripped his sword once more. Limits? What nonsense. The nulls, who had been relentlessly attacking, finally stopped. Goo-coo! Goo-wook! A rough, guttural howl echoed, and then the monster horde split apart. From the gap, a single null emerged. Its posture was characteristic of its kind. Head lowered, back hunched, spine protruding upwards. It wasn't unusually large. It didn't wield some extraordinary weapon. At first glance, it seemed like any other null. The only difference was that its fur stood more on end than the others, and its snout was longer. It held daggers in both hands, their blades gleaming under the sunlight, coated with some unknown substance. With its appearance, the howling of the nulls grew louder. The air vibrated. The resonating sound struck his eardrums, making them ache. As Encrid raised his sword before his eyes, he felt his arm trembling. A consequence of overusing heart of the beast. Gosh! It was frustrating, in a way. What was all this? He had woken up intending to train, only for a wave of monsters to crash down upon him. And now, here he was. The null's gleaming yellow eyes, locked onto Encrid. And Encrid's lake-like blue eyes met its gaze. Blue and yellow, each confirming the other's presence. Monsters that formed colonies always had a leader. One glance at the atmosphere was enough to tell. This null was their leader. The leader sniffed the air, then bared its fangs in what seemed like a grin. Was it a smile of confidence and victory? Was this null actually smiling at him? Was that even possible? Encrid mulled over it for a moment before dismissing it entirely. It wasn't a pleasant sight, but why should he care if the null smiled or not? What mattered was reflecting on what had happened in this desperate battle. I've delved deep into the true sword form. Then again, he had only been focusing on mastering the basics. Expecting it to yield immediate results was unrealistic, especially against monsters. A relentless tidal wave of them, no less. They're not the kind to entertain a proper sword fight. Luigarn had once said that the true sword form was the worst technique to use against monsters. Well, for a human to carve through a monstrous tide alone, They would have to be at least knight level. No, at least squire. So, had he gained nothing from this battle? No, he had. Encrid smiled. As always, he had discovered something new, and that alone brought him joy. Fighting against countless spears and blades, beasts and monsters, he had realized something. If I am willing to risk death to push forward, the instinct for evasion, sense of evasion, was something that couldn't be ingrained through mere training. But now, he had glimpsed it. The countless wounds covering his body, the bites, cuts, slashes, and blunt trauma. In every single moment he had felt it. Every time he was struck, he had wondered, why here? Why couldn't he dodge? Fighting, thinking, fighting, reflecting. Perhaps the Null leader recognized his smile. Or maybe it simply disliked the shift in atmosphere. Its torn mouth shut tight, and it lunged. With a sharp crack, its feet slammed against the ground as it charged. It was terrifyingly fast. It had no weight to its movement, yet its speed was reminiscent of the Squire Knight. No, perhaps even greater. Without dynamic vision training, it would have been impossible to follow. No, even now, it was dangerously close. Encrid barely managed to twist his body, half collapsing as he dodged. Nulls were monsters. They wielded weapons, but they weren't the type to use any sort of swordsmanship. Their strikes were simple and direct. If not for that, dodging would have been out of the question. Encrid gripped his sword with both hands and swung it upward. His battered body couldn't deliver his best strike, but he hadn't expected the Null to evade so easily either. Swish. The Null leader retreated as swiftly as it had charged. It left afterimages in its wake. Encrid's blade sliced through empty air. The yellow fur, mottled with black spots, flickered in and out of sight like a fading image. Then suddenly, it was right in front of him, enlarging in his vision, at point-blank range. The Null that had dodged his sword lunged at him again. This time, he had no way to avoid it. With a sickening thud, a dagger plunged deep into his thigh. It felt like being stabbed with a red-hot iron skewer. The searing pain spread from his thigh, scorching through his entire body. Encrid tried to grab the Null the moment the dagger lodged into him, but the creature slipped away again. His desperate grasp only flailed through empty space. The Null backed off, staring at him with a calculating gaze. It began to circle around him in slow, deliberate steps. Stalling for time? At a moment like this? Why? What kind of monster is this? The thought had barely formed when... You bastard. Instead of a grin, Encrid let out a breath of realization. The dagger in his thigh gleamed with something slick. A dull, burning pain, followed by a sudden wave of nausea. It wasn't something he could just endure. Ah! His stomach twisted violently, forcing him to vomit a mix of blood and whatever he had eaten. Poison dot. The dagger had been coated with poison. Sneaky bastard. This Null knew its own strengths well. Faster hands and feet than the others. Faster reflexes. It knew that even a grazing wound would be enough to secure victory. It knew how to fight and how to win. That was the last thought Encrid had before he collapsed. Luigarn isn't coming back. Maybe if he held out she would come. But that wasn't hope. It wasn't dependence. It was simply recognition of the facts. Now that he knew Luigarn wasn't coming, that was enough. That was the end of it. If he had to endure alone, then so be it. What came next was a pain unlike anything he had ever known. The Null with the dagger, as if playing a cruel game, jabbed Encrid's body over and over. Poisoned and helpless, Encrid suffered for more than half an hour before he died. Blackness, darkness, and once again the ferryman. A proper funeral rite? Do you think that'll help? You're nothing but a drifting wreck in a storm of monsters and beasts. I was sure. He was reacting exactly as expected. I see. Encrid recalled Deutsch's reaction and decided to try the same trick on the ferryman. You little bastard. The ferryman immediately caught on and snapped at him. The moment his eyes opened at dawn, Encrid began gathering his weapons. The clinking of metal filled the air as he secured his second sword, various throwing weapons and his armor. The weight pressed down on his entire body. It was reassuring. All that noise was bound to wake the others. That was intentional. He had something to ask. Luigarn, the frog, was the first to speak. Fully armed at dawn? Do you know anything about cults? At the unexpected question, a heavy silence fell over the cabin. Luigarn was the cause of it. For once, she wasn't her usual indifferent self. Where did you hear about them? From you, of course. During my time as a mercenary. Shall we talk outside? Luigarn suppressed the ominous tension she had stirred. Now wasn't the time to press the matter. But still, the fact that Encrid had brought it up, that was worth hearing out. Outside, Encrid checked his gear once more. No issues. Then, he activated the isolation technique. Moving while fully armed placed strain on his body. The discomfort forced him to adjust his stance. And in fixing his stance, he naturally recalled Odin's teachings. Training the body is meant to be uncomfortable. What a madman. The key was to bear the discomfort while shifting the burden from the joints to the muscles. How much time had he spent refining this? How many times had he repeated it? Encrid quickly corrected his posture. Today, his isolation technique would be short and intense. There wasn't much time. Luigarn was baffled as she watched Encrid, who immediately immersed himself in training, but she figured there was nothing to be done. That's just how he is. Why bring up heresy all of a sudden? Luigarn asked. Encrid glanced at her casually. He had encountered heretics before, and even eradicated them. They were often lurking in the dark corners of cities or in back alleys. Of course, if the problem arose in a city, the inquisitors from the temple would deal with it, and mercenaries wouldn't need to get involved. In rural villages, however, when similar issues arose, the village chief or mayor would sometimes hire mercenaries. Encrid had once dealt with those who smoked herbs that destroyed their minds. People who were half mad. It was clear that the heretics Luigarn mentioned were not the same type. So, Encrid decided to ask, wanting to understand more. I saw them in a dream, Encrid replied. Encrid spoke with ease. He was good with words, which meant he could read people's intentions, understand their moods, and think quickly. Encrid recognized that Luigarn's gaze was not ordinary. She probably doesn't think I'm normal, Encrid thought. He wondered if he could get away with this conversation. If not, he would simply drop it. His curiosity about cultists was only half the reason. The other half was the feeling that something more might be tangled up in it. It was clear that this wasn't about just a simple colony or a mob of monsters. It was something bigger, something odd. The number of people involved wasn't normal. A dream? Luigarn asked, intrigued. One of the reasons was that Encrid's head didn't seem quite right. It's possible, Luigarn thought, soon accepting it. This man, despite everything going on, was still moving, fully armed. How's that normal? It certainly made him seem like the leader of a crazy squad. Heresy is truly dangerous and should be approached with great caution. Even speaking its name carelessly could bring danger, Luigarn said. Yes, you're right, Encrid replied, not feeling the need to elaborate further. Luigarn continued speaking, adding a few more details. Cults have spread across the continent, but the most dangerous are those who believe in the demon's sacred grounds. They are followers of the demonic sacred ground cult, also known as the Rebirths sect, worshipping the 6 devils. That was enough. It wasn't detailed, but there was no need to know more. Luigarn kept it vague. Encrid felt he had heard enough. Whether it was the demonic sacred ground sect, the Rebirth sect, or those worshipping the 6 devils, something about it seemed to be connected with Luigarn. Has she gotten involved with them? Encrid couldn't ask her directly, so he would have to figure it out slowly. Encrid resumed his training. Luigarn watched, then asked with a gurgling sound as bubbles formed, "Aren't you hot?" Sweat dripped down from Encrid's forehead. It was hot. Training while fully armored wasn't exactly comfortable. It's good for muscle training. The weight of the armor adds resistance, Encrid said, brushing it off with a quick excuse, giving a plausible reason. That was his quick thinking in action. Luigarn nodded, accepting the explanation. Time passed again. Encrid looked around to see if he could get Esther or Craze to evacuate. The thick barricades weren't something that could be easily passed, and there were 2 gates, one at the front, the other connected to a rocky hill at the back. Sending them back? But the back gate was firmly sealed as well. It was never opened in normal times, and Craze had said they didn't want to show anyone the quarry area. What are they hiding? Encrid didn't know, and it didn't matter. He didn't push himself too hard. He eased up slightly. Sweat still fell to the ground. The heat was unbearable. Even in the morning, wearing this much armor was enough to make anyone sweat, and swinging a sword on top of that? He waited for the monsters. The boatman's question seemed to echo. What can a single human do in front of a wave of monsters? No. It wasn't the boatman's question. It was a question Encrid asked himself. What could a human, standing alone, do? There were plenty of things. The realizations, the things he'd relearned. In the midst of the monster tide, he could train his senses. Reflex training, judgment training based on incoming information, muscle contraction training, and crisis management skills gained by maneuvering the body amidst numerous blades. All of it was training. He had learned these lessons when facing the wizard Retsha, the werewolf colony, and the ambush units of Aspen. As he repeated today, heading toward tomorrow, he would use everything he had. He wouldn't waste today. He would make full use of it. He had vowed to do so, and so he would. Encrid sharpened his mind like a blade. He held his sword out in front of him. This was how he greeted a new day. Encrid turned his back on the rising sun. Boom! A loud noise followed by the shout of a horn broke through the air. Chapter 166. What can one human standing alone do? What is the sense of evasion? It was not simply a technique of avoidance. Thinking about it, there were many strange things. Encrid had left a scratch on Rem's cheek. But had he ever seen one of his own squad members get hurt like that before? Neither when facing me nor on the battlefield had they ever been easily hurt. They didn't get wounded. Unless they were deliberately letting themselves get hit, they fought without injury most of the time. How could that be? The sense of evasion. It wasn't simply a skill of dodging. I had a vague grasp of it, and I intended to dissect it piece by piece starting now. Facing the charging nulls, Encrid scattered his hands in the air. To someone who didn't know, especially Craze, it looked like he was just waving his hands around, but it wasn't. Thud, thud, thud. Using his hand as a bow, his chest as a launching pad, and the elasticity of his whole body, he threw his daggers. The daggers, like rays of light, pierced the heads of the charging hyena beasts and the necks and heads of the nulls. The action of drawing and throwing was so fast that it was almost invisible. I wondered if my throwing skills had improved over time. And they had. Thanks to my isolation technique, strength training, and overall improvement in body control. 3 of them died at once. Their bodies rolled across the ground, still at the speed they were running. Other nulls and hyenas tripped over them. The other nulls and hyena beasts trampled over the pile. The pitter-patter of feet was irritating. Scatter! Luigarn shouted, pulling out her whip and repeating the same command before running out. Damn it, what the hell? Kreis's surprised voice could be heard. Kia! Esther was guarding the side as well. Ugh! Even the worker who had come out to pee was shouting. It was the same day, but he met it differently. Encrid's hands moved ceaselessly. It was the second day. This time there was a bit more leeway compared to the previous days. I already knew the indiscriminate wave of monsters was coming. I threw every dagger I had. Beep. Whistling daggers and all. I killed dozens of monsters and beasts that charged at me. But there was one fact that didn't change. There were many. The horde of monsters and beasts formed a wave once more. Those that leaped over the corpses lunged at Encrid. "Watch out, Captain," Kreis shouted, drawing his short sword with a clang. Encrid adjusted his breathing. The realization he'd had in the previous days, something he could only feel by risking his life. He sharpened his senses, entering a realm of intuition and instinct. He parried, blocked, and thrust his sword into the gaps in the nulls' attacks, more forcefully than ever before. If nothing else, Encrid was confident in his stamina. With his past experiences added to it, he was like a press that crushed monsters and beasts. Crack! One would die with its neck severed. Another would die from being stabbed. Meanwhile, the sounds of metal clashing, flesh tearing and bones breaking overlapped. Clang! Thud! Smack! Kreis's eyes widened as he watched. Is he a monster? The same thought he'd had when seeing Rem and the other squad members popped into his head. That was the level of his movements. He blocked everything, struck down everything. With each swing of his sword, nulls and hyenas died helplessly. Whether Kreis was impressed, admiring, surprised, or spouting nonsense, Encrid heightened his concentration. No, he entered a world of his own. He cut off his senses of his surroundings. A world where only the sword remained. Time slowed down, leaving only the enemy and him, the sword and the world, and his sharp intuition. Facing the overwhelming wave of monsters, the best a lone human could do was to swing his sword. Encrid did just that. But the outcome didn't change. Noon again, the sun shining down. This time his injuries were less severe, but both of his thighs were deeply slashed. He couldn't dodge that damn pair of daggers. Kreis's corpse was nowhere to be found this time. Encrid endured for the same amount of time in this repeated day. Should I call that lucky? Esther had somehow climbed onto the roof of the hut. There seemed to be some kind of emotion in her big blue eyes, but there was no time or space to discern it. Grrr! The characteristic howl of a hyena, and then the colony leader appeared. The leader of the monsters. It was the same as before. With his thighs injured, he couldn't dodge as well, so perhaps this situation was worse than before. However, Encrid was certain that his skills had improved in just one day. It was harsh and cruel, but his senses had become sharper. See you again? Yelling incomprehensible words at the nulls, he died writhing in poison. Cut to black. The ferryman didn't appear, and a new day began. This time I didn't ask Luigarn any pointless questions. She was going to leave anyway. There was no point in asking unnecessary questions out of curiosity. There's nothing more futile than asking why she didn't stay and protect this place. Telling her to come back would be meaningless. If she was going to come back, she wouldn't have left in the first place. Running away means that matter is more important to her. Instead, clank, clank, got. That's a unique way to wake someone up, isn't it? I need to wake everyone up while I'm getting my gear ready. It's a beautiful day. It would be good to get up early. It's still dawn. The moon hasn't even set yet. Kreis complained from beside me, but I ignored him. Once again I broke into a sweat. This day was short. Or rather, the time I could dedicate to training was short. So what was I to do? I could only use the battles as a training ground. And that's what Encrid did. The pain of the poison, the terrible agony. It was a matter of endurance. In fact, what made me forget the pain, the thrill of growth, even if it meant crawling forward. More than anything, it felt like I was walking now, not crawling. A slightly faster pace, that's how it felt. How could I not be happy about that? A little further this time. You could call it a series of challenges. Encrid set his own goal. It was a simple but clear goal. To delay the moment he got injured for as long as possible in each repeated day. At first he was hit in the shoulder after only a few battles. The next day, both his thighs were slashed, and after that, he was struck in the abdomen by a spear. Thanks to his sturdy armor, he didn't die. But if his reaction had been a little slower, it could have been fatal. I'm still lacking. It was a form of self-awareness. Encrid, through his experiences, recognized his own shortcomings. Squad leader, the most important thing in martial arts is to repeatedly ingrain it into your body. It's about making your body remember, not your head. So roll around. Auden's words echoed in his mind. The moment you see it, your body should react. Then you can dodge. There's no need for some lazy person's strange focus technique. Jackson's words came to mind. Originally, Encrid would have trained to improve his coordination, where his body would react instantaneously based on what his eyes and senses perceive. But he was approaching it differently. What if I made my muscles remember in every situation? That's what he did. Within the repeating today, in the midst of the waves of monsters. On the third today, the fourth today, the fifth today. Every today he struggled and struggled again. More than 20 todays passed like this. Training was a given, but the wave of monsters the ferryman had spoken of was like a wall that seemed insurmountable. Unless he became a knight right away, or had an army of similar strength. But Encrid didn't let himself be distracted by such things. He was simply building today for tomorrow. There were no distractions. He simply carried out what he had to do in the repeating today. At first, it was less than 10, but after 20 days, I could parry and dodge attacks from dozens of nulls in the middle of their pack, even while wielding a sword. Wow, the worker who was supposed to be fleeing exclaimed in astonishment. It wasn't like I could dart through them without a scratch, though. So, what do I do? I just repeat it. 30-something days passed, and then 40-something more. I was getting so used to being poisoned, but the pain was still excruciating. But I learned a trick. Even when poisoned, I would endure and swing my sword. What would happen if I charged into the pack of nulls right after being poisoned? Blades, hammers, axes, and spears would fly at me from all directions. Slash, slash, slash. Being hacked to pieces was better than dying a slow, painful death from poison. So I rolled and rolled, risking my life among the nulls and hyenas. In between these days, I had opportunities to ask about the cult. Have you heard of the cult of the demon's sacred ground? It was a half-intentional question. With each repetitive day and limited time, I had no choice but to ask something new, and I used this as a reference point. Every 10 days, I asked about the cult. That's how I kept track of time. And since I was asking anyway, I asked a meaningful question. They're a rotten, fanatical cult, Luigarn replied, showing her hatred without hesitation, as a frog would. It was hatred. A hatred so intense it made the center of her puffed-up cheeks look blood-red. I'm going to kill them all, every last one. I wondered why she had left. I swore it on my heart, she said. Luigarn sounded like a seasoned frog when she uttered those two words. My heart. She hesitated a bit, but she spoke up eventually. Just that was enough to show how extraordinary of a frog she was. The cult of the demon's sacred ground. Now we see, down. I don't know if that's the official name, but they were a bunch of crazy people who believed their god was imprisoned in the origin of monsters, a place inaccessible to humans. The most extreme of cults. The greatest heresy on the continent. It was said that they actually used humans as sacrifices in strange summoning rituals. What did they summon? Monsters. Sometimes evil spirits too. And not all monsters are created equal. There was a quite famous monster on the continent, and it was rumored to be the result of a summoning ritual. I thought it might just be a rumor circulating among mercenaries, but Luigarn confirmed it wasn't just a rumor. You know about the salamander, right? It was a monster that couldn't be unknown. It was nicknamed the fire-breathing demon, not only for the flames that erupted from its entire body, but also for its ability to spew fire. That was the work of those bastards. The rumor was true. I was there. Luigarn was a witness. So, why is this important? It wasn't. It was just a milestone to remember as I repeated the day. Training and tempering began anew. I also reflected on the mistakes I had made in previous iterations of today. After more than 50 repetitions, I realized I pushed myself too hard. Confident in my stamina, I had poured everything I had into the beginning. I need to manage my stamina better. I'm learning how to fight when surrounded by multiple enemies. Those things became second nature to him. The days of being sickened by the stench of the nulls were long gone. Encrid had repeated this same day 89 times. Yeah, he still couldn't face the leader without a single wound. Or rather, it was more accurate to say that the leader wouldn't intervene unless he was injured. He had extended his survival from noon to evening. Still, nothing changed. Aside from being able to die watching the sunset, the outcome of death remained the same. You're so sneaky. He needed to be injured. He needed to suffer a fatal wound for the leader to appear. Like a hole in his stomach, for instance. Or maybe his ankle half severed and dangling. Of course, it was a pointless conversation. On the 96th day, he was killed by the leader's dagger. The end of his struggle was death, a destined fate, day after day. Over time, he naturally saw the habits of the nulls. The nulls have long torsos and short legs, learning from the creature's physique. Slow on their feet, but quick with their hands. Though they wielded human weapons, there was no form to their fighting. They simply swung wildly. Despite having the strength of a normal adult male, their short legs made their charge slower than expected. They enjoyed attacking from blind spots and would bite without hesitation once he entered melee combat. Being bitten was something to avoid at all costs. Their bite force was extraordinary. Not even a hyena or a wolf could easily be torn away if bitten, unless he activated his heart of the beast to tear himself free. There was something more he learned. 2 blades. With his 2 swords and his heart of the beast activated, even the most unbelievable feats were possible for that brief moment. You'll cut them all down, Craze would say with such ease. The problem was sustainability. No matter how well he managed his stamina, he couldn't sustain this indefinitely. Repeat. Dodge and dodge again. Originally, the sense of evasion was somewhat of a talent. Though Jackson tried to replace it with training naturally, only those with talent succeeded. Encrid solved it by engraving it into his body, one action at a time. In other words, muscles have memory. By endlessly repeating the process of seeing and physically reacting, he imprinted it into his muscles. It became an evasion technique etched into his body, not his mind. Through repeated practice, he could now react immediately upon seeing something. His body's coordination had finally settled into place. The moment he saw it, he could dodge and react. It became possible. Chapter 167. On the day the moon rises after 106 times of today, Encrid understood the concept of coordination and felt his body's reactions change. Thunk. The moment he felt the spearhead coming from behind, He spun around and snatched the spear shaft out of the air. It was like a trick. The spear aimed at his back. Encrid twisted his body to avoid it, then reached out and grabbed the shaft, catching it mid-air. It was like a scene from a well-rehearsed play. The next part was simple. The sound of a blade striking a skull was enough. When he recognized the situation, the image formed in his mind, and his body moved automatically. The isolation technique served as the foundation for easily controlling your body, brother. Auden's words echoed in his mind. If he hadn't rigorously trained his body with the isolation technique, he wouldn't have been able to do this. The movements he had imagined were perfectly executed. Naturally, he could also see the flaws in his own movements. Minimal movement. It was about conserving energy and the realization that followed. Larger movements waste unnecessary stamina. If that happens, endurance runs out. There shouldn't be waste in your actions. Now that he understood that, he could simply reduce it. The training from the swordsmanship drills had also helped. If I can predict the movement, it was possible to reduce wasted movements. Without even realizing it, Encrid's swordsmanship was advancing to the next level. It hadn't been his intention. It was merely a byproduct of his struggle and his pursuit of perfection. Even after repeating 200 days and almost gagging from the stench of monsters and beasts, Encrid still smiled. The joy of growth filled him. Even though he had failed repeatedly, that was how he felt. Yet, he didn't stop struggling. Encrid didn't stop pondering his steps toward tomorrow. It was the result of his constant pondering. In that instant, Encrid felt every nerve in his body stand on end. It happened after more than 200 days. He saw the blade flying toward him. It was around noon. He sidestepped with his left foot to avoid it, and the blade sliced through the air. From the side, a spearhead lunged at him, and from behind, an axe flew. Encrid crouched down, pushing the spear shaft away with his palm. He absorbed the axe's strike with his shoulder, letting it pass by. Scrape, scrape. His leather armor was scratched, but there were no injuries. Then once again, spears, swords, axes, and clubs flew toward him. One mutated null's club, the size of an adult man's thigh, was swung vertically. Encrid felt his sword hindering him. It was in the way. It was harmful. It was uncomfortable. He put the sword back into its scabbard. No. He even stopped moving and unbuckled his belt. His body felt lighter. Boom! Whoosh! Swoosh! Slice. Not every weapon's movement could be seen. Encrid simply focused on watching and reacting, one step at a time. He forgot himself and concentrated entirely on seeing and responding. Before long, the sun had passed its zenith and began to tilt toward the west. A cunning hyena repeatedly tried to bite his ankle. Encrid avoided it. At times he moved backward. At other times he advanced. He swiftly turned sideways and drove his knee into the belly of the hyena that had come too close. Then he threw himself backward into the arms of an approaching null, using his shoulder to push it away. Using the force of the push, he regained his footing. Next he reached out, and with a quick flick of his wrist he swatted a flying blade aside. Gwoo! The null's blade veered off and grazed the head of its own comrade. Woo woo! Enraged, another null swung a hammer toward him. Boom! The movements were wide, and the trajectories were large. It wasn't difficult to dodge. The problem, however, was that such attacks came in waves, sometimes 5 or 6 all at once. So what would he do? He would watch and respond, one by one. That's what Encrid did. He pushed the spear shaft aside, evaded, and evaded again. Without the intent to kill his opponents, it was purely about evasion. It was a dance of instinct, reflex, and evasion, coupled with his sharpened senses. Before long, the sunset began, and the moon quietly rose into the sky. Encrid didn't notice the change from day to night. He was too busy dealing with everything around him that was targeting him. dodging, swatting, sidestepping, and moving. It wasn't a fight to the death. It felt more like a game of tag. As the day repeated, Esther, perched atop the roof, was watching from above. She could see it too. What's going on there? If she tried to explain it, it would sound completely absurd. Encrid, alone in the midst of the nulls' onslaught, simply dodged. He endured. After all, death was inevitable. It couldn't be avoided. So why? Why? Why was he... Why are you smiling, you? Questions bloomed in Esther's heart, though they were questions that would vanish once the day passed. What Encrid was doing was something that couldn't be described with the word trick. It was as if he was playing with the waves of monsters and nulls. He seemed like he was about to die at any moment, but he didn't. He avoided the axes, dodged the clubs, and blocked them. Sometimes he even embraced the nulls. How else could he do it? If he just stood still, he'd be beaten to death. So, Encrid wrapped his arms around a null's arm like it was his own, using it to block the attacks of other nulls. He swatted an incoming axe with a club. Bang! It was madness. Rather than attacking, he fully focused on evading. As the sunset ended and the moon rose, the cart of the day reached its destination. Finally, the end of the day had come. The moonlight gently illuminated the surroundings, lighting up the summer night. The air was filled with the stench of decay, the heat of metal, the smell of monsters, and the stench of death. Encrid spent the night, or more accurately, he finished the day. Without seeing the leader, the day had come to a close. Only then did his focus break. Encrid finally realized what he had done. A second sigh escaped him inwardly. It was understandable. He had thrown away his weapon and purely focused on evasion. Why? Why had he done that? It was instinctual. That was what he had gained. The art of pure evasion. The ability to watch and respond. It was a skill he hadn't had before. The change in his reflex speed and physical abilities. Through the isolation technique, he had built up his body and filled it with the sense of evasion. This was the tower he had built through repeated days, surviving the poison and blades that tried to strike him. Hundreds of creatures had come at him. He had endured. He couldn't kill them all. Only a knight would be able to do that. It was a talent that Encrid had never had before. But if it was about enduring, if it was about simply surviving, it's possible. A thrilling euphoria filled his entire body. Even the nulls who had been attacking him for the whole day were stunned. Of course, none of them were actually capable of that level of awe. Encrid's body was covered in scratches. Blood dripped down his cheek. He couldn't avoid all injuries. That was impossible. But there were no fatal wounds. At the end of the day, as the sunset faded and the moon rose, he realized the day had ended. See you again. But not this time. After the words were spoken, Encrid closed his eyes. Would today end like this? By simply enduring? That was nonsense. It couldn't be. He had expected this. And when he opened his eyes again, as expected, everything had changed. A black river, a ferry boat, and a boatman. That won't work. As the boatman passed by, Encrid closed his eyes again, and when he opened them once more, he saw the ceiling of a hut. It was today again. A blink of an eye, today repeats. Having experienced this before, he knew that merely enduring wasn't the solution. It was proof that endurance wasn't enough. Of course, that wasn't a problem. The euphoria surged in his chest, but now is not the time to enjoy it. The countless repetitions of today, the gathered information, and the associations. Encrid kicked trays the moment he got up. Get up. Ugh, what now? It's still morning. What else? It's the day I need to run to avoid dying, obviously. The idea of using a little bit of a loophole came to him around the 120th or so repetition of today. He was about to try it. The original goal of surviving today had been achieved. He had passed the minimum requirement that he had set for himself to get through today. The sense of evasion. Along with the heart of the beast, it had now become second nature to him. He had developed a feel for it. He had successfully embodied the fruits of his training. Now, would he have to repeat this again? This damn today? Probably not. The people around him often overlooked it because of his blind focus on sword training, but Encrid was quite good with words and sharp in his thinking. He wasn't opposed to using shortcuts either. Encrid had set a goal and achieved it. I survived. To spend the whole day and see it through to the end. He instinctively knew that, in the end, this would bring him back to the original today. No. It was a gut feeling. Breaking through the wall isn't going to happen this way. Surviving was never the answer. If survival had been the answer, he should have escaped during his encounters with the sorceress Rethsha and the werewolves. If he had just evaded that mad sorcerer's traps in the underground tunnels where he had created his lair, that would have been it. This was a curse, thus he needed a way to break it. Encrid didn't know the exact answer yet, but he had thought about it enough to have some inkling. He had spent time thinking about how to escape today, and the method that came to him was a result of that thinking. Since the day repeats because of the killing and being killed process, what would happen if he prevented the start of that process? Just try it and see. The result would come after the process. Did I ever mention that I've worked as a mercenary for quite some time? It was after he had gathered his equipment. Sweat streamed down his forehead and dripped down to his chin. It was still hot. Just gearing up from the morning had already raised his body temperature significantly. But it felt just right. His muscles and joints were waking up without needing extra warm-up. Today, there would be no time for isolation technique or training. So this was just about perfect. At Encrid's words, Luigarn tilted her head. She seemed confused by his sudden remark. Is your head aching already in the morning? Luigarn's gaze seemed to say that. But Encrid simply said what he needed to say. I've fought against heretics before. The cult of the demon's sacred ground. Pretending not to notice, Encrid continued. Luigarn reacted immediately. You mean the heretics? Her response was still unusual. A cold atmosphere passed between them. A deadly aura. Encrid, however, ignored the tension and said, Do you know them? This was a bit awkward. Encrid thought to himself that maybe he needed to work on his acting skills, but Luigarn didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. She wasn't paying attention to his awkward speech or demeanor. She was focused on something else. The mention of the heretics. To her, they were the kind of people who must be killed on sight. She had sworn an oath against them. There was one I missed back then, and now I remember. As he spoke, Encrid tapped his forehead. It felt awkward, though. Perhaps acting was something he still needed to practice. He had lacked rehearsals for such situations. But Luigarn didn't seem to care. Do you remember the guy who was following behind the guy named Deutsch Pullman? The one with the thick lips, ugly face? The frog had a sharp eye for aesthetics. Yes, his face resembled that of a fish. Encrid knew more than just that one. After all, he had repeated today over 200 times. Was that the only one he'd managed to remember? But it was clear that the heretic who looked like a fish was the most troublesome. Over the repeated days, Luigarn had always pursued that one, and she never came back. That's right? Are you sure? He's one of the heretics? Yes, I'm willing to stake my sword and everything on it. Luigarn knew how much Encrid valued his sword. It was similar to the vow she had made to her heart. It felt like the words carried weight, more so than something a regular human might say. She trusted him. If you don't believe me, you can go ask him yourself. I'll go check. That was the end of the conversation. It was more straightforward than expected. Luigarn immediately pulled out her whip, coiled it in her hand, and walked off briskly. She seemed intent on finding Deutsch Pullman. If he wasn't there, she would likely search for him elsewhere. What was that? That awkward speech of yours. Crace, who had been watching silently, asked, "Was it awkward?" "Probably. But that wasn't what mattered right now. You should get moving, too," Encrid said as he started walking. He had spent so many repetitions of today testing how time passed, how the monsters swarmed, and what the problem was. He had looked for the cause. If you didn't know the problem, then it was one thing. But if you knew, blocking is easy. At least, it was easy for Encrid. Having done it several times already, there was no hesitation. Chapter 168. Crace, you go find the village chief right now. Huh? Crace asked, looking completely confused. Well, the awkward act was over. It was unnecessary and meaningless now. Go and deliver the message. From now on, I'll be in charge of all the forces in the city. Suddenly? Yes, suddenly. If they don't follow, show them this. Tell them that disobedience will result in immediate execution. Encrid handed over the orders and turned around. Where are you going, Captain? Crace was quick to catch on. He could sense something from Encrid's attitude. At the door, if the village chief resists, take him hostage or do whatever it takes to get it done, huh? The last part was half joking. Encrid immediately took off running. With each quick step, the armor clanked and rattled on his body. It was pretty uncomfortable to run in, but there was no way to take it off. With light, quick steps, Esther, who moved twice as fast as Encrid, glanced at him briefly. Don't ask, just follow me. We don't have time. At Encrid's words, the lake panther nodded. She really did seem like a person. They arrived at the main gate. It was still early, so they weren't late. Not late. At least, they were still within the time frame. Normally, there would be 5 guards at the gate. 2 in the watchtower, 2 below, and their squad leader. The squad leader would be inside a small post next to the gate. If you exclude the squad leader, there would be 4 left. When the fight broke out, these 4 would typically hold out from the watchtower, shooting arrows at any of their own who tried to climb the tower to help. Encrid was all too familiar with those faces. Huh? What's going on? One of the more pleasant-looking men asked. Encrid stood in front of the gate, addressing the 2 who were holding their positions. From now on, the command of this area is relieved from the squad leader of this unit. Huh? The man looked at Encrid in disbelief. Encrid continued, his tone unwavering. I'm in charge of the village defense now. Had Deutsch Pullman ever anticipated something like this? Well, the reality had come knocking. The man, who had been pretending to be one of Deutsch Pullman's subordinates, stiffened. Did you get permission from our captain? At that moment, someone stuck their head out from the small post. The mercenary with the spear. He was one of Deutsch Pullman's subordinates, the squad leader. Of course, that wasn't what mattered. Do you have a problem? Once I brought the orders, it was only natural that I became the one in charge. Since when? No. How long do you plan to play commander? I'm the commander from now on, and I'll stay in charge until the colony issue is resolved. He answered calmly, but the man furrowed his brows. His expression turned menacing. Shit, are you messing with me? Hey, you fool, do you think I'm an easy target? It was the kind of reaction Encrid had expected, so he spoke the words he had prepared. If you have a problem, there is no reason to use your tongue instead of your fists. Are you out of your mind? The man stepped forward. He didn't immediately swing his weapon, but it was clear he was planning to throw a punch. The man threw his fist. The punch flew fast, and Encrid appeared to stand still as if he wouldn't move at all. But just before the punch landed, Encrid merely tilted his head to avoid it, then swiftly extended his left leg to kick the man's ankle. The dodging and the kick happened in one fluid motion, a display of graceful movement. Caught off guard by the unexpected strike, the man stumbled, Losing his balance and leaning forward, Encrid pushed the off-balance man's body with his left hand. Thud. The man toppled over sideways, just as the man with the reddened face tried to stand up, using his spear like a cane. Shing. The sound of a sword being drawn. At the same time, a blade touched his neck. Don't get up. Don't resist. Disobedience is grounds for immediate execution. With a blade against his neck, especially one with a chilling blue edge, it would be hard to even think of speaking carelessly. The man was no exception. Gulp. Swallowing, he barely managed to open his mouth. Do you know how many members the militia has here? You can't handle us. It was a threat, but it didn't sound like one. Anyone could tell his voice was trembling with fear. Encrid had no intention of killing him. He just thought it would get a reaction. It was a simple idea. How did the nulls and hyenas get inside? How did thick log walls become a prison? Why had this place become the monsters' banquet hall? Because they had come inside. Over the wall? That's unlikely. Nulls are creatures with underdeveloped lower bodies. Same goes for hyenas. The wall is an impassable barrier for monsters and beasts alike. Then, did they break through? Impossible. There's only one answer: the gate was opened. So why was there no response until this number of monsters had gathered? At first I formed a hypothesis, then confirmed it over several instances today. The one who opened the gate is guilty. The one in the watchtower who saw but didn't speak is also guilty. Keeping his grip on his sword, Encrid's eyes searched for the emergency bell. It was by the gate. Since that bell had not been rung, there could only be one innocent here, the friend who had fallen just now. So then, what will their response be here? This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Up in the watchtower, a female soldier took up a bow. Silently, she aimed and shot. Staying aware of his surroundings, Encrid lightly kicked off from the ground. Thunk! At the same instant as the bowstring was released, an arrow struck the spot where Encrid had been. Are you insane? Stop shooting! The squad leader, stunned by what had happened to Encrid, shouted in alarm, but there was no chance they'd listen to him. Kill him. It was one of the men standing by the gate with a friendly smile. Hearing this, the two up in the watchtower loaded their arrows onto the string again. 2 on the watchtower. 1 female soldier, 1 male soldier. The female soldier was more skilled with the bow. That much he knew from experience. These were cultists too. There was neither room for leniency nor any intention of showing it. Kayak! Kick! 2 sharp whistles sounded. Daggers sliced through the air. A groan escaped the 2 soldiers on the watchtower just as they were setting arrows on their strings. Jakai! Gurka! Those were their final breaths. Once a throat is pierced, there's no coming back. The male archer slumped forward, falling to the ground with a thud, while the female clutched her neck and sank down. The cultist archer's neck twisted into a grotesque angle as he fell headfirst. Blood dripped down from where the female soldier had been on the watchtower, pooling below. It all happened in an instant. Insane! The squad leader shouted in shock. Ignoring him completely, Encrid pointed his drawn sword forward and spoke. Both of you are guilty of disobedience and attempted murder of a superior officer, punishable by summary execution. But if you drop your weapons and surrender, I'll spare you. It was an offer bound to be rejected. Screw you. The 2 cultists, wearing village militia masks, standing by the gate, flashed their eyes. There was something strange about the look in their eyes. More than anything, their skill was impressive. They moved quickly, and their coordination was flawless. Clang adio. Both wielded short swords, charging at him from either side at the same speed. They came slicing through the early dawn's cold blue air. Before standing here, Encrid had endured countless days. Relentless training, repeated day after day. His sense of evasion, his coordination, everything sharpened through persistent practice. Heightened reflexes, sharpened senses, even his dynamic vision. It was a transformation in reaction speed. When your reaction speed changes, what can you see, and what changes? That place was like a new world. How to describe it? It was like moving twice as fast as anyone else. Rim, Ragnar, Jackson, Odin, Dotti. The feats they performed, Encrid could now do the same. So then, bang! Bang! The result was hardly surprising. Deflecting swords coming at him simultaneously from both sides with just one sword, knocking them away with ease. It was simple. A swing to the right, followed by a swing to the left, timed perfectly. For his attackers, though, it must have been baffling. Their eyes widened, short swords in hand. What just happened? How did he block that? It looked as though his blade had vanished. But Encrid didn't stop. To celebrate entering this new world, he swung his sword with all his might. What he had gained from all these endless days was more than just the sense of evasion and coordination. With a single breath he could awaken a fierce strength from within, doubling his speed. The moment he saw and sensed something, his body responded on its own. Whoosh. Slash. Slash. Encrid swung his sword twice more. To the right he sliced upward from below, and to the left he swung downward from above. Both swings targeted the wrists, and so the result was as expected. Ah! Gah! With a clean cut to their wrists, the hands holding short swords fell to the ground. Between the two bleeding men, Encrid stood silently, sword in hand. What the hell? Why are you swinging your sword around like a maniac all of a sudden? The squad leader, sitting on the ground, spoke in a voice full of bewilderment. Encrid looked at him and finally spoke. I'm smelling something foul. Is that gate really shut tight? When he first came in, he'd seen the gate open with a pulley. It was likely the lock mechanism. Huh? Check it. If you don't get up and do it now, I'll assume you're an accomplice and cut you down too. It was a mild threat, but spoken by someone who acted decisively. The squad leader jumped to his feet. Staying down with trembling legs would be dangerous in a moment like this. He moved to check the pulley. Why is this loose? Shouting in surprise, he secured the pulley firmly. If the lock mechanism was loosened, the gate was no barrier at all. A simple push would open it. He tightened the pulley's lock with such force that his arm muscles strained. Then he gasped for breath. Phew, phew. But what smell are you talking about? Only then did he repeat the words he'd heard before. Thud! Something hit the wall from outside, sending a tremor through the ground. The foul stench. It was a smell Encrid knew all too well, and it seeped through the thick gate. Gruar! A roar erupted from outside, the cry of a null. Heavy power, an invisible aura. It could all be felt from beyond the gate. The squad leader standing by the gate stumbled back in fear. He might even wet himself at this rate. Fortunately, the captain wasn't quite that faint-hearted. After a brief glance at him, Encrid turned his gaze. He addressed the two with their wrists severed. Are you cultists? Their eyes widened. Sometimes even silence can be an answer. Should he let them live? No, there was little point. True cultists were rumored to use strange spells, but it seemed these two couldn't, so they likely weren't important. Leaving them would just mean a knife at his back. Thrust, dot. Thrust. Ah. With two swift stabs, he made holes in their throats, leaving two more bodies behind. Encrid then climbed up the watchtower, partly to assess their numbers and size, and partly to survey the surroundings. Higher ground was always advantageous. The sun was rising, providing clear visibility. Under the morning light he could see them, a horde of hundreds of beasts and monsters. The sheer number was horrifying. Encrid was once again astonished that he had survived inside that. I may have only endured without dying, but still, there were just so many. From above, the sight was truly overwhelming. The creatures were ramming against the wall and gate. Encrid had cleared the watchtower, but along the barricades there were no guards in sight. Instead, Encrid noticed the bodies of some from the village militia, the ones who should have been holding the wall, lying as corpses. It must have been the work of the cultists. More specifically, the work of the two he had just killed. Wait. What the hell is this? A voice came from below the watchtower. It was Craze. A nightmare had turned into reality. Craze was holding a sword to the village chief's neck, shouting. Behind him were a few people from the village militia, each radiating a dangerous aura. What the hell is going on? Craze looked close to tears. Watching this, Encrid couldn't help but smile. Esther daunting. Encrid called Esther to guard the gate. Grr. The panther responded as if to say she understood. Sometimes she seemed more reliable than people. I need to ask what's going on here. Behind the village chief, Deutsch Pullman had arrived with a crowd of his followers. Most of them looked bewildered. Outside there were monsters. Inside, someone was holding a sword to the village chief's neck, along with dead comrades lying around. Even Deutsch Pullman's eyes were shaky. Understandably, he was startled. But Encrid had no time for that. Encrid spoke calmly. I'm giving the orders, and I'm in command here. No objections allowed. We're defending against the monsters. Get the remaining militia up onto the wall. Anyone who knows how to shoot a bow should go up there. No one moved. Deutsch Pullman was a man with guts. Despite the thudding noises outside, he glared fiercely at Encrid. Encrid knew what he had to say. Craze cut his neck. The village chief's life was in their hands. Damn it, no. What are you all doing? Get those arrows into the monsters' heads now, Deutsch shouted. Craze didn't actually slice the chief's neck. Encrid shrugged. You're going to have to explain this later, Deutsch bellowed. Encrid ignored him. This was a tactic. The plan was to stop this from ever happening, to act swiftly and prevent the nulls' invasion. If they could hold off the assault like this, what would happen to the repetition of today? He had thought of a way to get through today, but he didn't know if it would go as planned. It was his first time trying something like this. Still, Luigarn was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, neither were Deutsch's men. Damn it, Enki. Just as he was assessing the situation, planning to use the chief's life as a bargaining chip to observe the fight, Finn crawled in from one side. Finn, who had gone out on patrol, had returned with a wound to her abdomen. So that was it. Finn must have fought someone and gotten injured. It was a significant wound, not the kind you could brush off. When there's a hole in your abdomen, it hurts. Walking is difficult and so on. Because of Finn's injury, she hadn't been able to alert anyone of the monster and beast attack. Otherwise, there's no way Finn would have missed the movement of a colony of this size. Craze, release the chief and treat Finn first. Encrid spoke. It's not a fatal wound, but it's not one you can easily move with either. She needs treatment. The colony of monsters and beasts. It's close to 1,000. Even injured, Finn managed to say what she needed to. Her face was pale. Encrid simply nodded. Can you explain this to me? Meanwhile, the village chief, also pale, spoke up. A true pioneer village chief, it seemed. He had courage, asking for an explanation in this situation. Let's go hold them off first. With that, Encrid headed toward the barricade. Even if the village chief's skills were lacking, every extra arrow would count. And he had to break down a few walls to make it through today. Today had only just begun. Chapter 169. Can you open it just a little? The Holy Church of the demonic sacred grounds seeks to transform the continent into a demonic wasteland. Their reason? Why is the demonic realm inherently wrong? Why can't we see that it embodies the growth and change we need to pursue? Fearing the unknown is natural, but running from it won't solve everything. It was nonsense, the ramblings of a fanatic. So why turn the continent into a demonic realm? Because it's the right thing to do. Who could fit the term fanatic better than these people? A reason? They didn't have one. Justification? You wouldn't find it anywhere. They simply believed. They just thought it had to be done. Faith without basis? Pure fanaticism. And so the cultists truly were madmen. That's why the inquisitors burned with zeal to capture and kill these heretics. In fact, the cultists had made several attempts to demonize regions, with a similar plan unfolding in this land. They'd gathered 100 freshly slaughtered young goats as sacrifices, intending to summon nulls and turn this area entirely into a land of beasts and monsters. The cultists had started gathering creatures even before the founding of the pioneer village, making it an unpredictable situation from the beginning. Initially, they sought to establish a null kingdom in this region, which later turned into an outright attack on the village. With its barricades and watchtowers, the village was built as a frontier settlement, but with some fortification, it could become a small fortress. An excellent piece of prey had practically walked into their trap. It was a blessing from God. The cultists truly believed that. It was as if they'd received a divine command to further fatten the beasts and increase their numbers. Their prey was offering itself up, cutting pieces of its flesh as a tribute. Thus began the ritual to swallow up the pioneer village. A task not to be taken lightly, the cultists poured all their efforts into their plan. They infiltrated mercenary bands, gathering even more nulls into their ranks. The spells of the cult were deeply tied to monsters. Experts in brainwashing and manipulation took action, with low-ranking followers and priests involved too. The nulls, creatures with pack-like behavior much like hyenas, always fought in groups and moved in hordes. They were naturally inclined to form colonies. All they needed was a leader. One by one, nulls were empowered and cursed. In this way, the cultists formed a null army. It wasn't a matter of a day or two to build a colony hundreds strong. This army bore the cult's blood, sweat, and tears. A sanctuary shall rise. They proclaimed their purpose in the wilderness. They poured countless krona into arming the nulls, appointing a leader, and bending its will with spells. The resources poured into this endeavor exceeded even what it would take to sustain the entire pioneer village. It was worth it, they believed. Significant returns demanded serious investments. This was only the beginning of the Holy Church of the demonic sacred grounds' ambitions. As the cultists spent time and resources, the settlers built up their walls. This was the full truth behind it all. For Aaron, it was a mystery unfolding beyond his awareness. It was an unexpected development. But so what? It didn't matter. Knowing wouldn't change anything. Encrid didn't concern himself with the backstory, or to ask why. The monsters were coming, and his only thought was to slay every last one of them. The monsters and beasts, just kill them. That was the straightforward task at hand. What? A monster horde? Chris had begun to get a rough sense of what was happening. A horde like that, suddenly appearing from the wilderness and fields, and fully armed, with spies infiltrating the village? It made no sense at all. He had a blade to the village chief's throat, heard the cries from beyond the wall, and in the midst of all this, patched up Finn's wounds as best he could. Afterward, he rushed up to the watchtower to assess the scale of the monster horde. As his body moved, Crace's mind was racing. Cultists! This was the work of the cult. They were the biggest troublemakers on the entire continent. They gathered in malice, raising their hostility for all to see. Look at this monster horde. What else could it be but malice and hostility? Crace had only a rough guess, but it was clear that this horde had been built with the blood, sweat, and resources of the cultists. It was just a guess, though. Knowing wouldn't change anything, so he left it at that. What does it matter? Surviving was what mattered. At that point, Crace's thoughts were fixated on how to stay alive. The conclusion he reached was this: no trebuchets, no mangonels. There were no siege engines. They couldn't dream of large-scale artillery. What about the troops? They might have a large number of people in the militia, but they were still outnumbered. It was clear they'd have fewer soldiers. Sure, the wolves might hold forever, but the number of nulls and hyena beasts easily exceeded several hundred. Could they last? Could they hold out as they were? Several hyena beasts were already clawing at the wall, scraping and scratching, trying to scale it. If they kept at it, wouldn't there eventually be a weak spot? A small crack could easily turn into a hole, and a hole would become a passage, a gateway. There were plenty of nulls with weapons, too. They were slamming their weapons against the walls. There were even some with axes hacking away at it. Countless scratches and scars were accumulating on the walls. Was there an escape route? Would they be able to block it once a breach was made? Doesn't seem likely. At least, this was shaping up to be a fight with a time limit. They couldn't hold out for long. That was the conclusion, which meant they would have to wait for reinforcements. Crace had seen a few people raise birds. A messenger pigeon with blue feathers was common for quick communication. But even if he sent one off, there was no telling how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive. The conclusion was the same. Could they hold out? Crace felt a growing sense of foreboding. When he talked about the strength of the walls, he'd envisioned a standard colony, maybe 30 to 50 creatures at most. But now that number had increased tenfold. This isn't good. A wave of unease surged within Crace. Reflexively, he searched for his squad leader. His eyes locked on Encrid, who was moving without a hint of concern, as if he hadn't a worry in the world. Encrid moved calmly, steadily heading up to the watchtower. Crace knew his squad leader, the one who had practically obsessed over training. Though Encrid didn't usually look around, Crace knew that his mind was always working. So when Encrid acted like this, there had to be something he was confident about. But for now, Crace had no choice but to keep watching. He treated Finn's wounds, made a quick inspection from the watchtower, and then, "Hey, I'm hurtin'." Finn's voice called from below. "I'm coming down." Crace descended, already having wrapped Finn's wounds, though the hole in her abdomen was still concerning. It was a near miss, but Finn's internal organs seemed undamaged. "I used the Il Karaz technique to avoid getting hit in the vital organs," Finn joked weakly. Was that even a real technique? Just kidding. In the middle of a life-and-death situation, Finn still had the energy for a joke. That made it clear she was sharp, too. "I challenge you to a duel." Sure. Crace lightly dismissed her mumblings while checking Finn's wound again. She'd need to be careful with movement, but it wasn't a fatal wound. "You won't die." "Not now, at least." Finn picked up on it too. The unease about how long the wall would hold. "Yeah, well." Crace shrugged it off. In case things went south, he had already found an escape route. Though it would mean abandoning everyone left inside the village, he had already considered every possibility, including the worst-case scenario. After all, Crace always prepared for the worst. The long shooting lanes had been set up on the top of the wall. Below, a mass of howling nulls and hyenas crowded together, their sounds like a distant, eerie roar. This scene looked more like a field of monsters than anything else. What the hell is this? What is this? Why are there so many monsters? No, there's way too many. Pam? Is Pam dead? No, not Ralph too. There were dead comrades among the monsters, their bodies still warm. When Encrid had arrived, the militia group was still in disarray. Not a single bowstring had been pulled back. They were in a state of panic. It was lucky no one was crying or soiling themselves from fear. Boom! The peculiar howl of the nulls echoed again as they slammed their bodies against the wall and the gates. The walls rattled under the impact, but they didn't collapse. Encrid judged they wouldn't be breached by that force alone. They threw themselves at the walls with their shoulders, kicking with their legs, and striking with weapons. But for now, the walls held. The real issue was the group's morale. They were losing their nerve under the onslaught of the nulls. What the hell is this? One of them shouted. This wasn't even within the kingdom's central territory. It was the outermost part of the border, on the edge of the continent. It was an area where monsters and beasts were common, but even here the sheer number of them was abnormal. This wasn't something you saw every day. Fear, pressure. The nulls were bringing all of it to bear. A few of the mutated nulls picked up stones from the muddy ground, tossing them at the walls. These weren't just small pebbles. They were rocks the size of a person's head, crashing against the walls with a heavy thud. Some of the smaller rocks flew straight into the positions of the guards. Yikes! The group ducked beneath the walls to avoid the incoming projectiles. It was a relief to realize the walls were solidly built. Grace had said as much. They wouldn't break under the assault of a typical monster colony. But if they kept this up, they would eventually breach it. This wasn't a situation where the walls were built to withstand this level of siege. The creaking of the gates echoed, and the guards stood firm, though they were no longer able to hold their composure. If fear consumed them, it was over. They couldn't afford to just wait for the wall to break. If they did, death would be the only thing waiting for them, making the entire struggle futile. If you're not going to shoot, give it to me. Amidst this chaos, Encrid calmly ascended the steep steps of the tower and reached out his hand. If you're just going to watch, hand the bow over. Encrid swiftly grabbed the bow from the bewildered vigilante standing nearby. It was a short bow, with a shorter range than a longbow, but with so many monsters around, it didn't matter. He could just shoot. It's been a while since I used a bow. He had learned archery some time ago, so he quickly recalled the movements and set his hands to work. Gripping the bow with his left hand, he stretched his arm out, aimed, nocked an arrow, and pulled back the string. The bow creaked under the pressure, but there was no lack of power behind it. He aimed roughly at one of the monsters, then released the string. Thud! Just as the knoll slammed into the wall again, the sound of the bowstring releasing and the arrow hitting blended together. The arrow shot through the crowd of gnolls and hyenas, narrowly avoiding them, and embedded itself into the ground. It snapped immediately as the gnolls trampled over it. That's strange. It should have hit. He had aimed directly at the target. You're good at in a fight, but this is your first time with a bow, huh? The squad leader approached from behind and commented. Despite the panic, he still managed to speak clearly, even while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Encrid already knew the squad leader had solid nerves. He had seen it in the previous encounters. He was no rookie in keeping calm under pressure. The squad leader's presence was reassuring. Another boom. The gnolls and hyenas once again slammed into the walls. Encrid had to raise his voice to be heard. What did you say? I think you heard it all. The squad leader responded, but Encrid could barely hear over the din. I didn't hear you. After a brief exchange, the squad leader looked away from Encrid and, after taking a deep breath, shouted at the top of his lungs. Are you just going to die? His voice carried through the chaos, ringing out in the ears of the vigilantes. Forget about Pam. Stop moping over your dead comrades. Do you not see what's urgent right in front of you? Get your heads together. Pick up your bows. Kreis had said it. The discipline here is well established. Thinking back to that, Encrid calmly surveyed the situation from the top of the wall. On the opposite ladder, Deutsch appeared. He had once led a mercenary band and was known by the nickname One-Eyed Glaive, although now he was simply called One-Eyed due to the patch over his right eye. With his remaining left eye, he shot Encrid a sharp look before shouting, "Shoot! The wall won't collapse. Shoot them all before they hit us with rocks." The shout rang across the top of the wall. Encrid wasn't sure how many of the militia were present, but there was no shortage of arrows. There were over 20 archers, and they immediately began loosing arrows. "Hey, can I have my bow back?" A soldier who had had his bow taken by Encrid approached, holding out his hand. Encrid handed the bow back without hesitation. He wasn't particularly skilled with it and would need to train later. In the next moment, the archers fired in unison. The howls of the monsters echoed as they charged the wall, shaking it as they slammed their bodies into it. The sound of arrows flying mixed with the thuds of the creatures' collisions. Thwack! Arrows struck the heads, arms, and legs of the attacking monsters, many of which were wearing poorly fitted leather armor, while others were completely unarmored. The number of monsters seemed to exceed 500, and the sheer volume was staggering. Armoring so many monsters would take a considerable amount of resources, possibly something orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. But Encrid didn't care about that. What mattered now was that the militia had regained their composure, and were working together to fight back the monsters. As Encrid watched the arrows fly, his gaze shifted to a small, solitary monster standing on a mound. It was the leader of the colony, a smaller creature compared to the others. Leaders typically needed such positions to stand out, commanding from a high vantage point where their strength and authority could be asserted. While chaos erupted around them, this small creature stood with dignity. That creature was his target. Encrid had already been close to death more than once at the hands of that creature. At this point, he could tell the difference between a pretty and ugly null, and even distinguish the more unique ones. He might even be able to categorize them by appearance if he died a few more times. "Leave this to me," Encrid said, then went back down. But something felt off as he descended. The situation felt empty, somehow, even though he knew his actions were necessary. The howl of the nulls echoed through the air. "Whatever happens, don't panic and keep firing. Don't aim at your allies." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Deutsch, who had been shouting at the soldiers to aim for the monsters' heads by the gate, glanced at Encrid. What the hell was he talking about? Deutsch had just reprimanded his men for something, but his own subordinates seemed equally confused by his command. One of his subordinates had disappeared. A sharp one, too. It wasn't the right time to dwell on it, though. Deutsch was a decent mercenary. As things worsened, he had at least prioritized correctly. First, deal with the monsters. Then, after that, figure out what the hell was going on with that idiot. Encrid couldn't read Deutsch's mind. Even if he could, he wouldn't have cared. He made his way through the soldiers, stacking wood and stone in front of the door. "Esther," he called out. By the door, a panther that had been standing guard trotted up beside him. Encrid politely asked, "Can you watch my back?" One of the soldiers who had been stacking the obstacles turned to look at him, confused. Why is he talking to the panther? The panther, as if understanding, nodded in response. What the hell? Even in this chaos, the sight stuck out like a sore thumb. "Hey, what are you doing?" Someone else called out to the soldier watching. "I'm coming," the soldier answered, returning to his work. They were filling the doorway with obstacles, preparing for the worst. If the door broke down, it would be hand-to-hand combat. The thought made his throat tighten. Could they fight? The soldier had been trained, but this was only his second real battle. His nerves were shot. The feeling of the monsters pressing on the other side of the wall weighed heavily on his mind. "From now on, everyone follows my command," Encrid said firmly, his voice cutting through the tension. A leader sent over from Border Guard, who had been sent to command and was conversing with the panther, approached the squad leader that was at the gate and spoke. "Can you open the door just a little?" For the squad leader, it was as if he was hearing someone bark. It was a sound that didn't seem worth listening to. In this moment of chaos, it was clear that the man's orders were off, his commands not fitting the urgency of the situation. The soldiers were focused on preparing for the inevitable clash, and distractions like this were more of a hindrance than a help. He knew that the time for hesitation had passed. The door was their last line of defense, and any unnecessary movement could mean their downfall. The situation was precarious, and he had no time to entertain any further nonsense. Chapter 170. The joy of crawling, can't you open the door? Just enough for one person to get through? Encrid asked. The soldier, startled by the question, echoed in disbelief. Right now? Their eyes met, and Encrid nodded calmly. Yes, now. The soldier blinked, bewildered. Where should he even begin to respond? Should he explain that opening the door would allow the nulls outside to flood in? Or perhaps point out that the very reason they were blocking the door was to prevent it from being opened? As the soldier struggled for words, Encrid offered a compromise. Didn't they build a side door near the main gate? His tone was casual, as if they were merely on a leisurely outing rather than under siege by nulls and hyenas, who were getting pierced by arrows, and yet relentlessly advancing. Encrid knew that panicking wouldn't change a thing. He'd lived through hundreds of todays, and he knew exactly how these creatures would behave if left alone. Not that he could exactly explain to the soldiers. I've been surrounded by those beasts countless times, and no matter how many of them you kill, they'll keep charging like berserkers. But at least they'd managed to hold the door for now, which felt like a decent start. Although it was foolish to expect that things would necessarily go well from here, a good start was still better than a bad one. He was certain that in a fort of this size, even in a frontier settlement, they would have built a smaller side door for emergencies. Most fortifications, especially those intended for future expansion, included such features. The quarry, the gathered workers and craftsmen, the skilled laborers, they all made it clear what this place was intended to become. Crace had figured it out first, though when he explained, Encrid had nodded in agreement. During his intense days of training, he couldn't spare much thought for every single detail. But with Crace's insight, and after living through 200 repetitions of this day, even someone with a null's brain would have picked up on this much by now. Either way, Encrid needed to break the cycle, and for that, he had to go outside. There's a side door, the soldier said, still looking uneasy. Then go ahead and open it. Just a crack, Encrid replied. That's an order. The soldier hesitated, sensing the absurdity of the command. But there was something so calm and composed about Encrid that he couldn't help but comply, even if he felt it was a terrible idea. It's over here. The soldier led him to a small door left of the main gate, just big enough for a couple of people to squeeze through at a time. Ghoul! Came the null's cries, just beyond the wall. The soldier, seemingly snapping back to reality, finally voiced his concern. If we open it now, those things will push through and will be slaughtered. In other words, sure, it could be opened, but doing so would get them all killed. So no, it wasn't an option. Encrid, without a moment's hesitation, called out, Esther? He didn't exactly share a telepathic bond with his companion, but some things could be understood without words. Esther, the small panther, nodded in response. Though she'd grown a bit, she was still on the smaller side. Encrid's plan hinged on Esther, and she did not disappoint. There's no ordinary creature, that one. A demon, I tell you, Rem had once muttered, as if to warn anyone who dared underestimate her. Just then, Esther proved that once more. As a hyena scrambled up the wall, clawing with its short legs, Esther scaled the barricade effortlessly. Her claws gripped into the stone as if the wall were solid ground beneath her. Even knowing her capabilities, Encrid couldn't help but marvel at her speed. She's scaling the wall? A soldier whispered in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. To the unknowing, it looked as though Esther was simply walking on air. It was no small feat. She climbed the wall, 3 times the height of a grown man, with ease. But she didn't just stop there. "Oh, no!" The soldier beside Encrid stammered, mouth hanging open, as he saw what came next. Esther leapt over the barricade, vanishing beyond the edge to land directly into the thick of the nulls and hyena beasts, right in the middle of the horde. Her job was simple: throw them into chaos, disrupt their harmony. Encrid trusted her, and she met his expectations with precision. Grrr! A deep, rumbling snarl echoed from beyond the door. Unlike the gnolls' high-pitched cries, it was a low, thunderous sound that shook the air and pulsed through their chests like a hammer. The power in that sound alone would make anyone's knees weak, as if it resonated directly with their fear. "Don't shoot the panther!" Deutsch Fullman's shout followed close behind. Between the guttural gook cries of the gnolls and the yelping of hyenas, a few sharp death throes from gnolls punctuated the air as well. "Gook! Gook!" The growling calls grew more distant, a sign that the swarm blocking the side gate was finally scattering. Encrid's sharp hearing picked up the subtle shift immediately. "Now," he murmured, though the soldier beside him just looked back in confusion. This one might need to restart training from scratch. With reaction times like that, what good was he? "The door!" Encrid repeated, grabbing the soldier's wrist firmly and pulling him forward. His grip tightened, infused with a restrained aura of lethal intent that had the desired effect. Hiccup! The soldier let out an involuntary gasp, but began moving. His hand, shaking slightly, reached the latch on the side gate. "I'll open it halfway. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." "I'm in charge of the defenses here," Encrid interrupted, his tone firm. The soldier briefly thought, "Why's our leader risking his life like this?" but nonetheless proceeded. Click. The lock on the side gate was released. "Don't close it, just brace and keep it ready. I'll be back to signal you when to open it fully." What? What on earth was he planning? The side gate eased open just enough, and Encrid could see the backs of the gnolls as they faced away. All of them turned toward the chaos that Esther was stirring up among the beasts. No helmets on these gnolls. Lucky, perhaps, since just wielding their makeshift weapons was threat enough on its own. Helmets were probably the last thing on their minds. As he stepped fully out, Encrid relaxed his arms and, without a second thought, sent his throwing knives hurtling toward them. Throwing a knife was nothing like firing an arrow. It required a precise feel for weight in his fingertips, an instinctive flick of the wrist. 4 blades zipped forward, embedding with deadly accuracy into the backs of 4 gnoll skulls. No gnoll could survive a handspan of steel lodged in its brain. The 4 crumpled, and in the moment it took one of the beasts to turn its head, Encrid was already upon it. Whisk! He swung his sword down in a tight, efficient arc, slicing cleanly from mid-air to the gnoll's spine. The beast split with a sickening crunch as bone and innards parted under his blade. Without missing a beat, he took a step left, twisting his body to drive his knee up into another gnoll's skull. The bone cracked, sinking inward as the gnoll's eyes bulged out, optic nerves quivering in the sudden silence of its halted life. With 2 beasts dead at his feet, Encrid was ready to carve a path through the rest, his sword moving in a blur. Through the isolation technique, Encrid had honed his sense of bodily coordination to a razor's edge. The moment he saw and sensed the danger, his body moved instinctively, a seamless blend of observation and reaction. He wove himself between the beasts, his movements as fluid as a dance. In a brief, deadly sequence, 3 gnolls and 2 hyenas lay sprawled on the ground around him. He struck with precision, head, chest, head. One gnoll even had a coin-sized hole through its torso, a result of Encrid's deadly rhythm of quick strikes and pinpoint thrusts. Tss! Luigarn. The door behind him finally closed. Guess they were just watching, he mused. The delay in shutting the door spoke volumes. Clank, clank, clank. The sounds of the lock echoed despite his instructions not to lock it. Encrid shook his head. Guess they wouldn't just leave it open anyway, he thought. No matter. That was something he could handle later. For now, his focus was solely on the task at hand. Nulls and hyenas fell one by one as he moved, each blow swift and merciless. Esther, too, leapt into the fray, darting towards Encrid to fight together. She didn't just run to him. Her movements dazzled with a lethal grace. Tap, tap, gut. She propelled herself off the ground, claws gleaming as she sliced through their foes. Whether gnoll or beast, anything that came within range of her claws was cleaved apart, each swipe reducing her enemies from 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Whether it was a head or a chest in her path, Esther's claws sliced through, with brutal precision, a deadly combination of sheer strength and slicing accuracy. As Esther charged forward, gnolls and hyenas lunged at her and Encrid, weapons, teeth, and claws at the ready. Esther, watch my back, will you? Encrid's tone was casual, almost as if he was making a simple request. Esther shot him a look, her eyes questioning what he meant. But Encrid didn't answer. Instead, he seemed to vanish from her senses, his presence growing faint, and his stance lowering into the shadows. This little... Esther felt a flicker of anger. Just as she started drawing attention, Encrid rolled across the blood-soaked ground, flattening himself close to the dirt. In an instant, the foe's focus shifted. The shock of their sudden attack, the brutal efficiency with which they had slain a dozen gnolls and beasts, and Esther's dramatic movements had thrown the enemy into disarray. Just as quickly, Encrid vanished from their sight. The gnolls' eyes glowed red, bloodlust turning them into berserkers as they locked onto Esther. Grrrr! With a frenzied howl, a gnoll charged straight for her, fury blazing. Esther deftly pulled back, drawing their attacks away from Encrid and keeping herself just out of reach. She felt a rush of annoyance toward Encrid and wanted to demand what he was up to. But then she caught sight of him, crawling silently, nearly invisible, his body pressed close to the ground. Jackson had calmly said, "If you know how to spread killing intent, you must also know how to hide it." The intentless thrust was not just a technique, but an art form of erasing one's presence. One didn't need to disappear completely in the enemy's sight. They simply needed to become as forgettable as a shadow. At that moment, Encrid grasped the full meaning of Jackson's words. What he was doing right now was exactly that, hiding his killing intent. Using the distraction Esther provided, Encrid crept slowly forward, avoiding detection. With all of his senses locked onto the leader of the gnolls, he approached, camouflaged to the fullest. Esther's swift, agile moves drew the monster's attention, making her the perfect bait. She dodged their attacks with ease, delivering fatal blows one after another. The hyenas and gnolls that clashed with her razor-sharp claws fell, their heads splitting as if made of paper, and her raw strength struck fear into her enemies. Thud! A gnoll tried to grab her, but ended up falling lifeless to the ground, its neck sliced by her precise claws. Taking advantage of this opening, Encrid pressed on, inching closer to the gnoll leader. Finally, got him. In the last moment, he poured all of his accumulated experience and practice into one final motion. He rose from his low stance behind the leader gnoll, every movement calm and steady, then in an instant drove his sword tip towards the gnoll's neck, as if he had teleported right into position. There's no need to learn it, but understanding the principle... Well, it could be useful, Jackson had said, but his eyes told a different story. They seemed to scold Encrid for not yet mastering the sense of evasion, as if asking how long he intended to remain sluggish. Not that Encrid cared. What could he do if it wasn't coming to him yet? He would just keep working at it until it did. Back then, he had simply wanted to know, so he had asked and listened. It was a thrust, devoid of killing intent, relying on motion alone. Even as you saw it coming, it made you doubt whether it was actually aimed at you. There was neither intent nor momentum behind it, only technique. That had been the extent of the explanation. In his more than 200 days of honing the sense of evasion, Encrid realized he would also need to learn to control his own killing intent. Dodging, avoiding, and evading repeatedly had built an instinctual understanding within his body, a responsiveness triggered by pure sensation, stripped of any visible killing intent. It was his raw reaction speed, trained to respond without the added force of intent, and he had finally grasped something from it. Encrid used that knowledge now, hiding his presence, muting his aura. The technique was almost like that of an assassin, though not perfected. He merely simulated the effect by suppressing his breathing and calming his movements to the point of blending in. This alone won't be enough, he thought, rolling across the blood-soaked ground, even clutching a gnoll's corpse for cover. If someone were to see him at this moment, they'd be astounded. He was crawling at terrifying speed, all while carrying the weight of a fallen beast on his back. Crawling is my specialty. In the art of crawling, Encrid was nothing short of a master. So he crawled and crawled again. Sorry. I'll give you 2 jerky pieces when we get back, Esther, he thought to himself, continuing to crawl steadily. By the time he reached the mound, the gnoll leader was on. There were only a few gnolls and beastmen left around him. He continued to climb up the mound, his body reeking of the sour, foul smell of blood and decay. The stench of monster blood was always overpowering, almost unbearable. For Encrid, it was a scent he had grown too familiar with. Back when he lived as a mercenary, this was his daily routine. He had learned then that monster blood concealed far more than one might think. Once Encrid reached the top of the mound, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. His goal was there, after all. So how could he not feel a sense of accomplishment? Chapter 171. The laughter of the gnolls was just unpleasant. I wanted to meet you once in good health. Satisfaction made Encrid's mouth move. If he got any closer, the leader might notice him playing leader, or maybe not. But Encrid wanted to announce his presence. It wasn't out of vanity or for a fair fight. What kind of competition was there with monsters? It was simply, it's a test. He just wanted to confirm what he had built up through the repetition of today. At the sound of Encrid's voice, the leader, who had 2 mutated creatures as if they were his guards, quickly turned his head back. But it wasn't just a turn of the head. He raised 2 daggers and aimed them forward. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As expected, fast. Encrid admired it. Goog, the leader shouted. At that, the 2 mutated creatures standing like guards reacted. Guwak. The shout seemed more like something a ghoul would make. One of the mutated creatures that shouted lunged forward. At the same time, a heavy club swung from above downwards. Encrid raised his sword, covered in black blood, diagonally. The heavy club came crashing down from above with a swoosh. Encrid's gaze was focused. Just before the club was about to strike his head, the sword moved. No, his foot moved with it. Whack! He twisted the blade and struck the middle of the club, then pushed it forward. The surface of the club was scraped away, as though it were being cut by a chisel. Encrid's sword continued forward, and he struck the mutated creature's nape. After scraping the club's surface, the blade struck the back of its neck. The blade cut through the mutated gnoll's muscles, bones, tendons, and half of its neck. Gah! 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 As the neck was severed, the gnoll let out a deflated sound. The gnoll, which had been gurgling, kneeled, and its yellow eyes gradually faded as it collapsed forward. Whether one of them died or not, the second gnoll charged in. Encrid pretended to raise his sword, and then swiftly moved his foot. Turning his body left, he avoided the club and executed a horizontal cut from the top. With the grip held overhead, he spun his wrist, and the sword traced a semicircle, moving horizontally through the gnoll's head, cutting it midway. The combination of immense strength and skill created this result. With a snap, the mutated creature's head was sliced in half. It looked like a pumpkin with its lid cut off. Of course, inside it wasn't pumpkin seeds and flesh, but brain matter and black blood. The severed half of the head fell to the ground. "If you run, you'll get hit in the back of the head with this," Encrid said, shaking his hand. With a sharp whistle, a throwing dagger flew and buried itself deep into the head of a regular null that had been hesitating on whether to charge. The blade embedded so deep that it couldn't even be seen, leaving no trace of the dagger, but the blood vessels bulged. The null, knocked back by the impact, fell, and blood oozed from its head, staining the ground. "Gook!" Sensing their leader's danger, the others reacted, and Encrid hoped the leader would charge him. This was a road he had never taken before. So, this was the first time he had experienced something like this. He didn't know what would happen next. The leader might retreat. What then? What would he do? Chase after him and decorate the leader's head with a throwing knife? What if the leader charged instead? "Can I survive today?" he asked himself. The answer was still unclear. He had hoped, prepared, and assessed the opponent. But the outcome of a fight is always uncertain, isn't it? Most of all, the leader, this null, was the kind of creature that wouldn't show itself unless Encrid suffered a wound serious enough to tear through his thigh, make a deep gash in it, or create a hole next to his belly button. The leader only appears when movement is restricted, or a fatal wound is sustained. What a damn sneaky bastard! It was an inward compliment, only showing himself when the outcome was certain. How clever of him! And the leader of the nulls did not back down. Just as Encrid had expected, he moved. Kroo-rook! A sound, something like a pop, was heard. It was that fast. Encrid had anticipated it since he had experienced it before, but it was still incredibly fast. When the null leader hit the ground, its body stretched out, elongating like a shadow extending in the sunlight. Encrid's eyes locked onto the shadow's form. He didn't lose track of his opponent. Watching was something he could do before. The problem was how fast it was, making it difficult to defend. The gleaming daggers in the leader's hands didn't allow even a brush against them. They were poisoned. One touch would be the end. Then it would just be another repeat of today's struggle. XKT Shu, the first slash out of two, only grazed Encrid's shoulder. It just brushed past him. It didn't even touch his skin. Encrid's armor wasn't the kind that would be split by a mere dagger slash. Only the outer leather showed a faint scratch. The second slash, however, was entirely avoided. The right hand slashed while the left hand thrust forward, but the thrust missed as Encrid turned his body, evading it. It was an astonishing reaction speed. The moment he saw it, his body moved. It was similar to a Valen-style misaligned blade attack, though the rhythm was different. It was still incredibly, exceedingly fast. It's working. Just as he had anticipated, it was possible to avoid. He couldn't prevent it from even grazing, but he could avoid the skin being cut or pierced. The sense of evasion. It wasn't just a sense, though. This felt more like training to improve his reaction speed. It felt that way. It meant he had chosen the wrong name. The fleeting thoughts disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. Anyway, if he could just focus on evading, keeping his body in response to that alone, wouldn't he be able to avoid even being grazed? But was that necessary? Probably not. It was time to move forward. The day had come when he would survive today and see the light of tomorrow. Crook! The leader of the nulls was enraged. His red eyes reflected that anger. The yellow pupils seemed to glow with a red tint. The null passed by Encrid, then quickly turned to charge again. This time, he lowered his stance and aimed for the thigh. It was a tricky trajectory to dodge. One of the daggers even aimed for the inside of his hip joint, so the two blades attacked in offset rhythms. If he missed, Encrid could have been crippled. Encrid did not hesitate to respond. The moment he saw and understood the attack, he immediately moved. That was the small but significant difference. It was almost the first time he had used this while swinging his real sword. It was a shift in coordination. It was reaction speed. And that was a new world. A step into a new realm. At least, that's how Encrid felt. The difference in reaction speed led to a difference in reflexes. His body, honed through the technique of isolation, expressed the difference in recognition in real time. The moment he saw it, his sword came down. Whoong! Crack! Thud! The instant the leader of the nulls charged, the blade, like a flash of light, cut through the air vertically. Naturally, it didn't just cut through the air. Thud! The leader's head was cleaved from his spine, cutting straight down through the middle of his back. His futile gestures followed. He didn't even realize he was dead as his hands reached out. The left hand aimlessly stabbed the air, but the right hand still targeted his hip joint, just as he had planned. Encrid immediately bent his knee and used the armor on his abdomen to absorb the thrust from the dead null. Thud! A dead man's hands lose their strength. The dagger struck the leather armor weakly and fell. Even though the leader had been split in half, the movement continued for a moment before he crumbled apart. His intestines and blood stained the ground. The rapid slashes had caused the blood to splatter backward in a straight line. Encrid had aimed to cleave the leader's skull, but the creature instinctively dodged. So, Encrid slashed diagonally, cutting through the shoulder and splitting the null in half. Whoa! Exhaling, Encrid felt a surge of exhilaration. I'm moving forward. The joy of growth, the moment of proving it through results. He avoided the poisoned daggers with his sense of evasion and struck with a single blow, thanks to his training in coordination and reaction speed. Before that, he had caught the null's movement with his eyes, and the heart of the beast gave him the boldness to act. Goo! Of course, this couldn't be the end. There were still plenty of nulls and beasts around. Now, the escape route was the problem. With a yell, Encrid swung his sword powerfully, aiming at the two nulls blocking his way. A formal stance? There was no time for that. He had learned the best swordsmanship for dealing with monsters. The northern style of longsword. The North was known for being a cold, monster-filled land. Their swords evolved to be the best shape for cutting down beasts. Encrid had learned this. Oh, crack! Thud! Ankle, knee, waist, shoulder, wrist. With perfectly applied centrifugal force, the upper and lower bodies of the two nulls were severed. Of course, they would never meet again. After splitting the two nulls, Encrid ran. Can I escape? Dodging all day? That was possible. But dodging while exhausted from fighting? That was difficult. He had learned several times during this ordeal that managing stamina was essential for prolonged battles. But now, after crawling through the fight with the null leader, he had to carve a path back to the village? That was a different problem from just evading and holding on in place. Can we not meet again tomorrow? Encrid, while evading, muttered a remark that had no effect. Naturally, the nulls didn't respond. The response to his words came instead from a hyena beast, lurking behind. With its mouth wide open, the hyena aimed for his back and launched itself at him. Encrid reacted in an instant, driving his elbow into the beast's skull. Thud-daddy-o. The one who got hit properly dropped to the ground with a thud. Encrid, like flowing water, drove his sword into the beast's skull. In the meantime, two beasts and a null that had rushed in were met by a horizontal slash of the sword in Encrid's left hand. It was a null wearing something resembling leather armor. The one who got hit stumbled back a few steps. He couldn't cleave them all at once. His breath was shallow, and he couldn't put full power into his strikes. His posture had collapsed, but it was also because he had fought with using the heart of monstrous strength. This is something. His hands were trembling from just a little strain. Of course, he could rest for a moment. Now was the time to once again dance with the feeling of evasion. Go! The nulls' cry seemed to say, "Kill him! Kill that human!" Encrid indifferently retrieved his sword and used his feet. He dodged when he had to, and struck when he had to. He was like a master of offense and defense. If someone had seen this in person, they would probably think so. But from a distance, his movements were not easy to understand. Encrid felt a certain satisfaction from having killed the leader. With exhilaration, it felt as if the entire plan of the ferryman had been overturned. How could that be? What was the original wall? In Encrid's mind, the wall was to fight against the beast wielding poisoned daggers while enduring injuries. No, it was to fight and win without even brushing against the poisoned daggers. That's what Encrid twisted. Was it impossible to capture the leader while bearing injuries? No, it was possible. He could have walked that path, but he didn't want to. Even if the wall that was originally set was that. That bastard's laugh is annoying. He didn't like the nulls' laugh. He would praise it as clever for not showing up until a fatal injury was confirmed. But he didn't like it. Then, what should he do? He thought for a moment. He didn't need Cray's help. It was too simple. Block the door, defend the barricade, and fight the leader. Everything was intentional. This was the result. The leader was dead, and among the settlers of the frontier village, no one had been killed by nulls or hyena beasts. If someone had died from a stone thrown by a slingshot, that would have been unavoidable. At least, in Encrid's eyes, no one died that way. It was never about protecting the settlers of the frontier village. It just happened to turn out this way. If he had to give a reason, it was simply because the nulls' laugh really annoyed him. More than anything, fighting through injuries wasn't as efficient as this, was it? Of course, to end it beautifully, he would need to finish things properly here. That meant he had to survive and return. He conserved his breath and saved his strength. After failing to open a path with a few sword strikes, he continued with simpler attacks. But the path remained blocked. It was one of those moments. Should he endure and wait for another variable to appear? Or should he pour all his remaining strength into breaking through with the heart of a beast? Neither of those options seemed very likely. Encrid sensed that instinctively, but there didn't seem to be another choice. In the midst of this brief contemplation, open the path. What was that? It came from the direction of the village entrance. Thud, thud, the village's main gate opened. Part of the thick log barricade was cleared. Thanks to the chaos caused by Encrid and Esther, the null group had turned back, and the ones knocking at the gate had disappeared. Deutsch Fullman, who had been observing everything, couldn't hold himself back and stepped outside. Only those willing to follow, come out. If you're pulling back now, get your stuff and get out. It was a suggestion befitting the leader of mercenaries. If you value your life, why would you be a mercenary? Deutsch's subordinates rushed out one after another. Then Deutsch Fullman, wielding his weapon, the glaive, swung it powerfully. Following him were 10 members of the vigilante group, who had endured hardship since their mercenary days. Chapter 172. The mad wall Encrid among them was the gatekeeper who had been guarding the gates earlier this morning. The gatekeeper had watched it all, and he was impressed. That guy is completely insane. He had seen it all. How Encrid, covered in the blood of beasts and monsters, had acted. Is he crazy? Was he covered in blood and running away? What about that panther? Using the panther as bait to escape? No, that couldn't be it. The direction was the issue. After crawling, Encrid had gone deeper into enemy territory. It was definitely a route that would not be chosen by someone who wasn't insane. The gatekeeper also saw Encrid kill a null from behind. After seeing everything, how could he still call him normal? That was when he finally understood what Crace had meant. They call him the Madmen Squad leader in Border Guard. A truly mad man, and because of his madness, his actions made his heart race. Just watching it was unbearable. The gatekeeper was sharp and quick-witted. He understood the current situation and realized that there must be something like an infiltrator within the mercenary group. What if he hadn't acted? If Encrid hadn't done something so insane? What if there had been an infiltrator? What would happen then? What would happen to this village? The null group? There must be hundreds of hyena beasts. Could they handle it? If no one had done anything, the worst possible outcome, where no one would survive, would have awaited them. Because Encrid had done something crazy, the situation had changed. The knoll in the back, its movements were not ordinary. Even from such a distance, there was an afterimage of its movement. It was clear that it was the leader of the colony. That crazy guy killed him. How many days would we have lasted? What if the leader of the nulls had stayed alive and controlled the colony? What if he had led them? He didn't know. What was certain was that he would have been a dead man. Deutsch Pullman had the same thought. They had both watched. But how different were they? They both agreed on two things and acted accordingly. The fact that Encrid was insane, and that they couldn't let him die. How could they? How could they let the hero who saved them all die, even if he was mad? Because both Deutsch Pullman and the gatekeeper shared the same feeling. They had taken action. In the end, their choice was the right one. Esther's contribution, Encrid's fighting, and Deutsch Pullman and his subordinates' response. All of it came together, and as they rushed outside, a rock fell from above. Die! During that time, someone had skillfully fetched a stone and dropped it from the wall. The round stone, about the size of a person's head, fell onto the back of a hyena beast. Thud. The stone crushed through bone and muscle, rolling off with a thud as the beast's ribs popped out, leaving the hyena beast sprawled on the ground. Ah! A knoll nearby also got hit on the head by a stone, and clutching his head, he collapsed. There had been a quarry nearby, and piles of stones ready, which made this possible. Fire! Then a barrage of arrows rained down on the remaining gnolls, adorning them like decorative accessories. The gnolls, having lost their leader, began to scatter in all directions, fleeing. I'm alive. Encrid returned and spoke nonchalantly, as if he had just come back from a casual trip. He calmly began to sort through his gear, wiping the blood off his sword and removing his armor. There were marks and wounds scattered across his body, evidence of the efforts he had put into evading and fighting. He had pushed himself beyond the limit, knowing that if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to carve a path forward. For Encrid, these were self-inflicted wounds, part of his plan. But how would those watching perceive it? Damn, Deutsch Pullman muttered. He looked at Encrid, his tongue clicking in disbelief. How could he be so calm? Why was he so unbothered? It was as if his guts had been so stretched that they were almost unrecognizable. I think it's time for an explanation, Deutsch Pullman said, still sitting, his tone now acknowledging Encrid's actions. He agreed with the fact that they had barely made it out alive. Yeah. Guess so, Encrid nodded. His demeanor wasn't frantic or urgent. He seemed composed and indifferent. How could he be so calm at a moment like this? This guy is impossible to read. Deutsch Pullman thought to himself, but kept his thoughts to himself. After all, the person in front of him had saved him and everyone else. Encrid was an expert at making excuses. This wasn't the first time he'd had to do it. He'd done it countless times before. This morning I was doing some strength training. When I saw the faces of the two guys on the watchtower, they seemed familiar. Encrid began. His explanation was casual. Excuses didn't need to be perfect, just plausible. It was already over, so who would question it? That's when it hit me. Those guys were cultists. I'd seen them during my mercenary days, but it took me too long to remember. His words were empty, as though he were just saying whatever came to mind. It sounded like a lie. Even after hearing it multiple times, it seemed like a half-hearted explanation, as if he was saying, "Just take it as it is." Deutsch Pullman was uncomfortable, but as Encrid had expected, he couldn't push it any further. In the end, it made sense, and it was already over, so there was no point in questioning it. It was a matter of capturing cultists, and the man before them was undoubtedly their hero. It was Craze. How long had he been up there? Thinking back, it made sense. Who else but Cray could have gotten the workers and craftsmen to prepare the rocks and throw them? It wasn't the panicking watchmen or the volunteers. Cray's handiwork. He had convinced the workers to toss the stones. Before his words even settled, the people gathered on the wall and watchtower spoke up. "They're retreating. We made it. Hi. Workers, the Self-Defense Corps, and the other villagers, all united to hold back the horde of monsters and defend the walls. They had survived by the skin of their teeth. They had nearly fallen off the cliff, but were saved when someone grabbed their sleeves. How could they not be grateful?" They all turned their gazes toward the person who had pulled them back from the brink. A man with black hair and blue eyes stood there. "What? It's true," he said in a dry tone, as though justifying his own statement. No one paid attention to his words, not even Deutsch Pullman. "Sure, whatever," Deutsch Pullman muttered, agreeing without much thought. What mattered wasn't his words, but that if they weren't idiots, they all knew why they were alive. "Who was that guy again?" asked one of the craftsmen who had helped build the wall. He had gotten friendly with Craze over the past few days. Craze, sitting on the wall, which if it were a fortress would have called it a gallery, answered, his legs too weak to support himself. "Encrid. He's a madman. That guy is completely insane. How did he charge in there and fight? Ha ha ha." At some point, Esther had joined the conversation, nodding in agreement, as though sharing the sentiment. Craze glanced at Esther. For the first time their opinions aligned. Esther, too, was equally astonished by what had happened. Esther, still full of complaints, said with frustration, "Asked me to watch his back, and then he's fighting as if going to die. If I'd slipped up just a little, that crucial item of mine could have been damaged." Her dissatisfaction was clear, and as she vented, the carpenter standing nearby muttered Encrid's name. "Encrid? Encrid? No, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue. Madman's Wall? Yeah, that sounds good." "Huh?" Craze turned his head at the carpenter's words. "It's the name of the wall we'll build later," the carpenter said, eyes filled with certainty. "Was it okay to name the wall like that?" Craze briefly considered stopping him, but then decided against it. After all, he was too exhausted, his legs too weak to put up a fight. "Mad Wall, Encrid. This might be better." The carpenter muttered to himself again, clearly satisfied with the suggestion. The sun was setting, and the day was coming to an end. Meanwhile, Luigarn moved quickly as soon as she heard Encrid's words. She headed straight to the house of the so-called heretic. Finding it wasn't hard. After all, someone who defied questions from a frug was rare enough to spot. The heretic was lounging with a woman. Luigarn ignored this and called out to him, and the man came out in nothing but his undergarments. Luigarn recognized him immediately. It was the man who had followed Deutsch Pullman around like a fish out of water. "Is this him?" Luigarn asked. The man tilted his head, clearly confused, and awkwardly responded, "Yes? What's going on?" He gave a friendly smile, but to Luigarn's trained eye, it wasn't exactly a pleasant sight. The man looked like a fish head, far from a handsome grin. Is this really him? Luigarn silently wondered, before deciding to test him. A simple test to judge his reaction. She stepped forward and threw a punch, not with full force, but enough to test him. Considering the man could be a heretic, Luigarn put a bit of power into the blow. It was just a test, after all. Of course, to the man it was completely different. This wasn't just any punch. It was a strike from Frug, a battle-born race, intent on delivering a devastating blow. With a twist of her right ankle, the Frug launched her fist forward, faster than lightning, the kind of hit that could crush a skull on impact. The man sensed it instinctively. The moment his life was threatened, his instincts kicked in, and his hidden strength reacted without hesitation. Whoom. A brief, vibrating sound. Thud. At that moment, Luigarn's hand was stopped, blocked by a translucent barrier. The shield was milky white, yet murky, and not an ordinary magic barrier. It wasn't a spell. Luigarn had dealt with heretics more than any inquisitor, and she was familiar with their defenses. This was the signature defensive power of a heretic. And the answer was clear. Got you. The Frug's cheeks puffed up as she grinned, a mixture of joy, excitement, and expectation spreading across her face. How did you know? The heretic, realizing his true identity had been exposed, immediately took action. He tapped the ground twice with his left foot, an unspoken ritual. Despite being branded a heretic by the false sanctum, his followers continued to grow in number. Why was that? Because they gained power so easily, their lives transformed in an instant. The moment the man became a priest, he tapped into powers that gave him strength beyond ordinary means. With a second stomp, the man's form vanished. Swoosh! Luigarn's whip flew into the space where the man had been, slashing the ground deeply. The earth was gouged, leaving a mark as deep as a finger's length. This bastard, Luigarn thought, frustrated. Not only did the man rely on his barrier, but he immediately ran after being found out. It wasn't teleportation. Such high-level magic wouldn't activate so easily. What the man had used was a power that accelerated his movements instantly. This, too, was something Luigarn had seen before. In the past, it was her job to capture such individuals. Pfft, a Frug dares. The voice echoed through the air. It was roughly 10 steps away, maybe even a little farther. I am a priest. Do you want to die? Come then. I'll make you fertilizer for the expansion of the faith. Grrrk. Fine, let him try. If he attacks, it will only make things easier for me. The Frug Luigarn responded to the priest's defiant shout, not with words, but with action. Her feet struck the ground. Boom! A charge, a rush. The priest of the false sanctum quickly shifted his weight and stomped twice with his right foot. This time, it was the power of levitation. Where? Speed and levitation, thanks to those abilities. He narrowly avoided Luigarn's whip, which sliced through the air with a loud whip as it missed its target. When I catch you, I'll start by pulling out your tongue. Luigarn spoke casually, her cheeks puffing slightly as she grinned. The priest, realizing he had to move quickly, took flight. Luigarn followed, hot on his heels. It was almost like a game of cat and mouse, with Luigarn chasing the priest all day long. In the end, Luigarn lost him. After chasing for nearly a full day, the priest had one last trick up his sleeve. Summoning magic. A truly annoying bastard. Because of the creatures he summoned, Luigarn had no choice but to abandon the chase. You'll be seeing me again. The priest's words, though they came as he fled, carried a certain sincerity. Now that Luigarn knew what tricks the priest had up his sleeve, next time, I'll break his legs first. That was the only resolution that changed in her mind. And so, the Frug returned in the deep of the night. She had circled the quarry, and finally came across signs of battle near the frontier village. What was this? The traces alone were enough to tell her that something serious had happened here. Signs of a battle. The land soaked in blood. The scent of excited humans. And the stench of death filled the air. The atmosphere was strange, though. Dark, yet not entirely oppressive. In that very moment, Luigarn realized she should have returned earlier, but she hadn't. And there, in front of her, was the man she had been searching for. The man known as Encrid. What was the original wall? Enduring injuries and surpassing the leader's game. The leader was surprisingly fast and wielded a poisoned dagger. A fight where even a graze would determine the outcome. A fight where victory or defeat could hinge on a single scratch. It almost felt like the wall had been prepared just for him. The reaction time of seeing and responding, the coordination of the body moving the moment the eyes recognize it. Without mastering this, it seemed impossible to win. Encrid thought of the opponent as a wall, and then added a slight variation to it. You could call it a sort of cheat. What if we face it without injury? Though stamina would be exhausted, there were ways to manage it. In addition, most of the people in the pioneer village wouldn't have to die. Encrid did it this way. Now, it was time to confirm the results that would follow his actions. To put it simply, Encrid needed to check if he had crossed the wall or if he had simply wasted his time. The confirmation was easy. He just needed to wait for time to pass. So, the conclusion. I'm not going back. Blink, 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 blink. I'm Auntie. I'll try. No matter how many times he blinked, it was the same. The night was deep, and the time to return had already passed. Thus, he had crossed the wall. What are you doing? It was Crace's voice, watching from the side. He was lying nearby. He was also the owner of the voice that Encrid had been hearing earlier. What a world. What a situation. Huh? Am I just unlucky this year? Muttering like that, he then asked Encrid what he was doing. I think I'm having good luck this year. That doesn't seem like a wrong statement. If your luck had been bad, you probably wouldn't have made it back alive from there. But why are your eyes like that? You look like someone possessed by an evil spirit. It's scary, so let's not do that. Oh, is that so? With that, Encrid blinked a few more times. While blinking, he thought to himself, was it possible to get through the day using this shortcut? Or was this the original path? Or was it simply a matter of overcoming the so-called walls? He didn't know. In fact, it was all an unknowable mess. From the very beginning, it had been a series of inexplicable events that led him to this point. Will it come up in my dreams tonight? What if he asked the ferryman? He didn't expect a nice answer, but it might be better than not asking at all. In the end, it was all meaningless. Wasting his mental energy on such things was pointless. If that's the case, he might as well swing his sword once more. Squish! In the middle of his thoughts, Esther, who was in his arms, pressed against his chest. Perhaps because of the joy she got earlier, she hadn't left his chest since returning. Even when bathing, they had shared a hot wooden tub filled with water that some of the workers had prepared. Ayarha. She seemed quite content, letting out a sigh that sounded more like a hiss of steam rather than her usual sharp cry. She pressed her weight against Encrid's chest, purring softly as she dozed off. He had carried her out of the bath, worried she might drown, though it wasn't likely she would. In any case, Encrid finally realized that the day had passed completely. He had crossed the wall and survived. Today had been a day of learning something new based on his instinct for evasion. Tomorrow had arrived. Is it already tomorrow? He muttered. Intoxicated by the night, the moonlight, and the wind. It's still midnight. It was Luigarn's voice, who had returned, her whole body covered in dirt, with bits of leaves clinging to her, backlit by the moon. You're back. Encrid had been wondering when Luigarn would return, and it seemed she had come back after getting through a full day. Luigarn had been unaware of the attacks from the monsters and beasts during that time. I ran far beyond the quarry. The one you mentioned, the heretic, you were right, he ran away. Encrid and Luigarn exchanged the conversations they had put off. Then, Luigarn revealed that she had lost a heretic. You lost him? A frog? She lost a human? Just a human, even if it was a heretic priest. A frog, of all people, lost a human. The words appeared in Encrid's eyes, flashing repeatedly before disappearing. Luigarn felt an odd sense of displeasure rising within her. Driven by that displeasure, her mouth opened without thinking. Well, it was understandable. Oh, I see. Right. She must have let her guard down, or maybe Frog was a bit of an idiot. That could be why she was still here. If not, she would have returned to the capital already, wouldn't she? Pardon? It seems like your eyes are saying something else again. Me? Encrid responded with his usual calm demeanor. He was just looking, but his eyes were saying something different. The frog was a bit of a fool, but her observational skills were sharp. Hey, yes? Never mind. It was true that she had lost track of the situation. He probably hadn't meant to call her a fool. His gaze had been rather disrespectful, but it wasn't intentional. It was true, though. She had lost the heretic. But still, it felt strange. It's probably somehow connected to the beasts and monsters. Encrid spoke, and Luigarn nodded in agreement. The ones that retreated today might not scatter after all. Luigarn also nodded at this. If the heretic priest was involved, he could very well take the place of the colony's leader. The monsters and beasts that had attacked weren't the legendary kind, and nulls were merely lower-level beasts. Lower-level beasts were typically stupid. Among the lower-level beasts there were ghouls. If you consider that ghouls are said to lack brains, then nulls weren't very smart either. They tended to fight in groups and strike from behind. But that was about it. If it was just one null and one ghoul, it would be easier to deal with. Of course, if these beasts were armed and organized like an army, that would be a different story. So that's why the nulls were so well armed. The heretics must have prepared them. That means they might come back tomorrow. Encrid concluded, and at that moment Luigarn thought Encrid's eyes seemed to be saying something else. This happens because you lost him, didn't it? Your eyes. Luigarn was about to say something when, at just the right moment, Deutsch Pullman approached. They didn't just retreat, did they? Deutsch had been lingering nearby, and hearing such an important conversation, he couldn't stay quiet. I think so. Why? Deutsch's follow-up question made Encrid briefly glance at Luigarn. The mastermind behind the monster group is still out there. Mastermind? Yeah, something felt off. Deutsch nodded. It made sense. An armed group of monsters. The abnormal number of monsters and beasts that had gathered. Additionally, among the allies, especially among his subordinates, there were individuals who resembled spies. Oh, your missing adjutant was a heretic. Encrid's addition was quite a shock. That guy. Deutsch Pullman shook his head. He was trying to clear his mind of unnecessary thoughts. I sent a pigeon, but it'll take at least a week for reinforcements to arrive. There's no support nearby. It wasn't the time for a half-baked mercenary group to step in. Even if they could call mercenaries, using them for such a large-scale battle would completely wreck their reserves of krona. Let alone gathering that many mercenaries was a difficult task in itself. Deutsch only had one option, requesting support from the nobles who backed the village. He had already sent a pigeon, but it seemed unlikely that reinforcements would arrive in less than a week. It might take a week, Encrid muttered under his breath. It was a near whisper, so it didn't seem like something he wanted anyone to hear. His eyes were distant, as if lost in thought. Deutsch didn't try to interpret the meaning of those words. He had too many things to worry about. He'd have to rush to the wall defenses right away. If the retreating monsters were connected to the heretics, he'd have to prepare for spell attacks as well. If they were heretics, they might use curses that drain the mind. Heretics were unpredictable in their actions. Some of them, when they enter the mountains, end up controlling the villages as if they were gods. Most importantly, if the heretic had remained, he would have to anticipate what commands he would give to the nulls. That, too, had to be prepared for. "I'll handle the heretic." Luigarn spoke to Deutsch. For Deutsch, it was a reassuring thing to hear. "Thank you." Deutsch said it sincerely. Luigarn, who had spoken, looked at Encrid. Between his black hair, his deep blue eyes were gleaming with a strange light. Shouldn't she clean up the mess she made herself? Grrrt. The corner of her eye twitched, but there was nothing to say. She had indeed let the heretic escape. Still, catching someone who uses summoning magic alone was never an easy task. He probably hadn't experienced facing summoning magic. For someone who only fights with steel, it's almost impossible to handle. Without the help of magic, blocking or deflecting summoning magic was incredibly difficult. Why the long face? Encrid's eyes were still sharp and clear. Luigarn felt it wasn't worth conversing with those blue eyes. She figured that if the heretic didn't give up on the village and brought monsters and beasts back the next day, she would prove herself then. "So, no sparring today?" Luigarn asked as she stepped forward. "I had Esther do some work today, and this is the result, so today's difficult," Encrid said while gently petting the panther's head that rested on his chest. There wasn't really anything else to add. "Right. Wait." Luigarn simply nodded, then left to wash up. She noticed a stream as she walked by. It seemed like the place to go. Frogs were naturally fond of water. She felt like diving into the cool stream. "Do you think they'll hold up?" Kreis asked as he watched the frog leave. Encrid, who had been standing idly, tilted his head. "Hold up? Aren't the nulls coming back tomorrow?" "Oh, they will." His demeanor was distant, his tone flat, but his thoughts seemed to be elsewhere. "What's up with this squad leader?" Kreis shot a look with his eyes, and Encrid didn't hold back. "When he acts this way, it was best to deal with it later." "Bunk." "Moin." Kreis, who had only propped himself up with his upper body, was kicked hard in the chest. "Ugh!" Kreis rolled to the side from the hit. "What's your deal?" "Didn't like the look in your eyes?" Encrid said. And Kreis knew very well that once his squad leader made up his mind, he would push forward without hesitation. More importantly, Encrid's intuition was just as sharp as his own. This was Encrid noticing the silent message conveyed through the eyes. Usually he would respond with some playful banter, but when he didn't like something, he knew how to take action. Just like now. Eyes. Yes, I'll keep them open properly. Encrid seemed satisfied at last. It was time for bed now. It would be good to get a good night's rest and prepare himself for tomorrow so he could be at his best. He had applied some ointment to the cuts and scratches. His muscles were a bit sore, but a good rest would fix that by morning. I wonder how well frogs provoked will fight. That was a question that lingered on his mind that night. While Encrid slept soundly, Deutsch, his subordinates, and the other villagers were going through a night between heaven and hell. Didn't they say they retreated? Are they coming back? They're connected to the heretic? Our son's master, my lord. Look after us, my lord. Ugh, the demon is coming. The demon! The terrified ones were crying and babbling. The faithful were praying. The calm ones were reflecting on the danger of the situation. The leaders were focused on what needed to be done immediately. Everyone was attending to their own worries and responsibilities that night. Most had no choice but to spend the night awake. The sentries kept watch through the night and into the dawn. Thanks to Encrid's efforts, they managed to hold on for the day. Deutsch, watching from the sidelines, thought that without Encrid, the battle would have been over. He watched how Encrid fought. He knew he couldn't replicate what Encrid had done. It was all the result of a series of unfortunate circumstances that led to a fortunate outcome. Otherwise, who would willingly throw themselves into a swarm of monsters alone? A day passed, and at the break of dawn, the vigilante guarding Encrid's house saw the hero with the dark blue hair step out. It was a later start than usual for Encrid. He emerged, stretched and drenched in sweat, continuing his training. Isn't that a bit excessive? Should he really be expending so much energy? Worrying, one of the malicious people spoke up. Don't you take a break, even on a day like this? He had pushed himself yesterday, and today there was still no telling what would happen. Encrid nodded at the vigilante's words. I had had a good dream. Encrid only replied with his own words, focused and continuing his training. After that, the frog appeared. A good dream, huh? You were thrashing around. A lot. I must have been sleep-talking. It was a conversation between the frog and Encrid. The vigilante had nothing more to say, so he stepped back. Soon after, the panther and the soldier with the large eyes appeared. The soldier with the large eyes yawned, and when his gaze met the vigilante's, he lowered his head slightly. The vigilante responded in kind. Fine. She exhaled loudly as she came out, and from her walk it was clear something was off. Why are you coming out? Encrid asked upon seeing her. I need to shoot my bow, the female ranger replied. Forget it. They'll be coming again today, won't they? Probably. If they come, it's a good thing, Encrid said, followed by Finn and then the frog. The vigilante had a hard time following their conversation. It's a good thing if they come. In the midst of it all, the frog repeated the same words once again. There was strength in his words. Momentum, energy, determination, those kinds of things. Just looking at the frog made the vigilante's knees tremble. Thud, thud, thud. As the vigilante's manhood shrank momentarily, the emergency bell rang, reaching everyone's ears in the village. Wasn't it always true that the worst situation imaginable would come at the worst time? Or was it that the things you least want to face always seem to come right before you? It almost felt like both of them were saying the same thing. It's the nulls, a messenger from the front shouted as he ran. It was time for Deutsch's defensive plan, which had been prepared through the night, to begin. Encrid also moved. His body was loosened, and now all he needed was to grab his equipment. The two swords had already been cleaned by Crave before going to sleep. Blood had been wiped away, and they were polished with oil made from animal fat. The armor was fine, though a bit of the chainmail inside the leather had gotten bent. But this was nothing unusual. The throwing daggers might be a bit lacking, but today he could focus on wielding his sword. That was the preparation complete. Then, what about you, Luigarn? Encrid called out to the frog as he put on his armor, and the frog nodded. It was time to make up for her mistakes and show the arrogant-eyed Encrid her worth. Go, Luigarn replied, and soon the group moved out. Finn came along, too. If she couldn't help, at least her goal was to watch. Kreis let out a heavy sigh, muttering that his luck wasn't great, but since nothing could change, he kept moving quickly. Though they didn't know what would happen next, it was certain that they had to face it together. Thud, 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 thud. The emergency bell rang non-stop above their heads. Chapter 174. The provoked frog, the panther, and the man the emergency bell rang, but no one who had already woken up was going back to sleep. Those who were still asleep had not yet stirred. Everyone had stayed awake through the night. The news that the null group would return was what had kept them up. And so, the monsters and beasts returned. This time it was different. The creatures charging from one side of the wasteland were not the same as before. Among them there were new, strange objects. 2 or 3 of the monsters carried long, strange objects at their sides. They were tools, long, and with holes drilled through the middle. Unlike before, they didn't just charge recklessly. This time there was a bit of order to their advance. The creatures moved in clusters, and there were dozens of them. Deutsch, remembering his early days as a mercenary, estimated their numbers by using a method taught to him by a former military mercenary. He folded his fingers into a circle, then used that circle to count the number of null creatures, estimating how many of these circles would fit into the total area. 20. Roughly 20 per circle, and it looked like there were about 50 circles in total. Among the nulls and hyenas, there were also ghoul-like creatures slithering in between. It was an awful number. More than the day before. Even yesterday had been a nightmare. Everything about this situation was horrifying, but the worst part was the long, hollow tools that the creatures were carrying. Ladders? Deutsch muttered to himself. He felt a chill run down his spine. The nulls had brought ladders. The null monsters used weapons, so it made sense that they could also use tools. What was even more shocking was that the ladders appeared hastily made. They made ladders? No. Wait. What the hell did the nulls really make ladders? It seemed certain now that there was someone behind this, someone pulling strings. Heretics. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a deeper sense of dread settled over him. The ladders were the immediate concern. Whether hastily thrown together or carefully crafted, if these ladders reached the top of the walls, then the quality of the ladder wouldn't matter anymore. Boiling oil. Deutsch shouted reflexively. Would there really be such a thing? The village chief's shout echoed. There were still some stones left to throw, but not enough to call it plenty. There were arrows too, but could they really defeat an army of what seemed to be 1,000 monsters with just that? When they were huddled at the base of the walls, shooting would at least hit something. But with only 20 archers? They couldn't pour boiling oil like in a siege. Should they gather some filth and pour that on them? Would a bit of shit or piss make the null or hyena beasts retreat? It was an impossible thought. If they could just hold out for another week, reinforcements would come. But could they hold? If only there were enough stones. What if all 20 archers and the villagers rushed in? Could they do something? Once the stones were thrown, there wouldn't be any more ammunition, and using the villagers like troops in a melee fight would be like feeding rare steak to the nulls. There was no way to quarry enough stones in a day, and there wasn't the manpower to do it. They'd carry what they could, but it wouldn't be enough. They couldn't stop the enemy that way. Impossible. Once the ladders were placed, it would be over. The difference in numbers made it clear they wouldn't be able to stop them with just arrows and falling rocks. Even if the cultist was behind this, and even if there were curses, how could they defend against that? It would be a miracle if they didn't all collapse from exhaustion. At the moment, Deutsch himself didn't have any way to resist the curse. This wasn't a scale that even a former mercenary commander could handle, especially for a settlement like this. Honestly, Deutsch just wanted to run away. The victory from yesterday had already faded from his mind. The craftsman brought in to help build the walls had jokingly called it Mad Encrid Wall. But was it a joke now? There wouldn't even be a foundation left at the end. If things went on like this place would become a null colony nest. It would be their village. A village of nulls. How absurd. If a large-scale expeditionary force were organized, the null village would be burned down in no time. But what about those who would die and lose everything in the meantime? Deutsch had invested all his wealth and everything into this settlement. If he lost it, he'd be left with nothing. He'd have to pick up his sword and start over from the bottom again. So, should he run away? Was that really the answer? If I run away, where would I even go? There was no place to go. If he fled with his mercenaries through the quarry, where would he go next? Should he cross the border? Would he even make it? A journey without preparation would be like signing his own death sentence. But his experience as a mercenary told him that running might be his best chance at survival. Shit. Curse slipped from his lips. And then it happened. What's that guy's name again? Deutsch? A voice murmured from the side. The hero of last night, the mad platoon leader with black hair and blue eyes. The man who charged alone into the null horde and cut down their leader with a swift strike. Deutsch, let's crack open the door. It was Encrid speaking. Deutsch's brows furrowed in frustration, his emotions churning like crashing waves. Beside him, Trace recited the prepared words in his crystal-clear voice. You haven't forgotten that the command is with my platoon leader, right? You will follow orders, captain of the guard of the frontier village. It was merely a recitation of what needed to be said, but the effect was undeniable. Trace wasn't being arrogant or forceful in his tone, but the timing was perfect. There was no way out, was there? Seeing the situation, the numbers of ladders, the monsters, things were far worse than when they first arrived. And then there were the cultists. What was their plan? What could he even do? To sum it up, it was an escape route. By relinquishing command, Deutsch could evade the responsibility. From Trace's perspective, Deutsch might be a bit slow, but he was a good man. He'd be better off giving up now. The captain of the frontier village. What good was that title? Would there be any benefit in holding on to such a role? In the end, it was all a gamble. How many failed frontier villages had there been? Given how tangled the situation was now, Trace thought he would have already looted the place with his mercenaries and made off with the spoils. Honestly, of course, Trace couldn't do that. If he did, a blade might fly towards him from Encrid's hands. It was true, though. The platoon leader was genuinely concerned about people, but considering it made him a bit sick to think about. Encrid always seemed to pick the strangest things to focus on. Look at him now. He was still at it. It was right after the alarm bell rang. Me, Luigarn, and Esther will go out. Where to? Outside the walls. This was what Encrid said just after the alarm rang. Trace had honestly wondered yesterday if Encrid had gotten a blow to the head during the fight. You know we almost died yesterday, right? Encrid nodded. Yeah, it was close. Doesn't he care about his own life? Focus, Encrid. Just as Trace thought that, Encrid spoke, and not wanting to be on the receiving end of another blow, Trace looked away. What if our luck is bad today? Luigarn's with us. No matter how great a frog is, what makes Luigarn a knight? That's not so, is it? No, it's not. Then it's dangerous. You know what to do. Find something useful to do. Encrid's words were clear and brief, signaling the end of the conversation. After that, Trace began to strategize on his own. A full-scale battle with just one human, a frog and a panther? What can the rest of us do? There would be support, of course. Maybe I can shoot arrows when the time is right. Trace dismissed the fleeting thought and focused on what needed to be done right now. Then I'll take command and say this. Open the gates, Trace said, his voice firm. By the time he finished speaking, Encrid, along with Luigarn and Esther, were already at the gates. Trace could see them walking toward the gate, Esther trotting along behind them. Don't die, please. Trace silently prayed. If the platoon leader died, it would be hard for him to survive too. Trace didn't think Encrid was a fool. He must have something planned. Even though it seemed reckless, Trace trusted him. He remembered the back of Encrid's figure, the one who had blocked him on the battlefield once before. They had barely survived then. The Encrid back then and the one now were incomparable. It wasn't just about being promoted from squad leader to platoon leader. It was his skill that had grown. His dream of being a knight wasn't a joke anymore. He had gotten much stronger, more terrifyingly so. I told you to open it. Disobedience is punished by decapitation, Deutsch Pullman. Trace's voice carried a new weight. The coercion wasn't there before, but now it was evident. He wasn't a mercenary captain, nor was Encrid. He was just a weak human, and so he had to rely on his power. "Yes, sir," Deutsch responded, the former captain of the guard who had thrown away his duties. "Cut the heads off those who refuse to obey." Cray spoke to Deutsch, though he didn't really expect him to decapitate anyone. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. With a loud creaking sound, the pulley system began to turn, and the wooden door slowly opened. Encrid, Luigarn, and Esther stepped out. Unlike yesterday's reckless charge, today they were facing a more organized force. The nulls, hyenas, and a group of ghouls approaching from one side. Somewhere within, the cultists were probably hiding as well. A force large enough to be called an army, yet only 3 stood in front of them. Crace couldn't help but feel a dryness in his throat when he saw it. He swallowed hard, trying to hide it from others. No matter what they did, he had to back them up. "Bring all the archers you have." He called for the archers, and gather stones around, ready to throw at any moment. The villagers immediately began moving in response to Cress's orders. With the log barricades set up, they prepared to face the enemy once again. Encrid felt relieved that Cray was taking charge, freeing him from having to worry about the small details. "If it weren't for the treasure, I would have been in real trouble. If it weren't for the map, Crays would never have come along on this mission. Otherwise, Encrid would have had to handle all the little leadership tasks himself." Deutsch Pullman, the one-eyed man with a glaive, had the expression of someone who had lost his nerve. He looks like the type who'd just struggle and die. That kind of face. It was a familiar expression, one Encrid had seen many times before. After noting this, Encrid pushed it from his mind. He focused instead on his sword, himself, and the new realizations he had gained. It was time for that. As he stood before the wooden gate, his thoughts naturally drifted to the dream from the night before. The conversation with the ferryman and his reaction. Everything that had happened afterward was still vivid in his mind. "You've taken shortcuts," the ferryman had said. There was no emotion in his words. "It just happened," Encrid thought, speaking to himself in his mind. Somehow the ferryman understood. Despite the calm waters, the boat rocked up and down, as if mirroring the ferryman's inner feelings. The ferryman seemed to think, "How dare you? Take shortcuts? Play tricks like that?" Yet Encrid remained unbothered. "The rules will bind you, and you'll waste time regretting. But this is not the end." The ferryman had recited some sort of verse warning him, but Encrid had merely nodded along. He didn't quite understand what the ferryman meant. But what could he do? He was too focused on what lay ahead. And so the dream continued, spiraling into a nightmare. He found himself trapped in a well, staring up at the moonlight shining above, unable to climb out, no matter how much he scratched at the walls. He had scraped his nails raw in the dream, desperately trying to climb, but it was hopeless. That was why he had been tossing and turning in his sleep. What kind of dream was it? Luigarn asked as the wooden door opened. "It was a dream with a beautiful moon," Encrid replied. It wasn't an entirely false statement. The moonlight over the Black River had been beautiful. Even in the dream, it was enough to be intoxicating. No alcohol was needed. The moonlight alone was enough. That doesn't sound like a nightmare, does it not? The two exchanged a few casual words. "Ah." Esther let out a sound as the door opened. Encrid glanced to the side and caught Esther's gaze. "Can you help again today?" Encrid asked. Esther was no ordinary panther, something Encrid had already realized. But what about him? Who? He took a deep breath and reminded himself of what he had learned. There was something else to check. He almost forgot. "Luigarn, speak. Show us what you've got. The provoked the frog. How well would she fight?" Encrid reminded himself of a fact that might have been forgotten. Grrrr. Luigarn's cheeks puffed up considerably. "All right, let's see it." The frog, the one who spoke, was the first to act. With a loud bang, she stomped the ground, sending dirt soaring into the air as she charged forward. The sight was incredibly reassuring. It was curious, though. How well could a provoked frog really fight? Chapter 175. Hurry up. Encrid could sum up Luigarn's fight in 2 words: boom and crash. Charging forward, she charged directly into the group of nulls, without a second thought. A reckless yet formidable charge, akin to a knight riding a warhorse and striking with full force. Well, works, Encrid thought. The effect was undeniable. As she charged, she ignored the cuts and bruises that formed along the way, continuing to swing her whip with her right hand and a sword in her left. Bam! Bam! Each time the whip cut through the air, it made a loud crack as it struck the heads, shoulders, and bellies of the nulls. Clang! Thud! Boom! The sounds of bone shattering echoed as the whip connected. With the sword, she pierced the heads of approaching hyena beasts. Thwack! Thunk! Crack! The sound of her sword piercing the beasts' skulls rang through the air. As she repeatedly stabbed and withdrew the sword, 4 or 5 hyena beasts collapsed, spilling dark blood across the ground. The bodies of those creatures, bubbling with black foam as they died, were quickly bypassed as Luigarn pressed on, taking down another 9 nulls and 15 hyena beasts. Soon after, the remaining nulls regrouped, about 5 or 6 of them at a time, and began to challenge Luigarn. Grrr. Luigarn puffed up her cheeks before swinging her whip fiercely. The whip whipped through the air, but this time it didn't strike any of the nulls. Instead, it wrapped around one of their necks. She yanked it hard, throwing the null through the air. Whoosh! The null flew through the air and crashed headfirst into the ground. In the meantime, the whip and sword in her hands continued their deadly work, cutting down foes left and right. She killed and killed again. The strength of the angry frog was terrifying to witness. Her sheer force and instinctive combatability were on full display. A wail of agony rang out from one of the nulls. Meanwhile, Encrid trudged forward. Luigarn, the one who had provoked the fight, was expressing her anger through a furious rampage, and it was undeniably powerful. However, with the battle ongoing, something started to become clear to Encrid. Can't we handle them? Not all frogs were warriors, and Luigarn had always said she was a scholar. She wasn't obsessed with battle. But now, I don't think we'll lose. The thought occurred to him suddenly. Was it arrogance or confidence from accumulated experience? Though all fights are uncertain until they are over, if they were truly going to kill, Encrid felt it could be done. Real swordsmanship I can teach, but knights and your crazy group, they're quite the troublesome opponents. Luigarn, ever the cold observer of talent, was clear about her abilities and where she stood. I'm more driven by curiosity than ambition, she remarked. Which frog wasn't curious? Saying that, Luigarn's eyes sparkled with light. Her large round eyes almost seemed to shine as they filled with light. Then, when Encrid explained his strategy for dealing with the beast horde, the frog puffed up her cheeks and tilted his head as if questioning it. As someone familiar with human ways, Luigarn communicated with gestures similar to a human's to express her thoughts. When she heard the strategy, her reaction was clear. What kind of crazy idea is that? Same as yesterday. At that reply, Encrid felt his heart, body, hands, feet, and entire being grow hot. What should he say? It felt like he wanted to go wild. Should he say it felt like he wanted to run through pouring rain? Or maybe he should say it felt like he wanted to roll through a snowy white wasteland. In any case, he wanted to do something. Exactly. He wanted to wield his sword. So, just watch my back, he said. It was a request to Luigarn and Esther. The village was on the verge of collapse anyway. If the monster got to place the ladders, it was practically over. So what could he do? Break what they believe in. What did the nulls and the cultists believe in? Numbers, tools, ladders, and sheer numbers. At the same time, he felt something boiling up inside him that he wanted to pour out. Something burning. Something boiling. I think we need a short but intense fight, Encrid murmured to himself as he stepped forward, whispering a verse like a chant, remembering the boatman's words. While Luigarn attracted all attention with her brute force, Encrid closed the gap and approached the monstrous horde of beasts. At that moment, Luigarn took a breath and fell back. By that point, she had slaughtered nearly 30 gulls and hyena beasts. Returning with minor wounds on her arms, legs, thighs, and abdomen, she was a force to be reckoned with. She was strong. But was she so strong that she was untouchable? Encrid wasn't sure. It seemed like she could be taken down. Encrid paused between the nulls, hyena beasts, and ghouls. A deep growl echoed. Ra! Ka! The nulls and hyena beasts roared. But first, it was a ghoul that greeted him. And it greeted him well. As Encrid looked at them, he wondered, was the strength of a knight truly something unreachable? But would that mean it was impossible to touch? He didn't know. The future was uncertain. But one thing was clear. Short and sharp. He could probably show them something. The enemy, a mass of countless monsters and beasts. And there, in the midst of it all, were those carrying ladders. There were more than 30 of them. All right, 30. He acknowledged the number and drew his swords. Shing! One in his right hand. Clink! One in his left. Though he was much more used to wielding just one sword, now, in this moment, this way seemed better. After all, he was facing many opponents, so Encrid swung both swords. There were several reasons why Luigarn did not ask. First of all, she was confident that even if she were surrounded by the nulls and the beast horde, she could easily slip away. If things went wrong, she could afford to sacrifice an arm or two and escape. Her limbs would regenerate, so there was no real problem. That's why when she was told to enter the horde of monsters, she didn't bother asking. Another reason was Encrid's change. Why has he changed? She had only been absent for half a day, but Encrid's posture and momentum had completely shifted. How? Luigarn was a talent assessor. Her eyes and senses naturally measured Encrid's steps, gestures and posture to gauge his skill level. How? She asked the same question twice. This man had changed. Skill could suddenly grow like this, but it was different. It was clearly different from anyone she had seen before. I told you, I have an appointment at the salon. That's how geniuses were. When someone who had been idly playing around suddenly grew in skill, Luigarn was astounded. That's what being a genius meant. But didn't they show any signs? Any hints? No, there were signs. Luigarn had seen them. There were usually signs or indications before skill increased. It was natural for growth to follow the signs. But there were none here. She didn't see any signs, no indications. Nothing at all. He had changed suddenly. Was this even possible? After all, Luigarn didn't even consider Encrid to be part of the genius category. So how? Again, the same question. Right now she stood here to confirm whether Encrid had truly changed, or if her senses were failing her. If things go wrong, she could just grab him and run away. Beside her, Esther scratched the ground with her claws, the sound of them tapping making it clear she was thinking the same thing. Worries, expectations, curiosity, and a thirst for the unknown intertwined in her mind, and she looked ahead. After that, her worries dissipated. Ching, ting. Encrid, with two swords drawn, moved forward, through the nulls and beasts, into the horde of ghouls. His objective was clear. The ladders. He charged straight toward the ones carrying them. Luigarn was also targeting that. But as someone who didn't consider herself a true knight. Though perhaps she would feel differently about one of her kind. She knew the situation was different. A horde is still a horde. They were the ones who would purposely hide and retreat. She could easily kill the ones charging forward, but what about chasing down the ones fleeing? That would require a horde. The problem was that the numbers were just too many. It was a fight with monsters. For frogs, these were creatures that could be killed even while half asleep, but there were just too many of them. Luigarn wasn't a knight. She was a frog, but even a frog had limits to their stamina. She could handle one social creature, but there was no way she could take on the whole horde. That was common sense. In the continent, those who broke common sense were called knights or knight-level warriors. And now, hoon, whew, thud, crack, scrape, bang, thump, boom. Encrid's sword shattered the path that common sense had laid out. It wasn't possible to suddenly grow in skill without any signs or premonition. Even if you were a genius, that was impossible. How? Encrid's sword moved exactly when and where it was needed. Thrust and slash. Cut and stab. The sword cleaved through the null's skull with ease, and the sideways swing of the blade cut through the null's spear. The creature whose spear was cut opened its mouth, showing sharp fangs, trying to bite into Encrid's shoulder, but before it could, a flash of light erupted from below, rising upward. The flash split its head in two with a sharp crack. The split head couldn't bite anything anymore. The two halves of the head spread apart, and the null collapsed, having been torn apart by the blade's force. Luigarn knew that the power behind that sword was now as great as her own. It was the same kind of power she had seen in their sparring matches. However, back then, he only knew how to unleash it chaotically, losing control. But now he was using perfect balance, only applying the power when necessary and retracting it when not. He slashed vertically and thrust forward, his feet moving without pause, taking control of the space around him. When the ladder came into range, he swung his sword to destroy it. At that moment, 6 or so ghouls rushed at him all at once. They were willing to grab onto his legs and drag him down, even if it meant dying in the process. This was the effect of the social creature's brainwashing, but it was useless. Before the ghouls could even reach him, Encrid stepped forward with his left foot and then pulled his right leg back, smoothly and naturally swinging his sword, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Boom, whiz, crack. What were bones, muscles, and tendons were. The great sword's spinning cut cleaved through the ghouls, as though they were nothing. Arms, legs, heads, torsos, and abdomens, entangled body parts of the creatures scattered across the ground. In the gaps between them, Encrid's sword stabbed into the ground with a sharp thud. Zeep! Bang! With a strange sound, Encrid let go of his sword and moved his hand, unleashing throwing knives. They were whistle daggers. 10 blades scattered like the wind, piercing everything around them. All of the flying daggers struck the heads of the monsters carrying the ladder. Just because someone knew how to use toys, it didn't mean they weren't reluctant to use them. When the ladder fell to the ground, it was stepped on by accident. The hastily constructed tool shattered. Ooh! The mutant nulls charged. The bigger ones, about 3 or 4 of them, surrounded him from all directions, and in the gaps, the hyena-like monsters stuck their heads in. Encrid, who had planted his sword in the ground, vanished for an instant. Luigarn didn't miss it, though there was still an afterimage left in her eyes. A charge. It was the kind of charge often seen from squires. The speed was similar, perhaps. Just before being surrounded, he disappeared, reappearing behind the mutant, thrusting his swords, one in each hand, crossing them to stab. Thump! The 2 swords crossed through the mutant's heart before pulling back. It was the heart, so the impact made her frown. Still, Luigarn ignored it. She was an experienced frog. However, even with her experience, this was the first time she had seen a human fight like this. The unknown stirred something in her heart. Encrid pulled the swords from the mutant's body. A trail of black blood flowed down the blades. Grrk! The mutant died. Grrk! The hyena-like monsters attacked. Encrid kicked one away with a thud, and then smashed its head with his pommel, causing it to burst open. Kia! A ghoul charged forward without hesitation. It extended its claws, which were coated in poison, a deadly weapon on their own. Encrid, seemingly irritated, swung his sword lazily, smashing the ghoul's head apart. There was a rumor that ghouls had no brains, but looking at this one, it certainly had one, though it was small, only about the size of a finger. Encrid had only been fighting for a short time. Not even half a day, not even a few hours. Was it the time it would take to drink a single cup of tea? A time so brief that the sun's position wouldn't change. For beings like dragons or fairies who had lived for eons, it could be considered a mere moment. In that brief time, Encrid had destroyed most of the ladders. He had turned nearly 100 monsters, combining both beasts and creatures, into rotten meat. The ghouls were almost completely wiped out. Luigarn, being a frog herself, felt a chill in her heart. But it wasn't fear. It was the pain of her own heart muscles. Admiration and awe, the joy and ecstasy of discovering an incomprehensible unknown. The happiness of seeing something unknown right in front of her. Everything mixed together, and tears welled up in her eyes. It was a cruel happiness. She sang a frog battle song, mixed with admiration. Before the song could even begin, Encrid suddenly stumbled backward and collapsed, kneeling and planting his sword in the ground. Even as he did so, his body swayed, and then he opened his mouth. I need... Huh? She had just been moved, about to sing more and shed more tears, and now this? Why was this guy, who had been fighting like a knight, suddenly acting like this? Hurry! Encrid spoke with lips pale as death. Luigarn instinctively extended her whip. I will rise. With a swish, it wrapped around Encrid's wrist. She yanked it, and with a loud drag, Encrid was pulled toward her. The ground was littered with corpses, but with a quick flick of her wrist, she lifted Encrid off the ground. She caught him mid-air and bent her knees to absorb the shock. Let's go. The man with black hair and blue eyes, in her arms, spoke. Luigarn's emotional surge was interrupted, but the initial sensation she had felt didn't disappear. She nodded. Despite the remaining nulls and beasts charging again, they had already decided to retreat. And then, fire! Fire! As they pulled back, arrows flew from above, providing support. The beasts and monsters charged once more, but even as their heads were pierced by the arrows, they continued to lash out with their claws and axes, striking the log barricade. Arrows and rocks rained down from above. Some of them tried to climb the walls. Are you just going to watch? Kreis's shout rang out, and the former mercenaries under Deutsch, now a volunteer force, surged forward. They pushed the ladders away and fought back. As Luigarn and Esther returned to the fray, the few ladders remaining became useless. Insane. They're insane, Dutch Pullman muttered, watching as the monsters retreated atop the barricade. Luigarn agreed with him. Insane. Encrid had performed a short, but knightly-like display, without any signs, any hints. In just half a day, the man who had seemed talentless had changed. Luigarn's heart muscles moved like they had in her youth. For a brief moment, she felt like a girl again,